Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, England have 12 one-day international matches until they have to defend their World Cup titles. South Africa might not even qualify for the World Cup. Jofra Archer is back and will have to bowl more than 4 overs. It's the most meaningful of meaningless one-day international series you can imagine. It's South Africa versus England. It's a series delayed by COVID. And, well, we're very excited here on Guerrilla Cricket, which I welcome you to for the first time in 2023.
Yay! We're back.
We're back.
It's been a while. Forgotten how to do things.
Yeah, well, I mean, it took you a while to turn on the computer, didn't it? All I could hear was the bear swearing, which is, it's not the most unusual thing. But
no, it's not.
It depends on the quality of the swearing, though. I mean, it was particularly irate swearing, wasn't it? I think.
I think my quality of swearing is always quite high.
Well, it does tend to sort of range from the word fuck to the word fuck.
Well, exactly. That's high standard swearing.
Yeah,
I think that's a little unfair.
Do you think so?
I would repeat the others, but they're not in my vocabulary.
No, of course not, because you're a refined Australian, which is a strange thing to say. But it's absolutely true. No such thing. Absolutely a contradiction in terms. So I'm Gorilla Hendo. That is the bear on my right, and all the way out there in his weather cave in Western Australia is Messy Jez, the other Hendo, as we should call him the other Hendo, because there are 2 Hendos on this program now, and it's wonderful to see. Now, the news that we have is that in Bloemfontein, which I challenged the bear to spell
For a pint, and
for
I
a pint,
did.
and he did. Isn't that amazing?
And then he started fucking moaning about umlauts.
Yeah, umlauts. You got to get your umlauts in.
Do me a favour.
Get your umlauts in. You put your umlaut in, umlaut out, in, out. Shake it all about. Anyway, South Africa have won the toss and have decided to bat in Bloemfontein. Their team is as follows: Temba Bavuma, nice little groover. He's the captain. Quinton de Kock, Rassie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Wayne Parnell, Sasanda Magala, I like him. I've seen a bit of him in the SA20, as we're supposed to call it. Kagiso Rabada, Anrik Nokia, and Tabrez Shamsi. For England, Jason Roy. He's in the Last Chance Saloon. His cab is being sent back to the rank and then back to the factory as we speak. He's got to get some runs. He's opening with Dawid Malan, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook. Now, he seems to have been around for so long now, Harry Brook, playing brilliant innings, that it might surprise you to know that he's making his ODI debut. I certainly was a bit surprised to read that. Josh Butler, of course, the captain. Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, David Willey, Adil Rashid, Jofra Archer, and Ollie Stone, who's been picking up a few wickets as well in the... I'm not sure which one he's in. Is he in the South African one, Messi? Ollie Stone, is he in the South African one or the UAE one?
Oh fuck! I can't remember.
No,
I think he's
exactly.
actually in the UAE one.
I think he might be. Anyway, players are on the way to the middle. Be interesting to see what sort of crowd we get. I read this morning that the prices of the tickets are 3 times what people have been paying for the SA20s. That doesn't seem like the smartest of marketing moves.
Don't think it's still that expensive though, is it? Still about
Well, possibly
10
not.
quid, 15 quid?
Yeah, I mean, it seems by English standards it seems quite cheap, but at the same time, if you've been used to getting cricket on the cheap, then you'd expect to get it on the cheap again. Quinton de Kock, Temba Bavuma, we have jingles. Bear.
Nice little mover. Front foot, back foot groover. Now it will behoove ya to keep an eye on
And
Quinton de Kock has a
Da,
name
da, da,
to
da.
knock, but he's really quite
Useful at cricket. Oh yes.
I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping
the
wickets.
bowler is
You'd think the people would have had enough of Willie name jokes. His name's Willie.
He's coming in, left arm over the wicket. First ball of the 2023 season from Guerrilla Cricket is defended outside the off stump by Quinton de Kock into the covers, and there is no run. It looks like a particularly nice day in Bloemfontein. The sky is clear. It's not going to rain like it has done for the last 2 days in the UAE, which has been
Which is weird.
And what's even weirder is how much it's annoyed Tony Bishop. He's been getting really irate about it. It's just like a personal insult, an affront to him, a cold affront. Willie in, bowls outside the off stump. Quinton de Kock leans forward and then just essays no stroke at that one. Through it goes.
Pedestrian pace.
I do have some words that the Bear will enjoy.
Oh.
It is raining in Sydney in the middle of the first Big Bash finals match, and Dave Warner was batting at the time, so anything that interrupts Warner has got to make the Bear.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, the Sydney, he's in a team that are really shit, but they're in some eliminator,
Yes.
aren't they? So they can win this and still
Yes.
win the tournament.
Theoretically, they won't, though.
Willie
because,
bowls again, outside the off stump, left alone by Quinton de Kock. He's having a little suspicious look at the pitch. This is generally a lot longer than Quinton de Kock normally looks at the pace of the pitch before attempting something a little bit more exciting. 2 slips for Willie, and it is rather pedestrian. It's as if everyone's just a little bit tired and
Yeah.
they've got up a little bit late.
What's
They're just
this we're doing?
stretching. Oh, we've got to play a game of cricket this afternoon. Oh, all right then, I suppose. Anyway, de Kock settles down, waits again for Willie, who is in, and he's going to get a run here, is he? No, he just clips this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. If you're joining us for the first time, South Africa won the toss and decided to bat, and almost to a man, and I would say woman, if we did have any women in the studio today. We don't, sadly. I would have said almost to a man. We went, ugh. South Africa 178 all out. England will do it in 36. That's the way I'm looking at it. What do you think, Bear?
Well, that'd be nice. An early finish.
Do we want an early finish?
Well, I'd like an absolute screechingly tight game, but
lovely block up to mid-off, full face of the bat, but no run results from it. And we wait for South Africa to get going. Just having a little look at the pitch, there's some thin cracks on it. But
looks rock hard.
Looks rock hard. This is one of the grounds. I don't think this ground's being used in the SAT20, is it?
No, it's not.
And of course, that is suspended for the duration of these 3 matches. There's another game on Sunday, which is an all-day game, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, our time. And then, of course, on Wednesday, in comes Willie again. Can he get a maiden? No, he can't, because it's been swatted away. It's been cut through the man at point and away to the boundary for the first one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was poor fielding, wasn't it? Straight through it.
It did look that way, didn't it? So de Kock moves on to 4 for no wicket at the end of the first over. And Messi Jez, I hope, has millions of you waiting to have your voices heard.
Indeed, I do. I should say my prediction is that South Africa will make 280 and England will win in 45 overs. Mog, who's the first with us, says, right, I've given the cats the prawns they earn so very much. Now for some cricket. Hello. Jay Grover says, morning all. Looking forward to Who's That Weirdo. And after rewatching The Sopranos this morning, I like to see aggressive, emasculated rage, which Hendo in the chair provides us all with. Dave Wood says, morning all, too early to say we're doomed. Mayank, morning all, 6 a.m. and no sleep tonight because Aussie Open men's semis are on.
Oh, yes.
Ready to pass out while listening to the cricket. And Katie, hello Katie, says, hello, it's so lovely to have you and cricket back on the radio. Hope you all wintered well. Well, I summered well. Thank you, Katie. It's great to have you with us.
Which Katie? We know so many Katies. Is that Katie Scott?
It is indeed Katie Scott.
Oh, hang on. I've got to get very excited because Jofra Archer is about to bowl his first ball in 22 months for England. And he bowls to Bavuma and he's going to get runs. Put a man in at third man, which is pretty unusual, although not so much, I suppose, in the one-day game. But they're going to get a single. So Bavuma is off and running as well. South Africa move on to 5 for no wicket. Let's jingle him up.
Haven't played this for a while.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Jofra.
This is what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, do you think that by the time he gets to the 5th over, he just breaks down at that point? He's only bowled 4 overs recently. Outside the off stump, across the left-handed de Kock, who again is having a little look, leaves that one to go through to the keeper. And South Africa remain 5 for no wicket. Who else has joined us? Messi?
Leah is with us, says, thank fuck you're back.
Yeah.
What umlauts are in standard South African spelling, Hendo? And Jay says, Bear, what you're swearing lacks in creativity, it compensates with conviction.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
2 slips for Archer, and he gets a good deal of bounce there from a decent length, which once again, de Kock leaves, leaving very much on length on this occasion. So it's fairly straight delivery. Through to the keeper it goes.
I will say, some of you will have noticed that the scorecard is missing from our YouTube feed. I'm trying to get it up and running, but I can't because for some reason it's not working on our website. We have a development site because we're moving, which I've got some other news for you as well, for those of you who are patrons. But I can't get into that because it's not allowing me to reset my password and I can't remember what it is.
Archer, you forget how close Archer gets to the stumps and how close he gets to the umpire as he bowls. And once more, Quinton de Kock is prepared to have a little look at him and lets that one go through to Jos Buttler. There is no run. 5 for no wicket. De Kock has 4. Bavuma has a single. What do we think of Bavuma opening the batting?
Well, he hasn't faced a ball yet, has he?
Yeah, he's got a run.
First ball. He played one ball and got a run.
But in general terms, I mean, I would have thought Aidan Markram was a better man to have up the top in the power play. Archer in again. Maybe we'll talk to some of our South Africans about that later. But that's nicely met by Quinton de Kock. It was much fuller. It was half volley length in truth, and he just put it away past the bowler for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I have to say, on first look, this looks like a pretty flat wicket.
There's a little bit of movement there,
tiny bit
of movement there, but it was full enough that it wasn't going to do too much or cause too much danger to De Kock. I'm just wondering whether he was aiming that onside a bit rather than offside, but anyway, he's got 4 runs for it. Archer in again, he waits for this one, dabs it down to the second slip, who has to move around to his left to field. That is the end of the second over. South Africa on 9 for no wicket, and Archer was up at 86 miles an hour that last delivery. It'll be interesting to see how his pace varies, or if indeed it does, throughout the day. Anyway, more from Messi.
Yeah, Jay Grover got this one in before you, actually. He says, who's going to be the first clever Bradman to open a book on what over Archer's going to get injured in? Warren
point.
says, morning. Warren, who actually was here 24 hours ago, he's taking,
Yes, I saw that.
he got the day wrong.
Can I just say there's no fucking umlaut there, mate?
Yeah, well, that's Sky for you. They don't understand such things. They can't speak German in Sky, for goodness sake. Bavuma is taking guard. We'll come back to the tweets in a minute. Bavuma is taking guard for the first time against David Willey, just scratching with his studs.
I presume Bavuma is opening because he's captain. He's not playing in the SAT 20 or 20 because there's no T in there, as I said in the podcast.
And he wants to have a decent
And
go.
he wants to have a decent go. Exactly.
Could be that. Yeah.
I'm skipper. I'm opening. Basically,
It's very strange that Bavuma is not in their flagship tournament. That's bizarre. Just the one slip for the right-hander. Ring of 3 on the offside. In comes David Willey, left arm over the wicket, getting the ball just to come back in ever so slightly in the end. Nothing significant. Defended on the front foot by Bavuma, square into the covers, and there is no run.
Oh, yeah, I mean, considering in Australia, he was one of the batsmen who hardly ever got any runs, but got more than anyone else.
Yeah, well,
at least he got a couple of 30s, didn't he? When virtually everyone else got bugger all. But he's had a tough time of it. He's he's skipper of a poor Test side that keeps getting battered, and maybe people just aren't looking at him in the right way.
Nicely played though this time. Just a little bit of width outside the leg stump, and he's timed that really nicely. It's going to be picked up by Ollie Stone running around from long leg. They'll get back for a comfortable 2. And South Africa move on to 11 for no wicket. Well, Bavuma is one of those players who looks good and then gets out a lot of the time, I find. Gets down in the 30s a lot, it seems to me.
Exactly. His test, he's a James Vince type character.
Yeah.
I mean, his test role, he hasn't got that many test hundreds, has he? He's played an awful lot of tests, sorry.
Yeah. But again, he got a little bit of freedom with that delivery from Willey. This one comes back into him ever so slightly. He turns it squarer this time to the man at square leg. There's also a ring of 3 on the onside, saving the single, and they save it on this occasion. 11 for no wicket halfway through the third over. The GPL, is the GPL open?
GPL's open. I've just gone there. 60 quid it starts at today,
60.
rolling over from the Pakistan series. It's open till 12:30, so you get an hour and a half in an ODI. So get your guesses in there. 60 quid, especially the cost of living crisis, is useful. Might play for 2 days worth of energy if you're lucky.
We'll see. Jason has arrived. Now Bavuma tries to pull. Didn't really get that cleanly, but he's probably going to get a boundary for it. Is he? No, well, Ollie Stone has dived and hauled it in, but it'd be interesting to see whether a trailing leg has caused that to go over the boundary edge.
Ollie Stone.
No, seemingly 13 for no wicket, so just the 2.
I thought so.
He's got very long legs, hasn't he? Very long legs, which could be trailing there.
No, maybe not.
Oh, he's nearly brushed that onto his body as as his legs, his trailing legs. They're enormous. They're like the legs of a crane fly. Only a crane fly with only 2 legs instead of 8.
Okay, he's got away with that.
No wings.
No wings. He's got no wings either. That's a good point. Apart from that, he's very much like a crane fly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He's only got 2 legs too instead of
We
6.
just said that, Bear.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's almost as interesting as... I don't know if you noticed listening to the latest Bishop and the Bear, is that I ranted about Joe Root for about 10 minutes at the beginning of it. And then Tony says, about 10 minutes in, and don't forget about Joe Root. So, Tony, it would help if you listen to your own flaming podcast while you're doing it.
He had notes to read.
He had notes to read, yeah, that's what it is. So hopefully he's listening to this and he's taking all this flack as he drives up to Middlesbrough. Clipped in the air, but between the man shortish at mid-wicket and mid-on, it is going to be pulled up just inside the boundary edge. They will get back for a third. South Africa moved to 16 for no wicket.
I did notice this morning, reading about this series, that they were already talking about Ben Stokes may decide to undo his his retirement in time for the World Cup. Of course,
Everybody's
we'll take it back.
that, yeah.
Well, of course he is. It would be astonishing if he didn't. I just think he got off. I think last summer the pointlessness of those games when the Test matches were off, I think just pissed him off a little bit.
I think he's earned the right to choose what he does, hasn't he, really? He's been such a great boon to English cricket and cricket in general, as this is nicely played by de Kock, just with timing, really. Jofra Archer chases back, hopefully won't fall and hurt himself. He doesn't. He turns, decides not to throw. Why throw? He's already had elbow problems and back problems and knee problems. So they get through for 2. It's the end of the third over. De Kock has 10, Bavuma has 8, South Africa 18 for none. Messi.
One thing I should point out is that South Africa actually has a real incentive to win.
Yes.
If they win 2 of these 3 games and then beat Holland twice, they will qualify for the World Cup without having to go through the qualifiers, as it were.
Well, don't you think it would be incredibly ironic if, with the flagship's SAT20 show on the road, that if that really started to bring in the audiences, and then the World Cup comes along and South Africa find themselves without a team playing in that World Cup, that would be an absolute... Well, it's not funny, Messi, it's a disaster, isn't it, if that happened?
Well, it'll be the ODI World Cup. They seem not to care too much about ODIs.
Oh, well, yeah, but when it's a World Cup is a World Cup. And if you're a major cricket nation...
I'm pretty sure they get through that qualifying tournament if they go.
Well,
yeah,
probably,
they'll get through the qualifying if they need to.
That said, they did lose to a lower-ranked nation, didn't they, in the G20 World Cup? Down the leg side from Archer, Marius Erasmus says that'll be a wide.
So umpires spread your wings and call wide.
He's racking up the caps, is Erasmus. He's standing in his 109th one-day international. I bet he remembers every single one of them. 19 for no wicket. Bongani Jele is the other umpire, standing in only his 19th. Driven on the up by Bavuma. Didn't really time it. Seemed to get it quite low on the bat. It's been chased by Ollie Stone. He's putting in a lot of work already. They're going to get back for 2. South Africa move on to 21 for no wicket. There's no movement out there at all, really, is there? Nothing in the pitch for the bowlers. So maybe my suggestion of 176 all out will prove to be mistaken.
It could be a high scorer. Yeah. Can I just say, so for all you patrons who have access to our archive and stuff, it's now been moved on, and I sent you all out a link, if you're listening, to your Patreon email.
Archer bowls, hits him on the pad, ball just zips back a little bit. Having said, there is no movement, but it's probably going down the leg side.
Probably too high as well.
Probably too high.
Probably
and no real excitement from England. The DRS timer will time down and will run out of time.
And the one thing that everyone complains about is that the jingles, I never updated them from about 5 years ago on the website. Well, now you have the full, I say, archive, which I exported out of our jingle cart machine. There's nearly 3,000 jingles we've done over the years.
Well, when we say we've done...
Well, yeah, Mog and various others.
Archer in, full of ball, driven, and he puts the foot down, the big size 12 boot. Stops that, and he even says to his extra cover, "No, don't worry, I'm so fit, I will bend down and pick this up myself. You don't need to trouble yourself."
Indeed. And as Messi and a few others said, if you don't have Dropbox, you can't search it, unfortunately, which is annoying, but you can basically go into all the folders and you can download and play stuff whilst you're in Dropbox. If you do have Dropbox, you can transfer over. Of course, the whole archive is about 340 gigs with all the matches and stuff. But if you want the jingles after this ball,
Archer in again, bowls to Bavuma onto the back foot this time and defends it comfortably into the offside. There is no run.
As Messi pointed out, because the cart machine bungs them all out and wabs, they were about 30 gigabytes, which is obviously a massive amount of data if you want to just whack them all onto your hard drive so you can search through them. So yesterday I spent an excruciating hour and a half using some bit of software to basically convert them all in batches to MP3. So now you can get them in MP3s at all, which the entire Jingle archive of MP3s is only about 3 gigabytes. So, and it's in 2 folders as well. And funnily enough, it put them in alphabetical order, which is better than the cart machine managed. So that may all help you.
Archer and
end.
again driven by Bavuma. It's only going to get one. Ollie Stone does quite well, getting away to his left, sticking out a long, spindly, elbowy limb to prevent them going for further runs. 22 for no wicket.
Didn't Ollie Stone? Was he going out to Pakistan? I thought he got another stress fracture.
No, he's back
Wasn't
now.
that Robinson?
He's back now.
No, Robinson doesn't have a stress fracture. Robinson doesn't play the ODIs.
Well, he obviously hasn't got stress fracture because he's out there playing.
Well, yeah, I know.
Anyway,
Somebody has.
normally somebody has in
Yeah,
the
exactly,
England lineup. You can guarantee that at least 2 bowlers have a stress fracture. Archer into the left-handed
Oh, lovely.
de Kock, and he just presents the full face of the bat. It's nothing more than a defensive push. It's run directly past the bowler, past the stumps, and to the boundary for 4. 26 for no wicket. 4 overs gone. 7 from the over. Archer 2 overs and none for 13, which I think is also the figures that David Willey is showing at the moment. 26 for no wicket after 4. Messi Jez, any more for any more?
Yes, indeed. I'm a bit behind. I'm sorry. Spangly Size says, what ho, chaps, the perfect combination. Working from home, beer in the fridge, and cricket being on. Indeed. I'm worried about Josie Oak. I think he may have been captured. He says, afternoon for a change. I don't think we're doomed. But generally, it's a right shit show in South Africa. That's just not like you at all. Jay says, which Katie? And then discovering it's Katie Scott says, Mint, the good Katie. And Hendo wins the Joffrey Archer Lotto straight away.
Yeah.
Mog, holy shit, the scorecard isn't there. Yes, we know, Mog. We're sorry about that. It's Bear has been issuing some really superlative words before we went on air today about that.
Yes, indeed. Most of them around the word meaning to copulate. Willie, talking of copulation, bowls to Bavuma, and he tucks him away off his legs rather gently out to deep square leg. Ben Duckett does the fielding, and they take a single. 27 for no wicket.
Dave would set up a hashtag guess the bear password, and he says I'm going with fucking Muppet Vape 7.
Fucking Muppet Vape 7. Yes, that's a pretty good one. Let's try another one. Let's try try and guess the bear's password. That'll be quite good fun. So at the moment we've got fuck Vape 7. In comes Willie to the left-handed de Kock. De Kock onto the back foot. Looked like he wanted to play an attacking shot there, and seemed to get a little bit in a tangle. In the end, played a poorly timed defensive shot up to mid-off. And there is no run. Guerrilla Cricket. Guerrilla Cricket is with you throughout 2023, we think, unless something terrible happens. But we do need you to help us out and become patrons. And of course, now you get all those jingles on MP3 through Dropbox. I don't know how the hell you do it, but apparently that's what you do. I can never get Dropbox to open. Willie in, bowls down the leg side, may have just brushed the pad, so may get away with that not being a wide. Yes, good decision by the
I've got under 27.5 for the full of the first wicket, so I've got half a run to play with it. I need a wicket to happen.
You do. Is it going to be one of those? You had a pretty good year last year, didn't you?
I had a fucking great year last year.
I think, yeah.
I got 3 run-outs that netted me about 300 quid.
Extraordinary stuff. So it's 27 for no wicket. An extraordinary wide stance they're pointing out that Temba Bavuma has. He's almost playing a forward defensive without moving. This one does seem to move away, but rather gently and into an arc that is beloved of de Kock, and he just times that away through extra for another of these. The first time it swung and it started too wide anyway, and it was a horrible half volley. And you don't really seem to have to put much in to get runs here, do you?
No, fast outfield, that's good.
Fast outfield.
Quite big outfield though.
Yep.
Not one of these T20 sort of miniature things.
I have been to Bloemfontein, but not to the ground. I spent one night in Bloemfontein, which sounds like a book. Out onto the back foot goes de Kock, carves it square, well fielded by Jason Roy.
Well, there was that song, One Night in Bangkok, wasn't it?
Well, they say one night in Bloemfontein. It's not so easy to do, is it? It doesn't scan so easily. It's a nice shot by de Kock, but he hit it straight at
Jason Roy.
He's
got to do something.
He's got to do something. He really has. His career is on the line, certainly his international career. He might still be able to play in any number of franchise tournaments for the rest of his
Did he get picked up
days.
the IPL in the sort of
I don't
bargain
think he
basement bit
did.
at the
Oh,
end?
no, I don't think so. Outside the off stump, left alone by Willie, who seems to be struggling a little bit. Rather sort of emphatic sigh at the end of that over. And 5 overs are gone. 1 remaining in the power play. Messi, anything more?
Indeed. Leah says, good thinking from Joss. If you bowl Jofra back into the hospital in a meaningless ODI series, he can't disappoint during the Ashes. Parrot Badshaw's with us. Morning, old sorts and sea dogs. Jay says, I feel Warren's pain. I think there should be a self-help group for those of us who's drunkenly send messages to GC while it's on replays. I'm sure I'm not alone. You're certainly not, Jay. I've done that. Leah says, Bavuma has 1 ton from 54 tests.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thought it was just the one,
Jay
yeah.
says, I'm feeling
That was good,
worryingly cheery with Gorilla Cricket back. Thanks for making my day better. And crane flies have 6 legs, not 8.
Do they?
Yes, they're
Oh,
a fly.
Oh,
An
they're a
insect.
fly. Onto the back foot.
Jesus.
Yes. Oh, yeah, here comes the man who can't spell Bloemfontein.
I did spell
No,
Bloemfontein.
but you forgot the umlaut. Defended square on the offside by Bavuma. There is
Arachnids
no
have 8
run.
legs, and insects have 6.
How many do bears have?
They have 2, and 2 paws.
I'm glad you
With sharp
got that
claws.
right. I'm glad you got that right.
With sharp claws if you get nasty or annoy me.
31 for no wicket, 18 to de Kock. Bavuma has 12. Archer in again, got 2 slips. This one climbs a little bit, but still easy paced enough for Bavuma to turn it into the onside, straight to square leg. And there is no run. 31 for no wicket. Something has tickled the other Hendo. Tell us what it is, Messi.
Jay happy. It says,
No.
great, you people are uniting in the joy of your return by dressing like you're at David Attenborough's wake, miserable bastard.
Oh God, I wouldn't want to go to David Attenborough's wake. I mean, it'd just be full of blue whales and various other things like that. He'd invite all the species, wouldn't
Bit
he?
like Dr. Doolittle. Or
Yeah.
something.
I suppose it's not that far away, is it? Because he's getting on a bit.
He must be going sooner
He's
or later.
about
yeah.
98, isn't he? Is he 98? Archer in again, bowls a short one, but that's brilliantly picked up by Bavuma, who responds in aggressive fashion to the aggressive delivery. A couple of bounces and square leg for 4. Yeah, really good shot by Bavuma.
Toe end of the bat, really.
Bit toe endy, I suppose. Yeah, but he was
Low-
onto it very sharply, wasn't he?
Yeah, low middles on these things, isn't it?
They are. I mean, we couldn't have played shots like that, could we? In the
No, they just
it
spooned
goes-
up to mid-wicket.
You're out.
Yeah.
End of your day.
Especially, 88 miles an hour coming at you. It's no problem, really.
Yeah, I'd have
is it?
shit my pants and gone out of the way.
35 for no wicket. De Kock moves on. Sorry, De Kock is on 18. Bavuma moves on to 16. What do we make of Archer so far? He doesn't seem to be putting everything out there, does he? Which is not surprising. Let's see if we can get a reading on his on the speedometer as he's in again. Short down the leg side. For a moment, I thought Bavuma might have gloved that, but it's been given as a wide by Erasmus, the umpire. 36 for no wicket. 3 balls. 3 balls remaining of the power play. 36 for no wicket.
I can tell you the previous ball was 87 miles an hour or 140 k's.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, South Africa, very good record at this particular ground. Won 9 of the 11 games they played. Only lost 1. There's a no result as well. So their win percentage here is 82%. One of the slips is coming out. He's going to square leg. There's a ring of 4 on the offside, saving 1. A third man, a long leg as well. In comes Archer, bowls onto the back foot, goes Bavuma and drops it down into the offside. Wants the quick single, will get it because it's the 6-legged crane fly Ollie Stone once more doing the fielding at mid-off. A very well judged run by the South Africa captain. Good to see. He's looking very positive. And South Africa move on to 37 for no wicket. I'd love to see Bavuma get a big score. He's just a lovely little cricketer. As I said, he always looks good and then gets out. De Kock hasn't had a lot of strike in the last over or 2. 2 slips back in for him, the left-hander. Archer in again, bowls onto the back foot he goes, drops it down. He's going to take a single here as well. And South Africa move to 38 for no wicket. Okay, it's not a massively quick start, but it's a pretty good one. As I said, 1 ball left in the in the power play. Don't forget, of course, the GPL is open, guerillacricket.com/competition. Estimate how many runs you think it'll be in the day. Pay us £1 for doing so. You can have as many guesses as you want, and if you get it on the nose, you get all that's in the pot. We started the day with £60 in the pot. The more of you that take part, the bigger that pot becomes. Archer then to complete his third over into Bavuma. Bavuma pulls again, top edged. Where's that gone? It's gone high, it's gone long, it's gone beyond the boundary. Well beyond the boundary behind Josh Butler. It is 6 runs. And they end the power play on 44 for no wicket. Bavuma moves to 23. Was a genuine top edge. He tried to give it everything. Was beaten for pace, but so often the bowler is not rewarded for that kind of thing, especially in this form of the game. 66 metres that carried to the it's kind of long stop really region, and I think South Africa will be pretty happy so far.
Yeah. Mog says, yes, Bet, we've done all those jingles.
Yeah, I know. That's cool.
He says, this cart machine of yours sounds diabolically inadequate. Pat Badshaw says, waves and MP3s? What decade is the bear in?
What else do you want, I mean?
Decade of reality. And Ras Gilbert says, all okay with an alternative cricket stream, but where the fuck is my Guerrilla Cricket? It's here.
We're here. This is driven by De Kock. It's hauled in at mid-off. I think they've gone through for a single. They have indeed. 45 for no wicket. De Kock to 20. Bavuma 23. And I can tell you that waiting in the wings to come and give you wonderful commentary, we have none other than Jason G. Hiscox. We have none other than Andy Ward. And we have none other than Gary Naylor. So your dreams are fulfilled if you're a Gorilla fan. Willie in again to Bavuma, onto the front foot, defends, man's in quickly from cover, and there is no run. 45 for no wicket. Become a patron, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. You'll get all those jingles. You'll get the Smaximum, which comes out generally on a Friday, which is 3,000 words of wisdom from various gorillas on the issues and topics of the day, or even topics of yesteryear. And also you get, the Bishop and the Bear, which has got more swearing on it this week than I've ever heard before. Onto the front foot comes Bavuma, defends to extra cover, and there is no run. Now, we need more of you to become patrons. If you're not a patron, you only have to join at a level of £2 a month. That's not really a lot, even in a cost of living crisis. Of course, unless you are completely on the breadline. And we, of course, are on the breadline. And so we need your support. We write this great stuff and we produce this great stuff, and it's a shame that only a few of you get to hear it, a relatively small number. So please become a patron, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Onto the leg stump, or just outside the leg stump, and Bavuma turns this out to deep square leg. Ben Duckett does the fielding, and South Africa move on to 46 for no wicket. The man who goes way is with us, as you may have just heard. Always good to have him along. Maybe we should have a woman that goes way as well. Is there any woman out there who would like to record a jingle where you go way, and then we can say there's the woman who goes way, and then we are inclusive, diverse, and many wonderful other things. No slips now. 5 saving a single on the offside. Willie in, chopped down to third man by De Kock as he puts his weight onto the back foot and picks up a single. 47 for no wicket. He goes to 21. Bavuma 24.
I think Jay Grover may have actually picked Bear's password. He just says, I've got 3 kids, one exclamation mark 11.
Yeah, that's good. We're trying to guess the Bear's password, so if you've got any ideas on that. We've had fucking Muppet Vape 7. We've had I've got 3 kids. What else could be the Bears password? In comes Willie, full driven, lovely shot, waited for that. Bavuma finds the gap between mid wicket and mid on, and that scoots across the outfield all the way to the boundary and brings up the South Africa 50. I'm looking over a 4. What other things can I do to make you give us money? I don't know. I keep trying to think. I mean, we've got a new we've got a new podcast, Pod Quiz. Who's That Weirdo? If you haven't listened to that, there are 5 episodes. They gradually get a little bit more professional as we go because, we didn't really know what we were doing with it at first, and Messy Jez was on the first, and you can imagine that caused chaos.
The bear was with me.
Oh, and the bear, the bear and Messy Jez. Well, that was
fair dues. It was chaos on both sides.
That was the pilot, and it worked all right. We've got people like Bumble on episode 4. We've got people like Kit Harris of Wisdom and Emma John of The Guardian on episode 5. We've got Annie Chave. We've got Grubby. And we'll be producing another one of those fairly shortly. But if you haven't had a listen, go and have a listen on Podbean or Spotify or your chosen podcast platform. Any more tweets?
Yes, Jay says Jersey Oak has spoken. South Africa will batter England. Katie says #Bear does natural history. Spang says, why are we talking about omelettes? I'm hungry now.
Oh, yes. And a cheese omelette. In comes Archer, and a ball climbs a little bit on De Kock, but he's well in control of the ball and guides it down to third man. That takes a single. 52 for no wicket. Bavuma 28 from 21. De Kock 22 from 22. Average speeds for Jofra Archer today 140.2. Fastest ball 143.6. What's that in old money?
Just shy of 90.
89.
So, so he's up there at 89. That's good stuff. He's looked pretty.
146 is 90.
He's looked pretty free today, hasn't he? He doesn't look at any problem. This is defended out into the offside, straight to cover. Duckett Fields. There is no run, and this has been a very good start for South Africa. 52 for no wicket. We're into the 8th over. Of course, we are now allowed another man outside the circle, but. Even so, it's been comfortable. There haven't been any real prospects of England getting a wicket, have there? It hasn't looked like getting a wicket. And Archer is in again onto the leg stump and beautifully clipped away by Bavuma. There were a real flourish in that shot, and Willie has to give it up in the end. It's 4 runs to mid wickets. Now, of course, there are. So, if you're listening, if you've got the television on, you can have Afrikaans commentary. I don't think we've got any Afrikaans speakers. We probably have, actually, but they won't be commentating in Afrikaans because that would confuse most of you. But it certainly confused me. I could try a bit of Afrikaans. I could try. I'm sure there's an omelette or two involved. Anyway, I could also be trying in Zoza as well, but I'm not sure I'm very good at that either. On to the back foot goes Bavuma into the covers. There's probably no run.
More than just the 2 languages down there as well. I think in Kenya, in the wife's country, there's over 100 languages.
100 languages?
Well, each tribe has their own slight different language.
So each tribe, for each tribe to listen to Guerrilla cricket,
you'd need
how many commentators would we need?
A lot.
Yes, it's true.
Here's a question for you. Which country in the world has the most living languages?
Ooh, that is a good question, Messi. We'll come back to that. Archer then.
Nope.
Gone for 31. Is in again. Bowls to Bavuma. Bavuma's forward. Defends into the covers. Ben Duckett being kept busy in that cover point position. No run. 56 for no wicket. I don't know, Messi. Tell us the answer.
It's Papua New Guinea.
Is it?
Where there are, I think, somewhere like 850 languages.
850. Is there a bit of overlap in any of them? Surely there must be a bit. Must be a bit of overlap, mustn't there?
It's only got 7.5 million people living there, but it shows how separated so many of the tribes are.
Oh, now Archer almost turns Bavuma around there, and maybe he was getting into position to pull, and then decided it was a little bit too full or a little bit too quick. He ends up almost overbalancing as he plays that off the back foot, hit high up on the splice. But that is the end of the over. More tweets.
Jay says, I didn't particularly want the Queen to die, and I don't particularly want Attenborough to die, but I did want them to die on the same day just to see the BBC implode. And then he says, Mint and is on. I reckon there will be a really exciting sartorial statement coming up. And Pirate Badger says, modern and semi-modern formats like AAC, or ideally open source ones like FLAC, Vorbis and Opus, please, Bear. Oh, don't be too demanding. 6-hour over power play in an ODI, says Imagine. No, 10 overs. 10 overs it is.
Oh, power plays, 10 overs. Oh, sorry. God, I've been watching so much flipping T20 nonsense. Oh, we're going to get a change of pace now. Into the attack. Not Ollie Stone, but Moeen Ali. Right arm off breaks, apparently.
Interesting.
He's going to come round the wicket to De Kock. De Kock is forward to his first delivery, defends it towards extra cover. And there is no run.
Sounds like this.
Our beards shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Second ball is a low full toss, which is driven up to long off. And they take a single, 57 for no wicket. Yeah, so we've still got 10 balls to go in the power play. Moeen Ali's average in ODIs is, as a bowler, is not impressive. 49. 49. He's taken a fair few wickets though. So maybe you have to look beyond the figures a little bit with Moeen Ali in many respects. Ring of 4 on the offside, 3 on the onside. I'm not sure that 2 of those are actually saving the single. David Willey is back at mid-on, right on the edge of the circle. Mid-off is also right back on the edge of the circle, so it's a moot point as to whether they will save one there. Moeen in, bowls to the right-handed Bavuma. Bavuma drives and finds the gap between extra and that deep set mid-off, and that will run away to the boundary. He's looking in sumptuous form today. 4 more runs for Temba Bavuma.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just given enough width, there's no turn there for Moeen Ali, so he can just play through the line, and he does so particularly expertly on that occasion. Moeen in again, throws it up. Oh, he's going to give it away here, is he? Oh, I think he has given it away.
No.
I think he has. I think it's been caught by David Willey at mid-on, diving forward and to his left. He really shanked that. And again, this is the thing with Temba Bavuma. Just as you start to enjoy him, he does something a little bit silly and gets out. And Moeen Ali has struck for England as the first wicket of the morning or the afternoon or whatever time zone you're in. 61 for 1.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
Is that a full toss?
No, it wasn't a full toss, but it was a horrible flap. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but he mistimed it horribly. And Moeen Ali, despite being mocked for his average of 49, is the man who's got the breakthrough. It's Sam Curran, in fact, not David Willey. Well, he's a left armer, isn't he? They all look the same. He's a blonde left armer. What more can you say? So the first wicket goes down.
Indeed, I played the jingle.
You played the jingle. Messi.
I do a couple of tweets. The bot says the bear has dropped a load into Patreon boxes. Click here. Andy promises it's not all grey when he's coming on. Jay says I don't turn my radiators on at all, so that what my monthly GC costs is probably more than my heating. Do I get a free shark? And I don't know what to do with a second shark.
Yeah, what we do with a second
Have you used the first one?
Actually, if you've got 2 shower curtains, you could wrap yourself in that to stop yourself being cold.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they're plastic. Don't know how well that'll work, but you know.
Well, it's a bit like, if you sleep out, aren't you supposed to actually be able to absorb warmth or keep the warmth in? It's well known if you have the misfortune of sleeping outdoors, sticking newspaper under your clothes.
Yeah, true.
So, Rassie van der Dussen
There you go.
comes to the crease. He's got a fantastic career average in one-day internationals of 69.32, 300s, 1150s. He's got one of those hundreds against England back in the summer, and he has come to the crease.
Rassie van der Dussen can play all the shots. He'll bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
Now, I don't understand why Rassie van der Dussen was dropped from the South African Test side. Maybe one of our South Africans can give us a heads up on that. I think he's been one of the most impressive South African batsmen of the last 2 or 3 years, to be honest. Okay, his figures aren't that good.
In Australia.
Well, yes, indeed. I think he'd been dropped at that point, or was he injured? Slip comes in for Moeen Ali. It's bowling to Rassie van der Dusen, and Van der Dusen wants to take a single up to mid-off, but mid-on rather, won't be able to because he's hit it too hard. And score remains 61 for 1. Oh dear, I mean the bat turned in the hand horribly there when Bavuma played that shot.
Good catch.
Good catch by little Sammy Cullen. Oh, and that's just beautifully threaded through the offside by Rassie van der Dusen. Jofra Archer was after it but gave up pretty swiftly, and on his second ball he's off the mark with a boundary.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I've got some sort of lightweight scorecard up at the bottom.
Oh well, that's better than
I've
nothing.
just captured a random one off the internet.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
Well done.
We try to innovate or improvise, is the word I'm looking for, on guerrilla cricket.
Mog says it's important to note that I won what was probably the greatest episode of Who's That Weirdo.
Oh yes, of course.
Dave
Mog
says that needs a spoiler alert.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Jay
now we're going to
says-
play that now. You won't be able to get any more listens to that now, Mog. Now you've given it away. Episode 3.
Jay says, please hush about Archer's speed spellings.
Oh, okay.
And Jay and Mog both got Papua New Guinea right. Leah says, Willie letting it sail in at around 69 knots.
Yes, that's basically it, wasn't it?
Yeah, basically.
There wasn't much shift in the. There weren't enough shifts in the wind to make it move away either. So yeah, it was a bit disappointing from Willie, I have to say. He's not playing. Is he not playing in any of these? I think he's playing in the UAE one, isn't he? David Willey. Surely he's got a gig somewhere in the world. There's at least 4 franchise tournaments going on, so he must have picked up one of them. Archer then into De Kock. De Kock leaves the ball in the corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. He's gone on to 23 from 25, and he does seem to be taking this game quite seriously. He's buckling down and not just playing with the normal abandon that he shows, and not even going at a run of ball, but a couple of really pleasant drives in that 23. I'll have a change of personnel in the commentary box in 5 balls time. In comes Archer again, bowls onto the front foot, ball on the line of middle and leg, and up to mid on it goes, and
Fourthie,
there is
do you
no
want?
run.
Sorry, Bear, do you want to let Fourthie in?
Let Fourthie in. Let the Fourthie in. Let him come forth. And so I'm guessing he's one of the next commentary team that will be joining you very shortly. I shall be back, and then I've got to go and do Smaximum duties. So look out for your Smaximum later in the day.
I'm going to try and get. Oh bloody!
I don't know what he's going to do.
Brennan.
I'll just in bold, feeling for it a little bit there. De Kock off the inside portion of the bat, but straight towards mid wicket. There is no run. Now we're looking at the way that Moeen Ali seemingly foxed Bavuma. Well, he didn't fox him. It's just an absolutely when you see the two shots, the previous shot for 4 and then the next one, when you see them together, it's like being played by 2 completely different batsmen, one who can play cricket and one who can't. Archer in again, bowls to the Kock, pulls. He's unleashed some ferocity in that one, and that has carried over deep square leg for his first one of these.
Yes, it is going to be Andy doing ball by ball. Fourthie is going to do your socials, and Jason is going to sit where I am.
Okay, jolly good. That was really nicely picked up by De Kock. And it's good to see De Kock playing in this way, because you sometimes feel that he gives it away early on. He's got so many shots, he's such an attractive batsman, but sometimes he gets out before he gets going. Archer in again, Fuller driven beautifully. So the pull shot to the shorter ball, the Fuller ball gets the full face of the bat way back past Archer, who's now gone for 41, and he's 4.5 overs. That's 4 more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It could be that De Kock has just realised that this is a flaming good batting track, and he doesn't want to miss out, which is getting the thumbs up from Jason.
Yes, well, which means it could be an exciting run chase.
But Archer's figures not looking that impressive. He hasn't bowled badly. Just not much there for the bowlers.
Nope. He's gone for, well, fucking hell, he's nearly gone for 9 and over.
He's gone for 9, yeah, absolutely. 5 overs, 41 by the final ball of our spell. Oh, and has he edged that one through? Nobody nearly did. It's gone through to Butler. It's the end of the over. 10 overs, power play complete. Finally, got it right this time. South Africa are 75 for 1.
Well, you can help us like this.
We need your
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Give us your money, don't be a tightwad. No one likes a tightwad, do they, Jason?
No, apart from perhaps Lord Farquaad. In the,
Right, the umpire swings his arm around to indicate that is the end of the power play. South Africa are 75 for 1. They'll be very happy with that. Bavuma out for 36. Who'd have thought, said Gary in the green room. I don't think he was wrong. Fourthie, good morning.
Good evening.
Evening, yes. Where you are. Okay, Moen is in again. That one is back cut behind point. Is it going to reach the boundary? Not that time. They'll pick up 2. So a decent start for South Africa then.
Yep, as we were discussing in the green room, we think this is a flatty. Would you get to see what spin will have effect on, but for the pace bowlers, it doesn't seem to be anything doing, and the outfield is like lightning.
It is. Beat the fielder and it's gone. Moen's in again. Oh, that's an odd shot, and he's only just got it above Adil Rashid at short third man. He came down the track, Van der Dusen, and then completely changed plan and played a reverse sweep. He got a bit of a top edge, and it only just evaded because Moen maybe saw him coming and dropped it short. He was in about 4 minds playing that shot.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. He's pulled his length back once he's seen the change of body position, and he's done well to get enough bat on that to get over the short third man.
Only just, and half a chance is very valuable on this, or it does look like a very flat wicket. That one is well bowled, and De Kock just taps it down the wicket for no run.
Yeah, De Kock's looking typical De Kock though. He doesn't ever look like he's hitting the ball hard. He just times it so well.
Completely effortless, and he'll be looking for a big one today. Stating the obvious. Ali's in again, and that one is pushed into the gap on the offside. Sweeper will come in and pick it up. It'll be an easy single. Ben Duckett with the fielding.
Well, it's an interesting selection. I mean, I did say in the green room that we probably wanted to get into our 6th bowler early on to give ourselves options. That's England.
Moen's a bit fuller that time. De Kock taps into the offside. Quickish single, but no danger there. Willie with the fielding. Couple of players here. Brook, who seems to have been around for a while, but he's playing his first ODI, because ODIs haven't really been prioritised.
Not a thing for the last year almost.
18 months, no. And Duckett, who has played before, but it's his first ODI after a long spell out of the team. That's tipped to backward square leg, and again, the fielder Rashid just picks it up. Night time, end of the over, 81 for 1. So, Ian, what's on social media this morning?
Hello Andy, and hello to all our listeners. Jay Grover has been patrolling the airwaves, as it were, and says, "No, Andy, it will be a lumberjack shirt full of dull hue. No shame, I too wish to look like a Twin Peaks extra."
No, that was because I'd already said that I wouldn't be wearing grey, which I'm not. So,
no, but I am.
You're not
just to eat me up.
Disappointment to Jay. Old fart at play. If you had 2 shower curtains, you could kill and dispose of the body with no mess. Your friend Dexter. Jay Grover comes back with 2 shower curtains. I could feed twice as many people to the pigs. And PJ Mead says, "Morning, Gorillas. I'm joining you late. My bad. I suddenly realised I was listening to Mark Nicholas." No one wants that.
That is your bad, yes.
Yes. Are we back to the cricket, or shall I carry on?
No, I think you can carry on. Yep.
Okay, Jay again. Oh, Andy, I did you such a disservice with that vibrant burgundy.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a Christmas present, yeah.
If you were a female chaffinch, I'd call you a whore. So,
well, you probably call me a whore anyway, even though I'm not a female chaffinch, if you only knew. Right, change of bowling. It's the man who's taken the catch so far in this innings. It's this man. It's played out to cover for no run.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Man who's made himself...
We get different finches actually in Australia. We get red-browed finches, but we do get goldfinches.
And Aaron Finch, of course. Perhaps not for not
Yes,
much
and
longer.
Aaron Finch, very good.
That one, that's a winter of doing cricket puns on Twitter. That one is tapped down to third man, and it'll just be a single. Sam Curran made himself indispensable in England's T20 team. He's certainly turned me around with his performances leading up to and in the World Cup.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience for someone who's 24. He's been playing T20 particularly since he's about 17, and there's a lot of experience that belies his age.
It does, and of course he went for a Grillion Craw in the IPL auction. He was out of those three players, Curran, Stokes and Green all went for similar value. Curran was massively the best pick of those three.
How much of that money actually goes into the back pocket of the player, or
Most
is there
of
tax,
it. Most of it, I
agents?
think. There will be tax and agents fees, but most of it, I think. Curran is in. That one is played down into the offside for no run.
I've never really been sure about how those bidding things work out. Is that based on a full season of IPL?
Well, I think
prorated per game?
I think it's pro rata per being available. It's not your fault if you're injured or not picked.
Right.
But if you're off playing for England, you won't get paid the full amount. If you're off playing for your country for half the IPL.
Are there bonuses?
There may be, I'm not sure. It's very arcane. Curran is in again, pulled by Van der Dussen, but there is a man out to deep square, so that'll just be one.
Just sort of a short-armed pull, sort of a bit too close to his body.
Little bit of a shovel, but yes, Curran perfectly timed. Good performances in the World T20 just before the IPL auction, and that certainly paid off for him. But yes, the way he he matured into that death bowling role.
Well, he's been doing that for Surrey for 6 years now, at least.
Yeah, certainly stepped up. Here he is again. Oh, that seemed to tail in a little bit to the left-handed de Kock. Also died a bit and bounced before Joss Butler. There's no run. Just 2 off the over so far.
Yes, I was actually at the World Cup final, and he didn't quite save our bacon, but he was an absolute godsend that day.
How many games did you get to watch in that World Cup?
Just that one.
Oh, okay. Well, it turned up for the final. Can't be bad.
There was only about, as me and about 30 other English supporters, and 85,000 Pakistanis there on the day.
Dropped into the offside by de Kock. Goes to backward point. There's no run. Good over from Curran. It's 83 for 1 off 12.
I think Forthy was keeping his powder dry until he worked out there's actually going to be a game in play.
Oh, yes, I remember. There's a lot of thought that there wouldn't be at the time.
Well, right. There was thunder on the horizon throughout the first innings of that final. It was remarkable. Farong, well, fuck me, you're on the air. Belated New Year's greetings from my village in southern Thailand. And what's he showing us there? Is it a lime? About the same size and weight of a cricket ball. Pity no one here understands cricket. 4 weeks since I departed Bangladesh, but I will return there.
I was going to say, everybody understands cricket in Bangladesh. Farong can let us know where he is at the moment. Oh, Moen's very quickly back in. Sorry, Ian, that one is punched out to deep.
No
Point for a single. Have you got any more?
Jay Grover says, hooray, Andy, Jason and Forthy, which is lovely. And hooray to you, Jay. And I mentioned you on my podcast the other week, so there we are.
Everyone's got a podcast. There are definitely, I know you're in Australia, but there are definitely, or as I read the other day, more podcasters than doctors in London. Probably by a factor of about 5. Moen's in around the wicket to de Kock, who just plays it very simply up to long on for a single.
An agreed single. There was no effort in that. He thought, I'll just tap it away, have a 1.
Yep.
Think about the next one.
Think about the next one from the non-striker's end. Lovely day in Bloemfontein.
Apparently there are more yoga teachers than doctors in California, but that shouldn't surprise.
Sure about that, yeah. A little bit fuller well bowled from Moen, who's certainly keeping a lid on things at the moment. England have slowed South Africa down a bit. That is back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when we will see the introduction of the other spinner in the England side.
Yep, Adil Rashid. Moen's 35. Is Rashid 36 now?
I thought Adil was slightly younger, but I'll need to recheck that. He's 19 in 2007, so he's...
You'd maybe be thinking last World Cup for both of them. Assuming
that's definitely true.
Assuming a 4-year cycle, and these things can always change. Van der Dussen pokes that into the offside, into the gap, and that's an easy single. And England have stemmed the flow here a bit, as you might expect. End of the power play. There was a wicket towards the end of that power play as well.
I think Adil is something like 34 rather than 36.
If Adil is younger than Moeen, I would be surprised.
He looks older.
He does. That one's played down to the offside. Again, there's no runs. A good over from Moeen. 86 for 1 off 13.
Sorry, I'll rephrase that. He acts older.
Perhaps he does, yes. He perhaps looks a bit older in the field, hidden away at short third man.
Leah says, don't get me wrong, Forthy, I like you, but I was promised Gary. Oh no.
Gary be on later.
You don't have to wait long. He's going to be on in momentarily in the fourth stint, I think. Yep.
Sound of distant sobbing somewhere in Germany. Dave Sarah, early days with Bazball and the Mott's the Hooper regime, but when do we get Rayan Ahmed with a white ball? We might get the guys onto that in a moment.
Maybe when Rashid, start phasing him in when Rashid is being phased out.
I'm not sure that white ball cricket is Rayan Ahmed's forte, to be honest. I know he's only, most of his cricket up to this date for under-19s has been white ball, but I'm not sure I'll see him necessarily progress into the senior side that quickly.
He has been playing some franchise though, I think. Either the BBL or the... I think he's in the ILT20 actually. Anyway, that one's pushed into the leg side and there's no run, which isn't a great competition, but it's better than nothing. Several of these England players, of course, have been in the South African T20 competition. There was a match where I think Curran and Archer were bowling at Butler and Roy at the start of the innings.
Yes, that was one of the very first games in the SA20.
Roy still didn't get any runs.
Yeah, and Archer knocked over Butler, didn't he?
That was his first game back, I think. Bit quicker from Curran. Van der Dussen lets it go. There's no run.
Messi Jez informs us Adil is 34 years, 344 days. Moeen is 35 years, 223 days.
Always on the ball, Messi Jez.
Which
equates
to my thinking that he was 19 in 2007.
Yeah, I would have been a buyer on Rashid. I thought he was older than that. As you say, it's perhaps just the way he looks a little bit. Long shot of Van der Dussen. Curran finally comes in. He thrashes that into the offside, but it's straight to that close fielder, which is very much the norm these days, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think he's just tried to muscle that rather than trying to play it with some timing.
He did have a bit of a thrash at that one.
It was a bit close to him, so he might have thought he needed to muscle it to get it any power into the ball to get it past the close fielder.
Maybe a little bit of movement in. We haven't seen much swing so far, and if there's any swing about, David Willey will normally find it. But he didn't really today. Curran again, it's a very similar shot, but he gets that wide enough of short cover to pick up a single.
I wonder if Curran's starting to bowl the ball into the deck with cross cutters to
probably if
take
there's not
the pace off a bit.
If there's not much swing, and they are maybe trying to scuff the ball up a little bit. But England have done well since the power play. They've pegged this back. I don't think I've had a boundary since I've been on air. Start of the 11th over.
We should remind people, of course, that the GPL will be in play today. So if you want to guess on the aggregate score for the whole game, go to Patreon, whatever it is.
Guerrilla Cricket for the GPL. That one's a length ball. De Kock plays it to square leg a little bit eccentrically, but never any danger. I think you've not got long for that though, up to the 15th over.
Yep, something like that. That's why I was getting the shout in. So, yeah, so go to guerrillacricket.com/competitions, log in if you haven't logged in already, and make your guesstimates.
Yep. Although if you have to sign in and create a new account, you'll be up against the clock. Do it anyway. Curran is in to complete the over. De Kock has a flash at that one. Butler throws it up. He might be out. Yes, it is. Short ball. We had to really pick that up from the players' reactions. We didn't get a shot of the umpire. DRS timer is on. Short ball. De Kock had a flap at it. Wasn't a very convincing pull shot. Maybe climbed on him a little bit. He's been given out. The DRS timer is running, but it's running down. No, De Kock's walking off.
Yeah, it must have been a feather, and he must have got the feeling through the hand. Otherwise, he would probably have. Oh, you can see.
You can see it. You can see it. I think it's actually a bit slower from Curran. A little bit of tennis ball bounce, and De Kock's, I think, a bit early on the shot. It got higher than he was expecting. Curran was pretty sure. Butler just threw it up like he was shelling peas.
Yep. Anyway, it's one of these.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you're out.
And I was quite surprised by England's low-key celebration of that, because that's a pretty big wicket.
It is. This is the one thing that Sam Curran does do. He occasionally gets the ball to bounce on people from
tennis
a short
ball
stature.
Bounce. Yeah.
And people get surprised by it. I mean, that one when De Kock played the ball was well above head height. So
yes,
no, that's a good effort from a fairly short bowler.
And I think De Kock will feel, and you probably picked that up from his body language. I mean, you're never happy being out, but he would feel he missed out today, as Bavuma probably did as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of runs left out there, you'd have thought. A couple of important bits of intelligence from Messi Jez. One, that the GPL is open until 12:30 p.m. Now I take that's UK time, I assume.
So about another 25 minutes.
So 20 overs potentially.
And you'll have to go on Twitter for this one. He's posted an interesting article from Rediff.com explaining the arcane process of players being paid in the IPL. If you've got an interest in that. Shall I carry on, or should we want to introduce the new batsman?
Let's give the batsman a jingle, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's this guy.
Yep. Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun.
How appropriate.
He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! Woo!
Well, as that was a new over, he wasn't on strike. He'll be on strike for the next ball, just a single into the offside. He's again not played that many games, but very contrasting numbers to Van der Dussen. Mark Ramoni averaging in the high 20s.
Well, he came in with a big bang and then suddenly had a massive slump in form.
He must have done, yeah. Whereas Van der
Dussen came in a bit, albeit at quite late in his career, at 29, I think, and was mustered from ball one almost.
Yep, shades of Mike Hussey's Test career, and a little bit of turn there for Moeen. He's got a slip in as well for the new batsman. The batsman just steps back a little bit and plays it out to deep point for a single.
Because Markham certainly had a very promising under-19.
He was the golden boy.
He was the captain. He was the major player in that side.
That won the under-19 World Cup, I think, yeah.
Might have won. But they come along so quickly, it's hard to tell.
Popped into the offside, Willie with the fielding, and he hurried Markham up a little bit there. Or Van der Dussen, I should say. He was ambling that run. Just kept him honest there.
Did he get worked out? Some players get worked out early on in their career and then have to regroup.
Well, after they have this initial burst, that does sometimes happen, yes. 90 for 2.
Same with promoted football teams, don't they? So sometimes have a very good half a season. And that's it.
That one is punched up to long off. And there'll be a single. I'm sure we'll hear all about the Premier League relegation battle when Gary comes on air.
Yeah,
and if he doesn't, I'll remind him of it.
Well, all three of us will be on, and we'll just continue the conversation we were having previously in the green room.
Yes, which is actually quite interesting. Moeen's in again. Fuller and Van der Dussen probably should have managed a single there, but instead he played across it a bit, and he went straight to short mid-wicket. And Ali's full, and that's a little bit of an outside edge from Van der Dussen. It skews out to backward point. Rashid is round from short third man to get another single. 92 for 2.
Any nicely bowled arm ball there.
Yep. Any tweets, Ian?
Yes. Mog, interesting symmetry, referring to me going to the World Cup final. I went to one game also, the very first one of the World Cup.
Oh, nice. Yep.
Jay Grover, I was hoping Forthy would appreciate the lesser spotted lame ornithology joke, which I did. Jay Grover also asked, what the fuck did you say about me on your podcast? I just said thanks for listening.
Yeah, you've got to be careful.
Naked Hornbot, did you find a battery-operated device in my spare room? He's still angling to get into that spare room. And Mayank says, I'm sure you're a lovely podcaster, Forthy, but fuck me, why is everyone doing the podcast? Well,
You've got to do something, yeah.
Mine's not about cricket, that's one differentiator.
What is it about? Go on then.
It's about pop music, isn't it?
Oh, good. Oh, I
Yes.
might listen to that.
About alternative music, but please, I'm not here to self-promote. Jay Grover, be careful what you wish for, Leah, who also adds, Moeen is about a year older than Adil, which we've had confirmation of, and we're back to the cricket.
Curran, and that is played out to backward point for no run. Now, the guys might have talked about this before, but talking about promotion and relegation, this is a match that actually means something, which I'm all for.
Yes.
It's part of the World Cup qualification. South Africa are really struggling. They've won 5 games and lost 9, and they also forfeited a series, which I don't think is... It's a bit confusing. I've tried this on the ICC website. I've seen it on Cricinfo. I don't think they've put the unplayed matches in, as in they haven't given them to the other team, so it's not very clear what's going on.
Are they doing it on percentage of wins, or is it?
Well, that would be an. It's bad enough Australia and South Africa not playing series. If they did that, I'd be taking my pitchfork down to ICC headquarters. If there's no sanction at all for just saying no, we're not playing that one.
Yes, quite. There must be a sanction of some form.
They should at the least lose the games. But South Africa pulled out of a series. I'm not quite sure who against. It wasn't Bangladesh because they actually lost to them.
Sri Lanka? No.
Maybe, yeah, because it clashed with their T20 competition they wanted. Oh, Bear shouted Australia. Thank you. Curran is in again. And that is pushed out towards mid-off, but he hasn't beaten him there, and it was hard enough so he didn't get a run. And of course Australia said they wouldn't play Afghanistan, playing I hate to say it, playing the woke card. Because it
yes, they did. They said...
what a load of total bollocks. That's not the reason Australia didn't play that series.
Because your women's team, or you don't have a women's team.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Taliban had the same policy when Australia played Afghanistan in that must-win World T20 game, and seemed to bother them then. It's insulting to our intelligence. That one's played out to cover for no one. There's got to be some sanction. You can't say in football World Cup qualification, oh, we've already qualified, we're not going to Azerbaijan.
Messi Jez, who's on red hot informational form at the moment, says South Africa need to win 2 of these matches plus their remaining 2.
That's what I think, yes, to catch the West Indies, yes. Otherwise they'll be in the qualifying tournament with all the knobs, yeah.
Well, I read somewhere they have to win all of these matches, but I'd bow to Messi Jez in these things.
Well, I think they would be level with West Indies, and then you would expect them to have a better run rate, because they've got a better run rate already.
Maybe
is I think what it is, yeah.
Yes, well, the West Indies came up cropper against Australia quite often.
And Ireland. I think they lost to Ireland, didn't they?
In August? Yes, I think they did.
Yeah. I'm all for it. I'm all for having proper qualification, but teams have to respect it. If you can't play fixtures, don't enter the tournament.
Mind you, I think they shouldn't be particularly worried if they do have to go for the qualifying
no,
tournament.
They shouldn't be really, but, it's a bit of a come down.
But that said, after this ball...
That one's punched out to the sweeper for a single.
The qualifying tournaments, particularly for the T20 World Cup, has been a very competitive tournament indeed.
Yes.
And in fact, the last 50 over World Cup was very close as well. That was the one where Scotland were denied by the rain.
Wasn't that 2 World Cups ago?
No, I think that was the 2019 50 over World Cup.
Okay.
They had.
I do remember. I remember the one you mean.
Tournament in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I remember the one you mean where they lost on DLS, and if they had just not lost that wicket, they would have qualified.
Yeah, it was 5 runs. I think was the DLS difference.
Anyway, like I say, I'm glad there is some proper qualification for these things, but the ICC is just too weak to enforce anything.
Has there ever been a major cricket tournament in which a major cricket nation didn't compete? Well, A, for any reason, and B, because they didn't qualify?
Well, you could argue the West Indies didn't qualify for the later stages of the World T20.
Yeah.
I know that's not exactly what you mean, but that was a bit of a surprise.
Yes,
But
about the closest.
certainly in the past, it was an invitational thing. It was just the
Yeah.
test countries. So we have moved on quite a lot since then.
When it was the
mostly playing their test teams. We're on a drinks break, by the way, so we're not missing anything.
Right, okay. Mayank says Russie has no hair on the top of his head like a mini Irish monk. And Dave Wood says, I just realised that I, along with you all, am the joint highest run scorer for England in ODIs this year. Well, you can hang on to that factoid.
Another couple of hours.
Yes. Jay Grover, 40. Why do you have an alt-right haircut? You're scaring me. I think it's just the way it's come out of the shower, Jay. Nothing sinister. I haven't suddenly, swung in that direction. Warren, going to sign the £500 million cheque with his right or left hand, Gary? Okay. Actually, I'm not sure. Quite sure what that's alluding to.
Is that an Everton reference?
It's an Everton reference, I'm sure, yes. Because the club's up for sale. I'm not sure about the left-right hand thing, but that's probably me missing out on something. The Light Roller, hello, just got home from my favourite watering hole, and what have I missed? Well, South Africa doing pretty well, although England slightly coming back into it at the moment. Mayank, imagine South Africa go to the qualifiers and miss the World Cup in the end, and it's on their doorstep as well, not actually in their country, but just over the border. Russ Gilbert,
no, it's in India.
It's in India. That qualifying tournament I was referring to was the 2019 one, which was in Zimbabwe.
For some reason.
But the qualifying tournament for this one, I think, probably is fairly local to India.
That would make more sense than doing it in Zimbabwe for a World Cup in England.
Possibly Bangladesh or Sri Lanka.
I thought it was Zimbabwe, but of course, you two guys, you're way ahead of me on that sort of thing.
No, this is my supposition. It's not a fact.
Guerrilla cricket, the home of suppositions, not facts.
Russ Gilbert put a big yellow ring around something in the top right-hand corner of our website, which says Pakistan versus England replay. It was this that threw me.
The amount of shouting the Bear was doing this morning, I shouldn't think he would have got around to that. And I wouldn't have wanted to point it out to him either. That one, we're finally back underway. Markram punches it back to Moe, and he misfields it a little bit, so he's only got himself to blame for a single off his bowling there.
The Bear with a sore website.
Yeah, we were saying in the green room, better not poke him right now, asking for the Wi-Fi password. We've all come in with our laptops at once. There's barely any room in the green room. Moens in again, goes for the reverse and gets a little tickle on that Markram with this quick outfield. I think that's going to go. Oh, he was running in treacle there, the fielder, but he did get there, to be fair, Duckett, who's not the quickest, and he's kept them to 3.
Well, it's the little legs as well.
Yeah.
But that's a very good effort by Duckett, and it's also a very nice shot from Van der Dussen, who got a very fine bottom edge on his reverse sweep.
I think you're doing him a bit harsh there. I think he's managed to play that off the face of the bat and just help it on his way. It's actually Milan with the fielding, who doesn't have little legs, so he's got no excuse.
Yeah. But that was very nicely manufactured.
Where does Milan fit in? Number 3, I guess, behind Roy and Butler. Another supposition, not fact. Moens in again. Ooh, an inside edge from Markram, bit ugly. They should have taken a single all the same, but I think he was a bit thrown by the poor shot, and mid wicket got around to save the run.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there, and it's just caught the inside edge of the bat as he's tried to power it.
Yes, a little bit reminiscent of Bavuma's dismissal. He's taking a ball outside off stump and hitting it to leg, and that was what undid Bavuma a little bit. That one's a bit more solid, up to long on. It'd be an easy single. 99 for 2. Just under a run of ball now, which they'll be a little bit disappointed with after, what are they, 70 off 10?
75 off 10.
Yeah.
The change bowlers after the first power play have put an effective throttle on the game.
Hardly seen a boundary, as I say. I don't think I have seen a boundary.
Well,
since
I've not played a boundary.
No.
Jingle, and it's all set up on the cart, ready to go.
Ready
the
to go.
First thing I did when I got in.
Well, probably this ball then, as Moen comes in. Nope, played up to mid-on. In fact, poor piece of fielding. Mid-wicket should have cut that off. Bounced off his hand, and they'll get a single to get them to 100.
Yeah,
and then the other fielder throws it 2 yards.
sometimes
It's a little bit ring rusty, England, don't they? There's been the odd sloppy bit of fielding.
You do wonder about some of the fielding, given the fact that most of these first-class venues are like billiard tables.
They should be, yeah, and we can see South Africa 42 balls for the first 50, 59 for the second.
I mean, it's not like out the back on our back pitch where it's bobbling around like a...
If it even gets that far.
No, if you go down to stop one, you get one in the teeth if you're not careful.
Yeah, that one's played out to cover. Good bit of fielding again. 6 off the over. Moen's done well, 1 for 29 off 5, and it's 100 for 2 off 17.
The light roller, Guerrilla Cricket. At said watering hole, I met an English lady who has lived in Australia for 8 years, claims she only started drinking beer in Australia. That is the perfect definition of a misspent youth, in my humble opinion. Jay Grover talking of pitchforks. I wish to impale anyone who uses the word woke as a pejorative. Truly, I am the avatar of the intolerant left.
I try to avoid it because it doesn't seem to mean anything now. Especially in the way that a lot of people use it. It's just anything they don't like.
Well,
it's taken over from politically correct as
or namby-pamby or whatever we want to call it.
Okay, Jay Grover, WSC, Jay Grover, the quadrangular, and the light roller, and we're back with the cricket.
Curran is in again, only 5 off his 3 overs. That's going to be a single, but he'll probably feel he got away with it, because I think it might have been a wide if he just stepped inside it.
Yeah. He does bowl stealth dot balls quite often. You know, you don't really notice it.
T20 skill, yeah.
I mean, what was his figures in the World Cup final? 5 for 16?
He certainly took a 5 for, because I bet on him to be England's top wicket taker, so that was nice.
I think it was 4 for in the final. It could have been 5 for.
He got a 5 for in at least one of the
5 for in an early game, yes. Yeah. He's round the wicket this time. It's full. It's almost a Yorker. It's punched up to mid-off. There'll be no run. One of the last winning bets I had, because RIP, my last betting account. Even though I lost £1,000 with them last year, something
has irked them.
Something touched up the algorithm, and now I can only win £5. So if it's a 4-1, it's a 5-1 bet, I can bet one English pound on it. Shouldn't be allowed. Curran is in. Oh, that's a bit of an ugly hoik from Markram, who is on 5 off 11 and probably felt he needed to do something. Gets a bottom edge down to long leg.
You can sort of sense the frustration slightly in the South African batsman.
Yep,
similar to you when you're betting again.
A little bit. Well, thank goodness for the exchanges. At least I've still got those.
Yes,
people
but then you get much more.
People often say, if you went back, would you do it all again? Surely, if you went back, you'd just place a bet on everything that you knew the result.
Well, I mean, you say that. Just buy some Bitcoin in 2012.
Buy anything that you knew was going to. Yes, I mean, surely we'd all do everything very differently if we knew the future.
Curran is in. That one is left alone, just outside off stump. There's a Stephen King novel where this guy goes back to the 1960. It's 12/11/62 or something like that. And this is what he does. He kind of goes back in time, but he very rashly, instead of like buying stocks or anything, he tries to put bets on with dodgy, backstreet bookies, and gets beaten up finally because his bets were just too unlikely.
Yeah. Back to the Future Part 2, Biff Tannen.
Which was an early portrayal of Donald Trump. That one is a good shot by Van der Dussen. Oh no, I thought you'd get in there with the boundary jingle, but no. Fielder's round from deep backward square, and they'll just pick up 2. Yeah, that portrayal of Biff Tannen is modelled on like pre-politics Donald Trump. He becomes a casino mogul. Yeah.
It's a poor plot line, in my opinion. He doesn't have to resort to anything apart from reasonably conventional bets on reasonably conventional matches he can remember. But
you mean Biff Tannen or the Stephen King book?
I mean the Stephen King novel. Donald Trump's an idiot. The other thing is, if you went back in time, how would you know the whole
is that out? Is that out? It's pulled. I think it's just short. Sorry, and it's just short of mid wicket.
Yeah.
No one's gone up.
No one's particularly happy about that, but. That is smiling.
That is the end of the over, and so I'm sorry. You can finish your point there as you're in full flow.
I think the point I was making was, if you were capable of going back in time, how could you be sure if that part of the universe had changed? How could you be sure?
You hadn't set it off on a new timeline. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So there was that. Righto. The light roller. I also met a lady from Belgium who knew a serious amount about beer. Did you know lambic and goza are the same? Both
I didn't even know what they were.
Yeah, that's news to me. Then again, I'm not particularly a beer drinker.
I'm trying to think of the time travel movie that actually physicists say does it properly. I think it's Primer. It's these two guys, and they've got this box.
No, Primer. Yes.
Yeah, and they're not allowed to talk to anyone, but of course it goes wrong. It's a good film.
It's a very interesting film, quite hard to follow. But
yes, but apparently it does kind of do it as close to physicists think is appropriate.
I think they went to some efforts with Interstellar to try and get it right with, high level.
With some things, but yeah, I don't think you appear in your own bookcase.
I wouldn't have thought.
No,
it seemed a bit of.
But some of the stuff with the gravity and the time dilation in the black hole, I think they tried to get as accurate as possible. Anyway, Rashid is into bowl, and he's going to have a jingle.
Adel Rashid on the 45. 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 Adel can turn it both ways.
That's Fuller, just a fraction of turn. It's played out to cover, and there's no run.
Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it on the 45.
Of course, the problem with talking about that kind of thing towards the end of our shift is by the time the tweets get in, it'll be the bear trying to handle your time travel physics tweets. Reverse sweep from Van der Dussen, goes straight to backward point, and he was a runner ball, but now he's 23 off 29, and England are really putting the screws down here, Jason.
They are. I think pace off and slow bowling is the order of the day.
Well, South Africa have Shamsi in the team, definitely. I don't think they've got another spinner. Rashid is in. Might have been the googly, the way it came out, and it was a very indeterminate shot by Van der Dussen. Tried to slog it, went straight down into the ground, also for no run.
But Parnell can do the current roll of bowling into the deck.
Yes, yeah, we can see Parnell chatting to Rabada. Or no, that's the debutant, I think, isn't it? I don't think that is Rabada.
Magala? Oh, he's in the squad, I know.
More supposition rather than fact from us.
It is.
Well bowled by Rashid. Good length outside half of the bat for Van der Dussen. Bit of misfielding at cover. The one that I could hopefully have picked up, but there's no run attached. $105 for 2 towards the end of the 19th. We will have a change. Do we know who is going to be up next? Oh, there we are.
Do.
Fourth is going to stay on, Messers and Hendo.
Oh.
Full again, back to the bowler, and that one just escapes Adil Rashid. He's a bit annoyed with himself. They will get through for a single, but only 2 runs off the over, and it's 106 for 2.
Dave Sarah, did everyone hear the ABC report on Afghanistan's women's team in exile in Australia/Canada? Desperately sad, and maybe Cricket Australia should have cited in their press release.
Yeah, well, that was complete bullshit, that's why. Sorry, go on.
No worries. Mayank, the World Cup qualifier, is in Zimbabwe again this time.
Why? Apart from to give Zimbabwe an unfair advantage.
Well, yes, indeed.
Hopefully, I hope at least they have footage of it this time. We're watching the last one through people's phones.
I think that was more the network rather than... certainly we were streaming through the internet rather than through broadcast media.
Yeah.
Leah says, well, home of the supposition is better than home of the suppository. Jay Grover adds, and you didn't mention what you thought of Max, did you? I think they're wank, but there's a time and a place.
What I thought of who?
Max.
Max who?
MACS.
Never heard of it.
Well, machines. Presumably Apple Max is what it is.
Oh, sorry, yes, Max. Yes, of course I hate them. Everyone knows that. Talking about, I saw a great headline in the Sun in the supermarket this morning. It just tickled me. Curran is going to come in again first. Coming into Markram. It's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Oh, and Butler has a little shy at the stumps while Markram was idling. Almost starting a fight, but apparently that kind of run out is okay. No, it said in the Sun, we're doomed. Ungrateful robots to kill us all, and I just loved the word ungrateful being in there. bloody ingrates.
As if
metal
robots have
ingrates.
emotions.
Yes, you metal ingrates. We created you. Now look what you're doing.
Anthropomorphism gone mad. It would be androidomorphism.
Something like that. Curran is in again. Oh, he's done that same ball as he bowled to De Kock. It just bounced quite a bit, and Markram, discretion was the better part of valour that time. They're not necessarily quicker, because the one that got De Kock was 78 miles an hour.
No, they just bounce a lot
They
more.
just bounce a lot, yeah.
If the robots are ungrateful, we gave them the capacity to be
ungrateful. Yes, exactly. Well, I wouldn't read too much into a Sun headline, but I just thought the way they phrased it was quite funny. Yes.
It's all a bit meta for the Sun.
It is a bit, yeah. Curran is in again, and that's on off stump. Punched up to mid off, quickish single, shy at the stumps. Good backing up, good cricket, but they get through for the single.
And Ollie Stone misses.
Oh, Ollie Stone, haven't seen him yet. I would have thought we'd see him bowling in the first 20 overs.
I imagine he's going to replace Curran fairly shortly.
You'd think so. Well, he's
to give Curran another spell towards a death.
Well, either batsman fairly comfortably in then. Either he bowls 10 overs 20 to 40, or he's got to do some death bowling.
Yeah.
But England will be fairly happy. 75 off the first 10, only 34 since, and we're in the 20th over. That one is tickled down to long leg. It'll be another single.
And you have precisely 2 balls, I think, to do any GPL predictions.
Something like that, because it is 12:29 London time.
Yeah.
Almost see a little bit of heat haze on the TV in South Africa. Not so much in Sydenham.
Be
bit of smoke out of someone's boiler next door. That's about it.
Steam rather than smoke, I think.
Yep. Well, hopefully, yeah. Yeah.
Although, to be fair, it's a lot warmer now than it has been for the last 3 days.
I'm in a 3-bed house that I'm rattling around it. I can only heat one room at a time, and that's a pull shot. Would we finally get a boundary for you, Jason? Yes. With only 2 balls left in the spell.
Thank God for that.
Strong pull shot from Markram.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And that's really been the story. Sorry, been the story of this 10 overs. That's the first boundary in ball 9.5.
I was going to say it was rather too hot in Melbourne today. We had to walk in the shade this afternoon.
For a happy medium.
Oh, the hardship.
First world problems, yeah.
Oh, I heard thundering hooves, and people are appearing.
Hendo with some spray or something there. Yes, he has got some spray to spray us down after that 20 overs. End of the over, Curran 5 overs, 1 from 17. More excellent stuff from him. It's 114 for 2 off 20 as we get into the engine room of this innings.
Indeed, yes. And we welcome Hendo back on tweet. So Hendo, I think Brian Barish from 5 minutes ago will be your first one when the moment comes. I think we've got Hendo taking over in the summarised. Yeah, how are you, Messi? You good?
I'm very well, thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Yes,
I'm a little concerned though when I listened to the Bishop and the Bear last night. Hendo was referred to as Hendo's superior, so I'm assuming that makes me Hendo inferior. And he hasn't got his cans on, so he can't hear any of this.
You can't hear a thing.
Brian Barry says, "Get the fuck out with that lambic slander." And I tweeted, "Donald Trump is a time traveller. Who knew apart from Andy?" To which Tony Cook says, "If you can bend the truth that often, I imagine time travellers are dodgy."
Well, we're back to the cricket. Hendo's got no, he hasn't quite got the cans on. It's Rashid in for the beginning of the 21st over, and that's his conventional leg spinner, which is left well alone by Van der Dussen. The score at the moment is 114 for 2. England have really pulled this one back. The current run rate is 5.65, and it was more like 7 at one point, and maybe even more. Rashid in again. And that one floated up a little further. A kind of awkward attempt at a sweep by Van der Dussen, which doesn't come off at all, and it ends up rather clumsily in the hands of mid-wicket. 2 dot balls to start the 21st. Hello, Hendo.
Hello, Forthy. Great to be on with you again.
Lovely to be on with you. Rashid in for the third ball of the over, and that one's again no run. Good dot ball. This one out into the covers. Good bit of fielding there from Jason Roy.
They put the brakes on, haven't they, the spinners?
Very much so. It's really, I mean, there's only about fewer than 40 runs came out of that second 10 over. Oh, just having a look at Jason Roy, seems to have hurt his wrist. Let's hope it's nothing too fatal. And that one's played down to long on. Just one run. Van Dussen gets off strike. Back to Markram.
When you say not too fatal, as opposed to slightly fatal.
Slightly fatal. It does look like it's giving him some trouble.
Well, he needs runs, doesn't he, Jason Roy? It's going to be important innings for him later on today.
Yes, doesn't he just? He's at, you would think, the last chance saloon. He's got an awful lot of credit in the bank after sort of 6 wonderful years leading up to the last World Cup, but not that much since. Rashid in again for the 5th ball of the over. And that's very full, almost a half volley on middle stump, but it can only be negotiated down to the man at long off, who is Archer, for 1 run.
Messi.
So, not surprisingly, there is now some time travel discussion. Dave Wood says, missing the whole point of the Stephen King novel, which was based around the Kennedy assassination. Yeah, I started watching the series and it got stupid and boring, to be honest.
Messi, just one more ball of this over to go, and that one's played out. That's okay. And that was played out into the covers. Dot ball, end of the 21st, South Africa, 116 for 2. Back to you, Messi.
Jake Grover said the movie referred to is called Primer. I rewatched it with a diagram. Leah says that point about diverging timelines is especially valid in connection to Back to the Future 2, as they make a point of the timelines diverging in that one. Brown Barish is with us, says, G'day and Gamora cricket nerds. I don't know how things are in Marmite land, but it's way too early to be talking about narcissistic douchecanos. Anyway, hooray, guerrilla cricket is back. Yes, it's good to be back, I can tell you. I've missed being on air with you guys, I really have. Especially
I feel like
tweets.
Yeah, I think the last 3 weeks have just been sort of treading water, waiting for
bloody T20 everywhere.
Yeah, but just expecting, waiting for proper cricket. And I actually include ODIs in that now, proper cricket.
Yes,
to my mind.
Yeah, agreed.
And we get back to the cricket, and it's Ollie Stone time. He's in for his first ball, and he's got the wicket. Very first ball. Ollie Stone has picked up a wicket straight to the mat, the covers, smiles all round, and Markram is out for 13. South Africa 116 for 3.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yeah, just an uppish drive, wasn't it?
Introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an uppish drive, just didn't time it very well. Little bit on the up. And a low catch, good low catch, but the kind of catch that you would expect to be taken. I think it's Dawid Malan who's done the business there. And that's a disappointment, really, because Aidan Markram is a very attractive player, and he can score runs. He's looked pretty good in the SA20 of what I've seen of him of late. And a bit like Bavuma, players getting in and getting out. De Kock as well. They've all got in, and they've all got out.
And low catches.
So the
longest palindrome in cricketing professional history leaves the ground. Markram. It's hard to see how that's going to be beaten. The 7 letters palindrome is setting a very high bar, but that's the last we'll see.
I've never thought of that before. I'm glad you've brought that up. Because now I won't be able to unsee that. Every time he bats, I'll be saying, "It's the palindrome."
Well, unless we get someone with the surname of something like Redivider, then I think Markram is safe for a while.
That's the longest one you've thought of so far?
I'm sure there might be a longer one, but Redivider, I think, is the classic 9-letter. Of course, it has to be an odd number of letters, and can't think there'll be too many Redividers, but it only takes one.
Yeah, only need one. New batsman at the crease is this man. That's a bit wild, isn't it?
Well,
that's Mog for you. Yeah.
That doesn't have to be odd if there's a double letter in the middle.
Oh, that's a very good point. Messi, may I just say, you're on splendid factorial form so far.
This is what happens after
I've been saving it up for weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, you caught me out there. Very good point. Ollie Stone in for his second ball. And full, but defended by Klaassen. Down to mid-on, dot ball. How are you? How have things been going, Hendo? Have you been getting some football, I see?
I've seen a bit of football, although there have been a couple of games that have been frozen off over the last week. Hoping to go tomorrow. £5 a ticket tomorrow at AFC Wimbledon. I think it's a sellout against the might of Stockport County.
Stockport County. Carlton Palmer was their manager for a while. In comes Stone again, and that's a dot ball. Played out into the covers. 1 second, I'm going to let my spaniel in.
Oh yeah, well you must let the spaniel in. And that's not a euphemism, is it? Hopefully not. Anyway, 116 for 3. Klaassen yet to score. Van der Dussen 27 off 39. 40 is back. The spaniel is in.
Spaniel's in.
The spaniel is in.
Yeah. Well, Toby, yes, he's this time of night he takes up residence behind me. He just likes to be around people. He's had a very hot day. And that one is short and straight to the man in the covers by Klaassen. He'll feel he missed out there, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, maybe just not coming on as he expected it to. Is it just getting to hold up now that the ball has got older?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. The timing seems a bit off the last couple of
days. and it was so good at the beginning. I mean, you really all you needed to do was put the full face of the bat there, and you were getting 4 runs.
Klaassen. Got it. Yes. Okay. So again, this one is better timed from his point of view, but straight to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Didn't quite see who it was. Might be Duckett sweeping out there for 1 run. Score moves on to 117. Klaassen off the mark.
Now, talking of dogs, I mean, I've just sort of adopted a cat because my mum died and he had nowhere else to go, and he spends a lot of time sitting on my keyboard when I'm trying to work, and he knocks the internet off most of the time. But he's lovely.
Well, at least you got an excuse now, Hendo.
Yeah, true.
It used to be you just falling asleep on the keyboard.
True.
And as if to confirm that timing is all over the place, that was a little short, and you'd have thought there to be hit and completely missed by Klaassen. But to do justice to Stone, it might have been perhaps slightly slower ball. At the end of the over, 117 for 3 South Africa. Messi, what's happening out there?
Jay Grover says he still doesn't get it. I presume this time travel thing. I fear I'd be Homer squashing a butterfly and then wiping the world out with the Yorkshire disease. And Brown Barry says he needs to go back and finish reading that Stephen King novel. I might just go and watch the show though, because who the hell has time to read in this economy? And Dave Wood said I found time for both somehow.
I find a lot more time to read than I do for listening to podcasts. That doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to our podcast, because they're brilliant, obviously. But
or mine,
or yours, Forty, indeed. Sombrero Fallout, is it not?
Podcast wars.
It's Rashid time again, and that one is his classic leg break, and it's played out to the man at long off, who's Archer, and they come through for 1 run. So Klaassen moves along to 2, Van Dussen's on 27.
What do we think of Archer? Did you any thoughts, Messi, on what you saw of Archer this morning? What you expected?
I thought he was okay. I didn't think he was anything special at the time, but I think he's being sensible. He's not going flat out at first in a series that doesn't matter that much, and I think he's just playing himself into some form.
Yeah.
That one's floated outside the off stump, and a little bit of an ugly smear from Van den Dussen gets him a single out to the boundary on the onside. He moves on to 28. Yeah, he didn't look quite at the races.
No, but I think the ball was coming on quite nicely for those opening batsmen. You know, that it was the power play as well.
He was up over
a pitch helps him.
Good to see. And there's a dot ball played straight back to Rashid, who does his own fielding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he did anything wrong.
I think it makes an awful lot of sense for him to keep as much as he can in the tank for when it really matters.
Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, you do want to try him out with slight, a little bit extra each time, don't you?
Yeah. Well, the IPL will be interesting for him, won't it?
Rashid in again, and that one's a little straighter, but again the Same result as a couple of balls ago, straight down to the man at long off is Archer. They come through for a single, and this throttle hold, if that's the correct word, that England have imposed is continuing.
Yeah, just difficult to get them away at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, we've only been one boundary since I've been commentating from the start of the 11th over. And there's another dot ball. A lot of applause from behind the stumps from Butler and Nance Slip.
And it's a relatively high-scoring ground, this. I think I saw earlier that England got nearly 400 on this in 2016.
They got 399, I think.
399, wasn't it? Yeah.
In that match, didn't he? And that one's dropped a little shorter by Rashid. And this one's smashed into the leg side. And I think there's that one gone all the way.
I think it has.
Yes.
But look how long Van der Dussen had to wait for this one. It stood up to be hit, but he had to wait for that a long time. And certainly, so when the spinners are bowling, certainly the wrist spin of Adil Rashid, it's just not coming on. They're having to wait quite a while to get their timing right.
I think that's at the end of the over there, the end of the 23rd. And
so speaking of podcasts, the Light Roller says, apologies for the cross-promotion, but the latest Tailenders podcast with Mark Wood was priceless. Maybe it's because I'm a Geordie. I absolutely love Mark Wood, crying with laughter, which was a little embarrassing on my morning walk.
Well, who doesn't like Mark Wood? I mean, he supports one of the greatest football teams ever to exist.
There you go.
And
that's all it takes for him to fall in love with someone.
Absolutely. And he just comes across as such a nice bloke, doesn't he? Such a nice bloke.
I hadn't realised Mark Wood was a Coventry supporter.
Sadly not. Sadly not. In your dreams. In your dreams, could you have such a great pace bowler supporting your team?
In comes Stone again, a little wider on the crease, and this one's arrowed in, but out to Duckett out in the deep. They'll just come through for a single there, and he moves on to 4 off 8 balls.
Yeah, what did you make, Forthy? Coventry beaten at home by Wrexham. That was a bit of a shock for you, wasn't it?
Well, I've watched the whole Wrexham documentary thing. It's fun. If you're going to lose to anyone, fine. Let's lose to Wrexham. Concentrate on promotion, which we won't.
Oh, yes. Concentrate on not getting promotion.
Yes, exactly. In fact, we've lost every game since then. Really taken the wind out of our season. Van Dussen plays that out into the man who's just about 10 yards in on the offside, and they come through for a single. He moves on to 33.
The Light Roller reckons you're soft. Says, for fuck's sake, Forty, finding shade. It only got to 23C today. 35 tomorrow. That's more like it. Oh, and Happy New Year, all. Come on, Ollie Stone.
It was definitely not 23 today. It felt more like 33. I don't know where you were. Stone, they're in. Dropped a bit shorter. Smash, but straight to the man Duckett, who's patrolling the boundary on the offside. They just come through for a single, and the boundaries have completely dried up. South Africa 127 for 3.
Yeah, what do we think? I mean, it's by no means a full ground, is it, either? I mean, I suppose this is a day-nighter, and so perhaps people will come in after work, and it will fill up.
Yeah, they'll come in around 5 p.m, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I'll break off.
Yes, Stone in again slightly wider of the boundary, but again, smash to Duckett. This is rinse and repeat once more. They come through for a single. I think every ball has been more or less identical in this over.
Yeah, and that South African T20 competition I watched a bit of. Most of those matches start about 3:30 British time, so that is probably what, about 5:30 5 in South Africa, and they've been pretty well attended from what I've seen.
They've done a great job with promotion of that, I reckon. That's what it's been all about, trying to get people engaged.
Yeah, and low ticket prices as well, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I was going to say this one's 3 times as much, isn't it? Stone this time manages to get it wide of the man at point, and I think this time, no, Duckett manages to get round and sweep, and they come through for a single. That's the end, I think, of that over. Or was that the 5th?
No, 1 ball to go, I think.
1 ball to go. Okay, they're 129 for 3.
Yeah, Van der Dussen, he tried to get it sort of to the left of that man a little bit, and he did succeed, but it still wasn't quite enough to enable him to get more than 1 there. So he's hit it quite hard.
Yeah, you're right. The timing seems to have gone awry over the last few overs.
Yeah.
current run rate 5.41, which is significantly down. It was 7.5 after 10 overs from memory. And it does right.
So we have inside information from Tim, who's coming on later. Says it's Bloemfontein. It won't fill up. It's rugby and nothing else up there.
Oh, really?
Okay.
So there you go.
So, I mean, what's the idea? What's the idea behind playing these games in Bloemfontein and Kimberley? I mean, we've got 2 of the games are in Bloemfontein. I'm guessing that when these games were originally planned, which was about 2-3 years ago, that they weren't being played at these particular venues, and I guess it's because of the wear and tear on those other venues. I'll break off.
Yes, last ball of the right. In fact, we missed out. I think I won 130 for 3 at the end of the 24th, and now we're back to Rashid, and that's a dot ball played out into the offside by Van der Dussen.
Yeah, 26.8 it got to in Melbourne today. 35 tomorrow.
26.8. It felt like 30 because it was so still. That one's played out down to long off. Archer 1 run off Adil Rashid. It was really warm though, really close.
Yeah, 7 of the last 8 balls have been singles, which tells you a little bit about. England will be quite happy with that.
Yes, this is real old school ODI stuff we're watching at the moment. These are the soporific middle overs, and again it's played out to Archer at long off, and again it's 1 more single. It's just the same thing.
Well, it truly is the boring middle overs, isn't it? It really is.
It's not a great advert for the continuation of ODI as a format, I'm afraid, this particular passage of play. Let's see now. Rashid in again. What will happen this time? This time, it's played out to Duckett, I believe, and it is, in fact, going to be a single.
Yeah, I think basically it's a game between the bowler, 2 batsmen, and Ben Duckett at the moment.
Well, it's nice to see Ben Duckett.
It's like when you're playing in the park and you have to do everything.
Yes, that's right. Yes. No one ever seems to work out where to stand in the park.
No.
It's pointless having a good wicket. No one's ever going to hit it.
I hated when it was just me and my friend playing in the park, and I was bowling, and then he smashes it to probably to the stream, and then you'd have to go and fetch it while he ran about 18.
Playing cricket when there's only 2 of you is one of the most.
We've all been there.
Yeah, it's hard work, isn't it?
It's like anyway, we've missed a single. You won't be surprised to hear, which went out to Archer, and the last ball of the over is played down. A tiny bit of variation to the man at long on, and they've come through for a single. So that's 5 off the over.
So that's 11 singles off 12 balls. What I was going to say was, well, basically, if we just assume that it's going to be a single, if it's anything different, we'll let you know, and we could just talk about something completely different.
Heads up.
Well, speaking of something completely different, Jay Grover has just about got us taped. He says, stuff guaranteed a response on Guerrilla Cricket. Cats, why Gary talks bobbins, and incredibly poncy science fiction.
Yeah, true. And talking of talking bobbins, Gary's your next ball-by-baller in a few overs' time. So
yes, well, he's much anticipated.
Absolutely. I imagine people have been sort of chomping at the bit waiting for Gary.
Now, you're a man of letters and words, Hendo. Is it chomping or champing at the bit? Let's just leave that there for a second. Ollie Stone in, digs that one a little shorter, rocks back onto the back foot Van der Dussen, and that's a dot ball.
I think it just depends on your mood, doesn't it? Really?
I'd be a chomper.
Yeah, chomper or it's a bit like Uncharted and Uncharted Waters, isn't it? You're never quite sure which one of those to use. Although now that I've said that, I'm sure Jay will come back and say it's this or that, because he is a stickler for such things.
Okay, in comes Stone again. Clarkson settles over his bat. Stone settling into quite a nice rhythm here. Drops that one short, and it's pulled out to the man at deep square, and they come through for a single. 137 for 3. Spaniel time.
Where's the Spaniel gone? The Spaniel's now asking to go out. He's a very demanding Spaniel.
Oh dear.
You went out.
Apparently the AP says champ at the bit is the original and better form, but Webster's adds that chomp at the bit is a variation. There you go.
Okay.
There we are. Okay. We're both right. Stone in again, and that one, quite a thick inside edge, a bit of a false shot from Van der Dussen there. Plays it out to the man at deep square, and the result is a single. So what's that?
That's 15 off 16, isn't it? 15 singles off the last 16 balls.
15 off
That's
16.
a very sensible way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. That still gets you 300, doesn't it? 6 and over gets you 300 in this form of the game.
Yes,
and I think the average score here is about 280.
I think Andrew Strauss once said that 2 threes is the same as a 6 when he was defending his approach to more conservative.
Yeah, but takes a lot more. Takes a lot more out of you, though, doesn't it? You actually got to run those as opposed. I mean, when you look at some of these scores, who was I looking at the other day? I can't remember who it was. And you look and they've got 84, and then you realise they've got 78 of them in boundaries, and you think, well, actually, you probably haven't even raised a sweat. You just smacked a few balls.
You missed the dot ball there.
I'm sorry.
So that's good to get the sort of pulses anti-racing. Oh, and this one's hoiked way into the Bloemfontein sky. Is there anybody underneath it? We'll find out in 1 second. No, it's fallen short of the sweeper on the leg side, who looks like Harry Brook out there. So they've just come through for a couple, and that was for class.
Did they actually get 2 there? I think they did. Wow.
I think they got 2, and I think that really has buggered the whole time continuum thing.
It has.
It has. Well, there was a dot ball before that, so it averages out to the single for the last 2 balls.
Completely and utterly plugged when it bounced, or when it came down to earth, didn't it?
Yes, and it's plugging in the pitch a bit as well. This must be a little tricky to bat on right now, I suspect. Yeah, it's like a golf wedge. Don't know anything about golf, but I imagine that's what happens. Okay, end of the over. So that's South Africa 140 for 3, Messi.
Another comment from Tim, who says South African batters need runs, hence let's take them to the flattest surface in the country. It's not Cricket South Africa's fault that they are unable to score anything significant. And Brian Barish says Markram is the longest palindrome in sports since Jerry Amana Plana Canal Panama paid goalie for the California's Golden Seals of the NHL in 1972-73.
I have no idea what you said there, Messi.
Yeah,
is that Brian winding us up, or
yep, it's a mythological player.
Okay, Rashid in again, and that's played out to the man at long off. It's Archer. It is in fact a single.
Way, it's a single. Reasons to celebrate.
There was a 5-letter palindrome guy for the West Indies, Nyan, I think, in the early 60s. So Markram took his crown off him. There's a dot ball, little variation there, played straight out to the man in the covers by Clarkson.
And Light Rollers also send an unreadable palindrome. Saipao Kivikaupayas. I don't believe it. Yeah.
That's guess what happened on that ball. Played straight out.
A single.
Through for a single.
I think. I mean, you. It's the pitch that's the problem here, isn't it? The ball's just not coming on now, is it? I mean, if it was coming on, there's some of those shots would go for 4. I think if you just get a little bit fine of the man at the in the sweeper position.
I think Archer must be rather regretting fielding at long off. It must be tiring his underdeveloped arms out.
They might as well put him in at slip, actually. I mean, they've kept the slip in for the spinner as well, haven't they? Which is curious at this, 26 overs in.
It is a bit curious. He doesn't seem to be bowling as many googlies today as he normally does, Rashid. I don't think as well. He's just, having said that might have been why. And it's actually been pulled and hoiked, and it's gone many a long mile. I think it's gone all the way for 6 of these.
I like that so much, I'm going to play it again.
Well, the man at long on was quite wide there, not in the conventional position. Otherwise, it would have probably gone straight down his throat. But to do Clarkson justice, let's imagine he spotted that. And there's a dot ball to follow. And that's the end of the 27th over. Clarkson's on 18, Van Wilson on 42, and South Africa 159.
David says maybe we can get Hendo's cat-type transcripts of the podcast. Jay says, serious point. I think Hendo having a cat is somehow right. Old Fart Plays is the only fast bowler Stockport have as a supporter is a quick hat. They are the Hatters after all. Ravi Naz with us says, is this innings going to consist entirely of boring middle overs?
Well, no, the first 10 overs was quite entertaining, wasn't it? I mean, they looked in no trouble at all, and some nice shots. It's really since the spinners have come on, to be fair.
Brown Barry says it's 1 degree C here in Philly. Any of you belly achers down under want to trade out? My weather's fine, thank you. Tuitu says, greetings from Pau. Reason for playing elsewhere. Women's T20 World Cup hosted in Cape Town, Pau and Port Elizabeth. That's correct. I should say that England are 89 for 7 after, I think it's 15 overs in the semi-final of the Under-19 Women's World Cup against Australia.
Yeah,
it's the right to play India in the final.
We just missed a ball there, I think, haven't we?
We're into the 28th over, and it was a dot ball first up from Ollie Stone, and we're into the second ball now, and that is a dot ball from Ollie Stone. So this is breaking the rubric.
One thing you should say about Ollie Stone, okay, the ball's not really. There's not a lot of pace in this pitch, it doesn't seem now that the ball is older. But he's still getting up there about 88. I mean, he's a man that England have identified, isn't he? He's had all sorts of injury problems as well. And he's making yet another comeback. But he's bowling pretty tidily today.
He is. Does his sort of frame look a little bit willowy to be... Maybe it's just my eyes. Anyway, that one's pulled by Van der Dussen down to the man at deep square for a single. He moves on to 44. He's ticking along, but 44 off 57. Not a great strike rate. And that's the South Africa 150 up.
He's very spindly, but he's got very long arms and legs, has Ollie Stone. So you feel like when he sort of really stretches, he's got quite a big wingspan. Almost as big as Shannon Gabriel's, but no one can have a wingspan quite like Shannon Gabriel's.
Yes, they are enormously long arms, but I would be concerned about... He doesn't seem to spend as much time in the gym as the modern man, the modern cricketer. And not that that's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, that's
the demand to know the cat's name, Hendo.
The cat's name is Oscar.
Oscar, that's a good name for a cat.
Good name. And he's we think he's about 13. He was a stray my mum took in. And,
wild then, was he?
He was quite wild when he first came, actually. But he
couldn't resist.
But he was a little bit wild. He would sort of hang on to you by his claws as you try to move him. But he's a lovely cat now.
Wild, he was furious. He wanted to stay out in the...
That's a sense of deja vu.
Oh, not the 9 o'clock news joke, isn't it?
He was completely livid. He was completely wild. Yes, another one of you. He was livid.
Wild, yes, so that one was played out on the offside for just a dot ball there. South Africa remain on 151 for 3. Stone got one ball of his 4th over to go. He's been economical. He's 1 for 14. Turns at the top of his mark. And in he comes now. I last saw him at the MCG, actually. Oh, that was rather odd. Van der Dussen seemed to get himself into two minds. It looked like he was going to pull it, decided to pull out, and then just sort of ended up tapping it out on the offside. Anyway, the result's the dot ball, and South Africa 151 for 3 at the end of 28th over.
The light roller says oriented or orientated. English is fucked.
Oh yeah, that's another good one, isn't it? That is a good one.
You could say it's fornicated. Jay says I'm only a stickler when people assert. That sounds like slang from a gay mafia. Jay says, have Tim and Mash ever got together for drinks over their shared depressed loathing regarding their teams? Jay sent me one not to be read. So I won't read it.
Rashid,
oh no, God,
again.
that's quick.
Yes, it doesn't take long, does it? And that one, he drops a little short, and that's been pulled by Klaassen. But Duckett does the fielding, and it's just... Oh, hang on. Was that my feed just let me down for a second there? Has that gone all the way? Or
no. It was fielded by Duckett.
Obligatory single, yes, as ever. Just calm yourself down out there in the Shires. Rashid in again. seemed to be a slightly lower trajectory to his run there, if my eyes didn't deceive me. But the result's the same. Straight out to the man at long off as Archer for a single. What would happen if they brought that man up at long off to mid off, perhaps? Would all those singles be taken? I suppose.
Well, they'd ease it through, wouldn't they? They'd angle the bat a little bit.
Yes, that's the correct answer. And that one was pitched on leg stump, but makes room. Van der Dussen plays it out to Archer as a single.
Although you were saying, you know, that he hasn't bowled many googlies today, Adil, but I just don't think there's not really, although it's sticking in the pitch a little bit, there's no real turn, is there? There's nothing much for him there. There's nothing there really for the bowlers in terms of movement throughout the game so far.
You're right. There are some days when he seems to bowl more googlies than leg spinners, but not today. And that one is sort of semi-scooped down to the man at long on and not long off this time, where it's fielded. That's probably Stone down there doing the fielding, and that is in fact a single. So 4 singles so far off the over.
Yeah, I mean,
so theoretically they're on track for about 350.
No, they're never going to get 350 from here, I don't think. Not unless
Double
David Miller
score at 32 overs.
David Miller goes crazy, I suppose.
Well,
you don't have to go crazy. You just have to be sensible.
Well, if the current run rate is 5.4, okay, they'll do well.
You're basically on that basis, Messi. You're suggesting that they're going to get almost 10 and over for the next 20 overs, aren't you?
Well, no. The figures show that if you double the score at 32 overs, you get pretty close there.
I think they used to. I think there's been a bit of revisionism on that old shibboleth, if that's the correct word. Don't write in if it isn't. Rashid in, or do if you want to. Rashid in for last ball to the over, and a little shimmy by Van der Dussen, who does a sweep past the man at square leg, and it is in fact going to go all the way. So a rare boundary. And
if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Okay, Messi, over to you, and then we'll have a change at the end of the next over.
Mayank comes up with some temperature rivalry. He said, I agree with Brian. I live here in South Philadelphia and it's freezing this morning. Conversely, the second it's below 5C in the UK, you lot start crying, and God forbid there's an inch of snow, the entire country shuts down.
Oh, it's bloody freezing at the beginning of this week, I can tell you. It was, it was extraordinary. It was this horrible freezing fog, and the frost lay across the streets as if it was snow. It was very, very strange. It was really
there you go,
weird.
Mayank. Point proved.
absolutely bloody cold. Jeez.
Stone in again, start of his 5th over, and this one is played out on the offside for a dot ball. First day I arrived in Australia, there was snow in the suburbs of Melbourne. It's never snowed on one day since then.
Blimey. I should say that
you've warmed the place up.
We're only 5 balls away from Gary, and there's some bloke who emails us almost every time Gary's on. He says, let's hear more of that Gary bloke. He talks sense. So I think this bloke must be probably, I don't know, one of Gary's relatives.
Gary.
It may be Gary himself, actually, yeah.
Is he tweeting from Broadmoor or something? And that one point over deep square leg by Clarkson. That's going to be 6 of these, I think. Yes, it is.
It is indeed. It's another of these. Gives me the chance to play this one again.
He just dug it in short. It didn't get up.
He's hit a couple of 6s now, Klassen, hasn't he? He's got some shots. Very much.
Yeah. That was just crept over the boundary edge, but 6 is 6. Then
absolutely.
Have to go
absolutely.
20 rows back.
There's no point in sending it 20 yards beyond, is there, really?
No, conserve your energy.
Yeah.
Stone, this time Fuller. Wide of the crease and Fuller. And dug out by Clarkson out to the man at mid-off. No right.
I can tell you that the big man, the main man, the man we're all talking about, they're all talking about, he's now moved into the seat. He's preparing himself for what will be...
The man, the myth.
Gary's hit for absolutely hours and he's only on twice. So make the most of him. We might have to send him in for
the green room must be full of words.
He's been quite quiet because he's been writing a review, actually. He's been writing a review about Picasso. Some painter or something.
Oh, it's first nighter, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one played out wide of the man at mid-off, which is Rashid. But they're able to come through for a single, and the score ticks over. Signs of life from South Africa here, and if Messi's computation is correct, they are on for a big score, but they have lost
he's so desperate, Gary. He wants to speak before he's due on.
Well, I was just going to say that I don't just look like Henry VIII, but I'm also adopting Henry VIII's tactic of blaming the bishop because he did the schedule. He did the rota.
He did. It was a very strange schedule. Tony.
Yeah, we're all on that train, Gary.
Strangely, Tony seemed to want to take over the rotas from me however long ago it was, and now I think he's really regretting it.
Sure, Tony would bite your hand off for that. That one's fuller from Stone, and there's a half volley. It's played out more or less straight to the Rashid. They scamper through for a single as they're shy at the stumps, but nothing doing, just a single.
And it's a 50 for this man.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
What type of half century was that, I wonder?
Not all of us.
It was a quiet one.
It was a quietish one. Right, that's it.
All playback.
I'll do a couple of tweets while we change over, if you like, and then Jason will know where to start. Brown Barris says the US were in the Under-19 Women's World Cup too. All you need to know is they got run out 6 times against Scotland. It's amazing how far behind we are in terms of development, which isn't so much as on the players as it is the coaches and the organisers. Although I did see today that Fair Play are going to have a tournament in the US in 2023, I think, Brown, which will be a good thing. And 40 Euro Gorilla, giant haystacks, looks willowy. Thank you, says Jay.
One for the kids there.
And Josie X says, wild, Betty was livid. So Leah is the next one from 7 minutes ago, Jason.
Thank you.
And here we are, 30 overs gone, the traditional point, albeit not the mathematically accurate point at which one doubles the score in order to get a target. So that would give South Africa, 330 odd. But then again, the other way of looking at this is that there's the excellent David Miller to come in at 6, and then we're down to Wayne Parnell at 7. So England are 2 wickets away from quite a lengthy tail. Or Parnell's not the worst batter in the world, but he certainly wouldn't be 7 in this England team. So, gentlemen, what do we think? What would England settle for here? What would South Africa settle for?
Well, you're saying double the score at this point. That would be about 335. I think England would be a little bit happier with that. I mean, it's 330 runs, all the same, but I think South Africa are a little bit behind where they ought to be.
Yeah, I think so. A little pushed single there from the first ball of Adil Rashid's 7th over.
I mean, you can look at Van der Dussen, 51 off 64. Shouldn't it be closer to a runner ball?
As indeed is Henrik Klaassen, who is 29 from 29 and is on strike in a moment. Jason, what's your view?
I think England have done a good job containing at the moment, but I think we're also telling them how to bowl on this wicket.
Yeah, there's a bit of that, although bowling under lights is always a different proposition to bowling in the beautiful sunlight of Bloemfontein. That ball is just pushed to Jason Roy, who's at extra cover on home territory to some extent for the man who grew up in South Africa.
Big game for him.
Yeah. Klaassen back on strike as Adil Rashid is in. There's no turn for him. And he's just pushed to the man sweeping in one of those agreed singles. It still contaminates the 50-over game.
Well, it's a big 3 games for Jason Roy, but if he kind of gets 2 50s in these games, without getting 100, don't you just got to just sort of go, it's like a stay of execution rather than a real statement that he should be in the team?
Yeah, it's kind of, he gets the benefit of the doubt because of his experience and what he's done in the past. This slashed by Van der Dussen to yet again the man sweeping on the cover boundary. A bit of a scrappy throw comes in, and a single is taken. I hate to use the word boring middle overs because so much of cricket, not just in this format but in all formats, is done away with the word boring, but this is boring middle overs stuff. England's got a slip though, so there may be some excitement now. It's the fifth ball of the
Oh,
over.
it's
Big
good
appeal
catch.
for LBW, and
Yeah.
it's given.
Yep.
He looked pretty close to all of us. All three of us were giving that out, and Paul Collingwood look-alike, Henrik Klaassen, is having a word with Van der Dussen, and he appears to be walking off. He just planted the front foot down the line of middle stump. There's no turn for Rashid either way. This is going on to hit middle about 3/4 of the way up, I suggest. They are looking at the screen though, so maybe there is a DRS. I'm not sure.
Well, he wouldn't be walking off. Anyway,
No.
I'm calling it.
That's out. That's going to hit.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Umpire Jelly didn't wobble when he had to make that decision.
Took him a minute and a half.
One of us had to do it. Yeah.
Right, shall I do some tweets whilst we're-
Please do.
Yep.
Leah says, good names for cats. Orangutan Klaus. Bast. Don't know what that one's linked to.
That's name of the
Star,
wind.
end of list.
Bast is name of the wind.
Right. Mike Taylor says, I feel obliged to announce that anyone who says obligated is an effing twat.
Were you obligated to announce that?
Quite possibly.
I was once taught in a law lecture the difference to be obliged to do something and to be obligated to do something, which now, 40 years on or so, I've forgotten.
No, finish the tweets first, Jason.
Light Roller says, there's a sign you should never stay away from the evil T20. Jay Grover says, is my South Philadelphia born and raised? Bet he knows hardship then. I don't know about Mayank's life experience and background. And Light Roller says, talking to Brian Barish, nope.
Yeah, I was doing some tidying up in the break since I've last been on here, and I found some old school reports and A-level papers. I had not a clue where to start with those maths A-level papers. It was just a bunch of letters. All the chemistry. I might have had a bash at the physics, but honestly, that I'd forgotten all of it.
I see what you mean now. Oh,
Yes,
yes. This is why I have children. I give them stuff like that and say, can you do it? And
the opposite
they do.
of how it is when they're small, yes. Right, you got a new batsman.
They never got much change out of me, I promise you.
No, well, that's what I would have said. I mean, I don't have children, but I said, well, I did my homework. You can do yours. I'm not doing yours as well.
That's exactly what I used to say to them.
Next is a real life wife. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ça fait five. He will bat left, go right, and score runs all day.
Here is Rashid, and this is just pushed by the left-handed Miller to the man at backward point, and there is no run. I can honestly say that the only thing I helped my kids with, I helped my elder boy with his UCAS personal statement, and I helped my younger boy with an essay he was doing for AS level geography on gentrification, mainly because I'd written something very similar for my MA.
Don't they get AIs to write their essays now?
Well, I think they do. As we see that the Hawkeye is suggesting that the previous LBW was as plumb as we suggested, the ball going on to hit middle and off. Pretty good delivery from Adil Rashid, but a poor shot selection, I would suggest, in the 31st over.
You shouldn't just miss that as a top order batsman, no.
No. But if you do miss it, you were definitely out. If it was an you miss, I hit. And probably in the 31st over, 3 down. I mean, you're a man for assessing risk, Andy. Would you suggest that's a risk worth taking? I think that's more of a 41st over shot than a 31st over shot.
I thought he was just trying to punch it up to long on and he just missed it. Do you think he was going for a boundary?
Well, he was going for the single for sure. He was going for runs. But yes, it was a nondescript ball, a very nondescript shot. And the wicket is Jofra is in. And this is pushed to the man who's on his heels at mid-on. Perhaps if he timed it better, he would have been saving one. But with a mistimed shot, he wasn't saving one. I don't know who that is. It's a rather
Stone, I think.
Yeah,
Ollie Stone at mid-on. Anyway, they're through for a single. South Africa 172 for 4. We'll try and squeeze some of your tweets in between Jofra's deliveries.
Well, I'll try to squeeze his jingle in first. His jingle, I'm
do.
very happy to play because I'd never thought I would in an England shirt again. I thought he was done.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
And he's in again. He's on off stump, and this is just nerdled by Miller to the man at backward point. Amazing how many deliveries end up at backward point, right or left-handed. Jason, if you want to get some in.
Marinaire obviously says, to orient oneself is to get one's bearings by positioning oneself with regard to the east, the orient. Orientate is redundant.
Tell that to all the orientation courses we've been on.
And Jago said, Gary judges Picasso, mint. What a battle of equals there.
Possibly. As this ball is defended, or rather not possibly, there is no run. It goes to short mid-wicket. I'll tell you what, there was some weeping women left in his wake, I promise you that.
Picasso? Yes, I imagine so. The light roller says, talking to Brian Bash, I got to a target, then a canal. And Jago says, in the absence of Jack Leach, I'm going to tentatively suggest a hooray Gary. Don't put him on tweets, mind.
Oh, yeah. It's the YouTube where I struggle. As Jofra is in again off this economical run, and then that beautiful smooth action gets plenty of lift, but Miller is equal to it and gets off the mark with can you have a paddle hook? Because that was a paddle hook, wasn't it?
It was really.
Down to long leg.
Yeah, interesting from England. All their 6 bowlers have bowled 4 or 5 overs already. There's no sign of anyone particularly being the 6th bowler. I think they might just share them all out 8 or 9 each.
Well, I recall reading, I don't know who it was, it might have been Trevor Bayliss, I'm not sure, who said in an ideal white ball 11 you have 8 batsmen and 7 bowlers.
Well, that is ideal. Either you've got a lot of riches in your country, or you've had an incredible auction if you can manage that.
As Jofra's in again, and this has just worked from slightly offside of middle stump to square leg, and they're through for a single. No aggression here from South Africa.
Not enough, I don't think. I mean, again, they might just be thinking, well, Parnell's next, he's not the best at number 7, but when you start thinking like that, you're just going to come up short.
Don't select Parnell at 7 is the answer to that.
Maybe.
Either select him and select him at 8 or 9, his natural position.
Well, as South Africa don't, unfortunately, have 8 batsmen and 7 bowlers in this
No,
team.
they don't have the all-rounder bonus that you were talking about in the green room.
More of a 6 and 5. They miss Janssen. I'm not quite sure he's not
Yeah,
playing.
they miss Janssen as Archer's in again. It's on leg stump, and it's just worked round the corner again to long leg, and on a ground of this dimensions there's only ever going to be a single there, and there is only a single. South Africa go to 175 for 4, and because we haven't had drinks for 20 minutes, there's some drinks.
Toulon says, hi there, John from the Black Forest back listening in. Welcome again. Snow here. Has cricket ever been played on snow? Yes, there are. I mean, Izzy Duncan of this parish has played games at St Moritz, I think.
Yeah, I think St Moritz or close there, somewhere like that.
Quick outfield.
Well, if you're avoiding the bounces.
Snow or ice. If it's ice, it'll be a quick outfield.
To be fair, it was a flicks cricket strip laid down on the ice.
They always play a New Year's Day match somewhere. It's a Boxing Day match.
We used to play a Christmas Eve match, T20, and that was cold and hard work.
I bet, yeah.
I think I'd go for the hours that dice.
It's not
really
a game for 0 degrees, is it? Cricket. Football, you warm yourself up by playing the game. Cricket, there's so much standing around.
And there's always the joy of the orange ball.
Any kind of ball in that temperature, harder than a tennis ball, you don't want it.
Yep. Dave Wood says, my cat was called Catman, talking to Linux Lair. Brian Bash says, they had ice cricket a few years ago in Switzerland, I think, which we were talking about. May have been a charity thing. Yeah, I think it was. I think they were for some form of cricketing charity for developing cricket, I think. And Jake over says, it didn't take long, and Gary's proved wrong within a single over. Whenever Gary annoys me, I remember he recommended me the Borrable trilogy, and all is forgiven.
Yes, it's always very kind, because you do raise that, Jay, and I much appreciate it. And we're still waiting for the box set adaptation of the Borrables. I'm sure it will be fantastic. On ice, do you remember in the halcyon days of World of Sport with Dickie Davis and the ITV7, they would have ice speedway on from kind of Finland or something.
Would they have spikes on their wheels?
Big spikes. And instead of sort of leaning the bikes over to go around the corner as they do on shale and conventional speedway, which I last saw at Wimbledon Stadium, that is no more, the bikes almost go sort of flat because the spikes are on the wall of the tyres. Extraordinary
Sounds
stuff.
vaguely familiar, yes. Yeah. Not something I'd want to take up particularly.
No? You certainly don't want to slide up and have another bike come into you with a still rotating
Spikes.
wheel.
God, it's like the Running Man.
What a fantastic film, The Running Man.
Don't start me off.
Oh, if you haven't seen The Running Man, watch it.
It's a fantastic parody.
And it also speaks a lot of truth.
I think it does, yeah, I think it does. And the guy who played Killian, he wasn't an actor, he was a game show host.
So he was actually a game show host.
Yeah, and he's so good.
He is brilliant. They're all brilliant, but he's especially brilliant in it.
I mean, he does play the sleazy game show host to a T because he is a game show host.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you don't want to dive too deep into the logic of it, which doesn't make a ton of sense. But you switch your brain off and you go in. Did you enjoy The Glass Onion?
I didn't see The Glass Onion because I didn't particularly enjoy Knives Out. I thought so much affectation in it.
Well, there is, but it's that's what I enjoyed. But again, you don't want to analyse it too deeply.
No.
Which some people did and said they hated it for that reason. But
the best film I've seen in the last few weeks is Benicio del Toro, or is it Guillermo del Toro's, one of the del Toros, Pinocchio, stop motion animation, which is excellent.
Guillermo's Cabinet of Curiosities is good on Netflix. The best film I saw last year was Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, you see, that's a very Marmite film. I just couldn't wait for it to finish.
I loved it. I really loved it, yeah.
The best film I saw was The Quiet Girl, which, despite a zero marketing budget and almost a zero distribution budget, is now up for the Oscar for Best Film Not in the English Language.
Well, apparently there's a thing now where you just don't get mid-budget films. It's either huge Marvel, Disney franchise productions or nothing. You don't get these 40... Matt Damon was talking about it. You don't get these 40, 50, 60 million films anymore. Not so much, because they won't... They might make a good ROI, but it's not a good number of profit.
As Moeen is in at a beautiful delivery, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed David Miller, and that both bounced and turned. It's the first one I've seen that misbehaved off the pitch.
Yeah, I'll give him a quick jingle after this ball.
Of course, Miller was back when he perhaps should have been forward. As Moeen again enjoys bowling to left-handers. This one goes straight on, but the previous delivery gave Miller cause for concern, and therefore he did not attack it. 2 dot balls has been Moeen's reward.
It shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over.
As this ball is just pushed to the man conceding 1 at mid-on, and they walk an agreed single. South Africa 176 for 4 halfway through the 33rd over. That 340 odd is looking a little more distant.
Looking a long way away. Well, Miller, this is reminding me a little bit of that spell Livingston had in the ODI team, where he was batting 6, but he was just coming in way too early.
Yeah.
And they were often in that spell, they were losing 4 wickets in 20, 25 overs. And you almost get the same from Miller. He wants to cut loose, but he knows there's 18 overs left, and the tail's not very strong.
Yeah, he kind of looks like as Moeen is in, and this Van der Dussen comes down the track, and pushes it. Some good footwork, pushes it to the man conceding 1 at mid-on to the right-hander.
That's what Miller's not doing.
Yeah,
getting down the track and working that single.
What Miller looks like, he wants to make 50 off 30 balls, but he knows that if he's out after 30 balls, South Africa is still in trouble.
Or if he's out after 10 balls, they're in even more trouble.
Yeah. This one is hit harder by Miller with that kind of Owen Morgan type shot where he almost hits across the ball with a lot of wrist work, but it goes out to Sammy Curran, who's at mid-off to the left-hander, and they walk a single. Well, this is .111. That's very much a win for England so far in this over.
In the 33rd over, yeah.
Moeen in again, and he gets the reverse out this time, does Van der Dussen, and they'll get 2 for his trouble as Adil Rashid does well to run back. They may well get 3. No, they only get 2. There was 3 there, surely.
There was. It was a good bit of fielding by Rashid. He actually did the flick back, which often doesn't work, but he did manage to get it straight to Milan, and they threw it in.
I suspect that
thought it was going for 4.
No, I suspect that had the flick back not gone direct to Milan, they would have run one, but they were kind of waiting to see if the flick, and unusually for the flick back, which has got to travel sort of 4 or 5 yards, that one did go straight to the man.
Yeah, so we were taught to do that as under-15s with predictably hilarious consequences.
I'll bet. I'll bet. God, they're missing 10 yards of 10 metres of outfield there. So we'll go to your tweets.
Yep. Maya comes back and says, I was born in Oslo, Norway, and moved to Delaware as a kid, just 20 miles south of Philadelphia, so no true cold winters. Leah says, the riders in Ice Speedway wear chainmail for a reason, Gary.
Yes, fair enough.
And Mike says, in 2021, lots of county games were stopped due to snow. And Brian Barish, after this.
Jofra is in. It's a little short outside off stump, but again, no aggression from the South Africans. It's just pushed into the covers and they scamper a single.
The only sport that isn't usually played in adverse weather that plays the best in adverse weather is gridiron football. See Eagles versus Lions in 2013 when they played in 8 inches of snow. It's normally Green Bay that's the one that gets most badly affected by the snow. But Minnesota also had games in very, very cold weather.
I think within the next 5 years you'll see an NFL team permanently in London and probably in Germany as well.
Yeah, I suspect so as well. Jofra's on a line and length there, and Van der Dussen is disinclined to manufacture a stroke and therefore just pushes it to extra no run.
And Dia takes us to task. She says, Richard Dawson was very much an actor. He played Corporal Newkirk in Hogan's Heroes, and he only later hosted Family Feud, so we've been told.
No, fair enough, but he's probably better known as a game show host at the time.
The American version of Family Fortunes, Family Feud, is a lot more fun than the UK version. As
they probably had someone better than Les Dennis doing it.
This ball is defended to extra cover.
Or Vernon Kay.
There is no run. Steve, someone does it.
It's an African American guy who does it, and you get a lot of African American families on it, and a lot of that's very fun.
It has a bit of the atmosphere of a kind of Sunday church in Georgia about it, which is great fun. I think in some instances perhaps some drink has been taken in the green room.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's Jofra, he's in again, and this is another lovely line and length ball. At this pace, with this attitude of the South Africans, they're just able to, or they're unwilling to take the chance. Again, this is the problem. When you play a relatively long tail, it's not just about getting through to the tail, it's about the attitude that you get from the middle order.
Yes.
When you bat as deep as England can do, sometimes with Chris Wokes at 9, it just means that you can stay on the attack for so much longer.
Well, it's my view that you should do it anyway.
I agree.
Trust your 7 and 8 to at least be able to go close to a run of ball.
That's the whole Bazball scenario, isn't it?
And again, that's what you get after a few dot balls there, because Van der Dussen just played a nothing stroke, didn't move his feet. The ball was slightly wider of off stump. A clever bit of bowling from Jofra, and he just waved a bat at it as it went through to Joss Butler behind the stumps.
Well, the B word is again something I feel is overused. I don't think it's relevant to white ball cricket at all.
No.
And it's getting in teams' heads.
There is a set of attitudes that need to apply, and South Africa have been struggling in the white ball game. They may not make the World Cup, as this ball is bottom edge through to backward point. 1 from the over. That's
from the
not
34th
good enough.
over, yeah.
And I think it does show the mindset that the South Africans have got. They're in a poor trot. They are likely to need to go to pre-qualifying for the World Cup. They've got to get on with it here.
It's loss aversion. It's trying not to get bowled out for 230 instead of trying to win the game.
Yeah.
It's not maximising your runs, it's minimising the possibility of loss.
And losing badly. And this get this thing. This is everything from the Test Match Championship to the Village Fourth team. It's all the way through cricket.
Messages says, a highly recommended low-budget sci-fi movie that I've seen recently is Vesper. Not Jesper, but Vesper.
I've read things about Vesper, yeah.
I'm sure Gay will then now go away and look it up and put a review on it.
A bit of aggression from the South Africans, and it almost paid off for England. It was just an ordinary kind of delivery from Moeen round the wicket to David Miller, and the left-hander stepped back, gave himself room, and lifted it, but without enormous conviction, to the long off area, where the England fielder, I think might have been Sammy Curran, dived to try and catch the ball. It wasn't Sammy Curran. Who is that? That's Malan. He dived to try and catch the ball one-handed. He would still have gone over the boundary sponge if that were the case, but it was a decent effort. Anyway, 6 is the result, and having taken the 6, he takes a single that's on offer to mid-on, and South Africa back motoring again.
Jay Gura says, I love... says he liked lime science and the glass onion. I found them both hard-bitten social realism. What?
No, I think he's
to be fair, I'm the love child of Agatha Christie and Elon Musk, so maybe those movies were made only for me.
Well, if you know, if you're a big fan of Elon, you would be a bit annoyed by that movie.
Well, there's clearly
a blatant portrayal of him.
There's a clear change in attitude here from the South Africans because Van der Dussen's just gone down on one knee and reverse swept Moeen. Didn't get the four because he didn't get a good connection. But the thing about manufacturing that stroke is that even if you don't play it perfectly, you're going to get two, and he did get two.
And you're going to start messing the field around. Going back to that drop catch, well, it's a bit harsh to say drop catch after this ball.
Moeen is in. Down the track comes Van der Dussen, and this time he can only get it to short mid-wicket, no run.
He didn't have 10 yards behind the boundary to do that ridiculous BBL catch, which is apparently legal, but if that's the law is an ass.
I agree. It was Chris Wokes, he must be on as a substitute, as this ball is cut to the man sweeping, and they take a single. So it was Chris Wokes who was trying to affect that catch.
Yeah, it did look like him, yeah. I wonder who's on for. Still subs come and go so much these days.
Yeah, it's hard.
Some crocked fast bowler, perhaps.
Joffre might have limped off just after bowling that over.
Joffre or Ollie.
Or Stone.
So 191 for 4 now, South Africa, as we approach the end of the 35th over. And that's edged. And there's a man in at slip who, like so many slips to the spinners, it's Jason Roy, probably wasn't low enough. And
he looked surprised by that. Missing. There was a bit of an air of blur.
Well, he's not usually at slip, is he, Jason Roy? He's got the hands on the knees. His hands are too high, certainly for the 6, and I suspect for that sort of half chance that went to him. But you see it quite often these days with slips. They really do have to keep their hands low because it's so much easier to come up for a catch than it is to go down for a catch.
I think he was surprised that there actually was an edge occurring.
What's he doing at slip if that's the case?
Well, that's right.
What are you there for?
Is it again a measure of Jason Roy's lower standing that he's almost being hidden at slip rather than back at backward point?
For a time, I thought he was the best fielder I'd ever seen when he broke into that Surrey side.
Not at slip, though.
Not at slip.
No, he's just a great outfielder with a bullet arm. But then people decided not to take him on.
Joffre is on the field, and we know he's on the field because he just bowled a long hop outside off stump and been crashed to the backward point boundary for another one of these. So Van der Dussen goes to 64, and since we were whinging about the South Africans' approach to this match, they've rather changed gear.
They've obviously had a chat and realised that that they can't keep protecting the tail to this extent and taking one off and over in the 34th.
Yeah.
Well, the longer they stay there, the less protection they need.
Joffre's in, and this has crashed. I mean, that was hit on the up through extra cover. It's a pretty good shot, that, from Van der Dussen, who goes to 68. South Africa on the verge of crossing 200. I mean, that's the Zach Crawley shot. That's why Zach Crawley's in the England team, to hit the ball. It's only the England Test team, I should say, to hit the ball. It's only just short of or full of a length through extra cover for 4. You've got to be a tall man to do it, and you've got to have an immaculate timing. Again, some urgency from the South Africans. Drop and run. 2 4s and a single already from this over. Van der Dussen goes to 69. South Africa raise their 200.
Sally R says, in the final women's ODI game recently between Australia and Pakistan, Australia used 7 bowlers and arguably 8 batters were in the team. 2 others could have bowled but didn't. But then again, this is the women's game where everyone probably has to contribute at least 2 disciplines.
Well, there's a case for it in sides. If you've got, because the pejorative term in England is the bits and pieces player, but you do need to have some depth to your batting, and you do need options in the bowling. This is pushed past Moeen, who was a bit slow there, I think, at extra cover. He should have been anticipating that, but it goes to the man at wide mid-off, and they take a single. So much better from the South Africans here, 201 for 4.
The team who's really struggling with that, I think, is India. I mean, their batsmen are going great guns and scoring a lot of runs, but they've still got Axar at 7. With Jadeja not being fit and in the frame, they just cannot find an all. I mean, Hardik's not going to bowl a lot in an ODI.
No. He's a batsman predominantly now.
Yeah. India, that's their biggest weakness, I think, is they don't have an all-rounder.
This is a bouncer, but it's a very half-hearted bouncer that Van der Dussen lets go, and they take was that not given as wide? I don't think it was given
No,
as
it wasn't.
wide.
No, well, this is 8
Bit
overs
lucky.
from 8 overs from Jofra. I'd certainly leave it there.
Oh, I do as well. He looks very tired.
He
doesn't
does look tired. I mean, it's not a cause for concern. His first game back, bowling any more than 4 overs, he's going to be rusty. He's 7 and over without a wicket, but it's no cause for concern. They've got to work him back in.
It's a week's work in T20. These 8 overs.
That's right.
As he's in again is Jofra, and this is just allowed to run off the face of the bat down to deep third man, and they walk a single. So we get 11 from that over. South Africa go to 202 for 4, and we get your tweets.
Dave Wood says, London marks the relaunch, ? Talking about a franchise in London. Toulon says, bowler slipped. Snowball. And Jay Grover says, funny thing is, Johnson wrote Glass Onion as a satire. That's Rian Johnson.
Yes.
As a satire of all tech billionaires, and it got released just as much reverted to batshit crazy type.
No, just
I did enjoy both films a great
just
deal.
as it became apparent how crazy Musk was. If you'd been paying any attention, this was always there.
Yeah.
Well, his firing and rehiring of Twitter staff was a...
Well,
Just
his jokes. We used to have a thing at work where if a management would make a completely clunky joke.
Here's Moeen, and an attempt at the reverse there from Van der Dussen, but as you said, Andy, earlier on, the field has been moved to block that now, which suggests there's gaps elsewhere.
Yeah, whenever management would make a completely clunky joke, you'd wait for them to be out of earshot and go, ha ha, I understand your earth humour. And Musk's a bit like that.
That's a half volley there from Moeen, but Van der Dussen can do nothing with it except get it back to the bowler. No run. England will enjoy those 2 dots here. Can they close the over out, as they say? 4 to come. Moeen's in. Van der Dussen comes down the track and almost yorks himself, and therefore hasn't got much timing. Ball goes to mid-off. There was a shy at the stumps there. Hands on head from Moeen. Was that a chance of a run out?
I think if that hits, he might well have been gone.
It was
it seems to be the vogue these days for bowlers to just let those go rather than try to take them and take the stumps.
I agree with you. I don't understand why more bowlers don't get behind the stumps and try and take them. As it was, he would have been well in. So maybe Moeen didn't want to risk a broken finger there. This is arrowed into the legs of David Miller, and he takes the single to mid-on. So just 2 from 4 balls here. I mean, I know this thing about a boundary is a boundary wherever it appears in the over, but you do get the feeling that South Africa need a boundary, these 2 deliveries, to make this over their over, make it worthwhile. Moeen's in, down the track, and Van der Dussen agrees with me because he's crashed that ball on the inside of the man at mid-on, but past the bowler for one of these. And he made that a half volley. It was just a length ball, so that's good play from Van der Dussen. He goes to 75.
He was playing with the field as if Moeen—it's gone straight through his legs. Actually, Moeen might feel he could have picked that up.
Yeah, it did go back quite quick and along the ground. Moeen's in again, and this ball is just tucked off the pads of Van der Dussen. Some smart work there at mid-wicket. Again, Moeen fails to take the ball. It goes to the bowler's end. It's Jason Roy who's round at mid-wicket now, where he should be.
He's not being trusted with the wide-open ranges of the outfield.
Yeah, nor at slip. South Africa 209 for 4, 37 gone. Miller has 14 off 15, and Van der Dussen 76 off 87. If these 2 are in for the next 10 overs, they will get 350.
As the Spartans replied to whoever it was.
Yeah.
At Thermopylae.
I'm not sure it was actually, but anyway.
This is Sparta.
Yeah, well, obviously, don't take too much from the film, there was a big screed from one side saying, if we conquer you, we're going to do this and this and this and this and this, and Sparta sent someone to run 30 miles back with a message. It just
the infamous response to
it was Pheidippides.
No, it wasn't Pheidippides.
I don't think it was.
30 miles?
He was marathon.
No, that was marathon.
It was marathon.
But there was an infamous response to, which is very, very, very rude indeed, to the invading Persians. That basically said, we reject your claims absolutely, and by the more, your mum, blah blah blah,
and so on and so on. Yeah.
Well, lots of South African rainbow flags being waved. I don't know how long this innings is taking, but we seem to be spending again an inordinate amount of time not actually playing cricket. We haven't missed anything with that diversion.
Really. Should be able to give you a jingle in a second.
Van der Dussen looks up. He has 76, as Brian Johnston would say. Oh, trombone time! As we have a change of bowler, as we expected after Joffre's rather tired last effort. And the ball is hit into the covers, and there is no run.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
We now know that Sam Curran's distinguishing feature is that he sleeps on a mountain of money. But fair play to him. He's sold his services. This ball is pushed to mid-off, and they take a very sharp single. I think that would have been a run-out.
I think so. That would have been close.
Yeah. And I think Joffre thinks the same thing, because hands on head for him, hands on head for Sam Curran. Showing some fine orthodontist work there, Joffre. That doesn't...
Joffre's had a couple of
time off.
He's had a couple of run-outs like that very recently in the S80-20, so...
I think that would have been out. Rassie van der Dussen doing as all... Well, it would have been tight. I think it would have been out. But Van der Dussen doing as all good batsmen should do in the first innings of an ODI, running straight down the middle of the pitch. Yeah, I think there wouldn't have been time for the bowler to get back and take off the bails.
Not that time,
but
no.
That would have been out with a hit, as they say. As Curran is in, and this is just pushed off the bat to the man at backward point. The other thing about the aggression that we were calling for at the start of our spell on the mics here is that it's the aggression that we've now seen has pushed the infield back onto the edge of the circle.
Yes, exactly.
And runs
then
become
it becomes
available.
a virtuous circle where you can pick up more singles and just try to get some more impetus into the innings on avoiding the M word.
I don't know, we just saw a flash there of one of the commentators in various languages. There are a range of TV commentators in different languages, as this ball is horribly hoiked from middle and off round to square leg, deep square leg, and they're through for a single. Ngam, Mafuko, I think Ngam, one of the great lost talents of cricket. He was a
decent fast bowler.
Oh, very quick, raw in his time in Test cricket, but very, very quick. His career curtailed at a very young age due to injuries, and Rob Smythe of The Guardian and I often get together to lament the fact that his career was not to be. There's a fullish ball that became a Yorker. In fact, it was a Yorker from Sammy Curran outside off stump, and Miller could do nothing with it except get it to mid-off, and they're through for a single. David Willey with his Desperate Dan jawline there is polishing the ball. Is Willey a bit lucky to be in this side?
He's always around.
Yeah, he seems to have been lurking on the edges of the
Well, he's generally available,
England.
which you couldn't say for all the other bowlers.
True. Miller on strike again. It's a slower ball from Sammy Curran, who does have subtle variations, as they say, and he gets a dot for his trouble. 6 overs, 1 for 20 from Sam Curran. That's good stuff, just 3 from the over.
Yeah, he's going to bowl 10 overs, and that one again has only gone for 3.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, Andy, not disagreeing with you, but the satire was not as specific as it was later seemed. And he also says, leave it, Joffre! He's not worth it!
Yeah.
Sobs in the pub car park. And he has left it because he's no longer bowling. And he also says, Guerrilla Cricket, talking about classics, we'll have Gary whining about not playing cricket next.
Oh, yes.
That was a couple of minutes ago, and therefore probably just about 10 seconds before you actually said that.
Well, I'm nothing if not predictable. I understand that. But some would say we'll do something about it then, because, again, we've seemed to be waiting here for the game to restart.
It is hot in Bloemfontein, but it's not that hot. They can't take sensible time out at the end of each over.
Are they doing this for adverts, or?
Don't know. They're getting on top of it in T20 with that business of taking fielders.
Into the ring. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the man we were just talking about is coming back to bowl. He's only bowled 4 overs.
You think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angels? His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so.
This is where he often gets carted for runs, the left arm medium pacer. But there's a little inside edge there, and there's always a benefit from a little inside edge at this time of a match, because the ball went slowly to the man sprinting in from square leg, and they scamper back for 2.
Now, on that occasion, I am going to say, this used to annoy me when I was a club captain. When they come back for 2, the bowler should be back behind the stumps.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Absolutely.
I could not agree more, because if the man falls over, slips over, or something like that happens, and instead, that wouldn't have been that far away.
No, actually.
He'd have been out, in fact.
Maybe.
Had Willie not just been watching the ball miss.
I don't know if a direct hit probably out. I don't know if he would have had time to take it.
Would have been worth looking at. That goes to short extra, and Moeen Fields, no run.
But he had the time for the batsman to run 2, just to amble 4 yards back towards the stumps, and he didn't do it. No, side on, I think it wouldn't have been out. But
yeah, well, his father would have taught him that.
I do wonder whether, because the non-striking batsman in a 2 is generally the one who's back in his crease quicker, but if he'd thrown at the other end, he might well have had better luck if he'd been able to manoeuvre his body appropriately.
Give yourself the option. That's all we're asking for. That ball goes to deep mid-wicket, where Jason Roy, who's exploring like Colin Bell every blade of grass,
he's finally on the boundary.
Van der Dussen has 81 now. South Africa 215 for 4. We're in the 39th over.
I know he's depressed, but he's been depressed to the boundary edge now.
Very good. Well, there's wide open spaces here for the South Africans. England are obviously happy to concede 6 and over at this point.
I think they'd be very happy with that, yes. I mean, even 10 and over from here is only going to get them to 330.
Yeah, and England will fancy the chances of anything below 350. Willie's in, and this ball is defended, but there's one everywhere, as we mentioned earlier on, and therefore they take the 1. 216 for 4.
Leah says, I want Curran to sleep on a hoard of coins, silverware and necklaces, like a dragon.
Well, yes, there is something in that. Or did leprechauns sleep on gold? Or
no,
just
they
have a pot of gold.
They have a pot of gold at
the end of the rainbow.
Yeah.
Well, we're still, in historical terms, at the start of the Rainbow Nation in South Africa, and this is Bloemfontein, which has retained its Afrikaans name, unlike a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
This ball goes to mid-on, and even though there was probably a single there, it wasn't taken. So a dot ball for England. England just 4 from 5 deliveries here from David Willey. So my suggestion that Willey would go for some runs has been so far left unproven by the South African batsman.
We've got a query from Jay Grover saying Willey versus Jordan ? I think not in 50 overs.
No, I think that's always going to be David Willey.
This is on the leg stump, and it's clipped to the man at deep mid-wicket, who is, I think, Jason Roy, inevitably, and he took a bite of the turf there with his knee. They're through for 2. I think there should have only been 1 there, but they're through for 2, and South Africa have 218 for 4 after 39 overs. There's 1 over left of our spell, and we have your tweets.
Well, we do have any tweets. We have a few. Jay Grover says, when it comes to Mott, do you think he has no result pressure when it comes to ODIs? I think having the fact he's won 3 of the last 4 international tournaments is probably giving him quite a lot of leeway to bed in.
They're not going to change 6 months before the World Cup, so in that sense, yes.
His job is to deliver a World Cup. If there's a series victory against South Africa along the way, so be it. But if there's a series defeat, I don't think anybody's going to be too upset about it, as this ball is just pushed to the man at backward point, who shies at the stumps perhaps a little unnecessarily, and gets no thanks from...
I thought that was worth keeping him honest.
It is always that point, I agree with you.
The real job for...
Back up in place, he was definitely worth a try.
Yeah, the real job for Mott, assuming he continues after the World Cup, is going to be... I was going to talk about Jordan, and he's 34, 35. There is going to be a need for a generational change of these players. You've got Moeen, you've got Adil Rashid.
Yeah.
Roy's 32. And Morgan's
33,
already
I
gone.
think.
He was 32.
Stokes was 33.
Sam Curran's in, and this is the slow bouncer that goes through to the keeper. There's a lot of craft on show here from Sam Curran.
Did Stokes retire from ODIs?
He did, but
he did. They've been talking about him coming back,
which I think was silly, because I think this is literally his best format.
Well,
definitely better than T20.
Yeah, definitely better than T20. He always takes a bit of a while to get going, doesn't he?
Nobody got so many 70s that have run a ball in ODIs.
And he reads the game so well in ODIs.
It is better white football format. I still think Test cricket is probably his best format.
Again, good variation there from Sammy Curran, so there's no timing at all from David Miller, who can only get the ball into the offside for a single. This is really good stuff from Surrey's blonde-haired Midwich cuckoo.
It is. It's fantastic. He's 1 for 21 in the 7th. You want him to bowl more than 10 overs at this point. You want him to bowl all the last 5 from one end, but he's only got 3 more.
Yeah, there are many people who say he hasn't got enough nip and he's not quick enough and everything. I think they refuse to see just what a crafty bowler he is.
I've totally changed my tune on him.
This is wide and outside off stump, but it's Hoyt to Moeen, who's at deep mid-wicket, and they're through for a single.
To be fair, I was right when I didn't see him as the Test cricket saviour that some people did after just a few tests, but he totally won me over in white ball cricket.
He always finds a way to contribute, does Sam Curran, in whichever game he plays, and that's a testament really from... I mean, Surrey played him at 17, so he's got a lot of experience at where he's 24 or something now, and of course he has it in the family as well. As this ball is punched to short mid-wicket, it's not a surprise that there's one man in the leg side when Sam Curran bowls and the batsmen keep hitting him.
Yeah, Curran and Willie have fathers who are professional cricketers. Any more in this team?
Good question. One for the Twitterati, I think.
I'm sure.
For the next session, which is happening in 1 ball's time.
Well, there's no Johnny Bairstow, who would usually be
yes, Bairstow's around there.
Yeah.
There was I know it was done in baseball, and just quickly, because we're going to have to get off, but you were 10 times...
Sorry, before you go on, are you able to let Tim in before you
this
go
ball
on?
is defended by Sam Curran. Back to Sam Curran. That is a magnificent over from Sam Curran. Just 2 from it. 40 overs gone. South Africa are 220 for 4. Miller has 17 from 24. Van der Dussen has 84 from 96. The next 10 overs, well, I think it's all going to be happening.
Just to finish my point, you were 10 times more likely to be a professional baseball player than a regular person if your father was also a professional baseball player.
Right. And I'll let some people in.
Okay, g'day Tim, welcome. We've got real South African local knowledge now, and we have the behatted bear back with us. Just got one tweet from Farong, says 330 plus for the Saffers. Joffa should make his return, have made his return in the BPL. Good to see him back, but for how long? He will make the Ashes squad, but will he play? Yes, this is ODI cricket, and he has time on his side. BPL would have been...
I think he'll play.
It depends what happens in the IPL, I suspect.
Well, yeah.
That's a long haul.
Yeah, exactly. It is. And, sorry, I'm just moving things around. There you are. You're all visible now.
What's your view on things, Tim?
Yeah, reasonable. It'll be... If we get 100 runs from here, then I'd say we've got a decent chance.
It looks quite a flat wicket, doesn't it? As Willie is in for his 6th over. It's pulled by Van der Dussen down to deep backward square leg. He was out of there. Is that bucket? And they get back for 2.
320 is a minimum on this sort of wicket. Anything less, and it's very difficult to defend.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty good batting wicket to me. And at the pace they went off at, they really got stodged down by the spinners, didn't they? Which is a bit of a shame. But Willie comes in, second ball. It's worked out to cover. They go for the quick single. Could have been a shot at stumps, but Moeen decides not to. And they get it. And then move on to 2-2-3 for 4. 2-2-4 for 4.
A South African team that doesn't get touched down by spinners is not a South African team.
Well, that you are correct in, I presume. It's always been thus. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's been all right. I mean, they've certainly speed up in the last 5-6 overs. They're really going along at quite a pedestrian pace. Who's got overs left, by the way? I presume Adil Rashid is still going because he came on. What? Oh no, he might have finished by now. Willie is going to bowl to Miller, who attempts a pull. It's a decent slower ball bouncer, and Miller's. Ah, that's not a wide. Come on, rubbish.
So here you go. Jofra's got 2, Moeen's got 2, Curran 3, Adil Rashid 3, Ollie Stone 5, and Willie another 4 after this one.
Oh wow! So there's plenty of bowling.
Yeah.
They might. I mean, everyone was saying Archer looked tired. Yeah, he did look tired. 10 overs still shouldn't be too much, and if you want to get overs in his legs, he's got to be able to bowl 2 or 3 spells because he's that kind of bowler.
I'd leave him where he is. I wouldn't put the pressure. I mean, he's already yielded 7 runs and over. I don't think you need to put any more pressure on him.
Well, yeah, and that might be a reason for not bowling him because others haven't conceded. But everyone's up around about 6 and over anyway, aren't they? And he, especially if you get the tail enders in and he gets his tail up and he can blast through. England has certainly used him in the past like that. Ollie Stone's bowled all right, has to be said. Haven't seen much of him. I mean, he's been in and out squads and broken for about 4 years, but hardly seems to ever play a game because he's always broken. Now nearly Van der Dussen prodded his pad down. It was pretty ugly trying to work it fine on the leg side. He almost stuck his pad out beyond his bat, and it would have been a big shout for OBW, I thought, had he done that. But he didn't.
Ollie Stone has been fantastic during the SA20. He's bowled really well.
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen any of the SA20, I have to say. I'm a bit fed up with T20. As you will hear in the latest podcast on the Patreon, as that's worked out to deep square leg and there's no run. It's just the same game over and over. I mean, I can understand you're quite excited, Tim. It's in your neck of the woods, and hopefully it's going to generate cash, and I'm all for that. The South African game to be, financed.
Competitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But in terms of a spectacle, for me personally, I really don't give a shit. I don't have a massive amount of skin in the game. That's worked leg side by Miller out towards Cow. There's a fielder out there. It's Moeen. It'll just be a single. And that ends the 41st over. 2-2-7-4-4.
Jay Grover says, hooray, Tim. Dave Wood says, I think the plan with Archer has changed recently. His job is simply to cause as many concussions as possible to Smith in the Sussex nets.
Well,
I suspect
hopefully.
he won't bowl to Smith at all. Jay also says, Messrs, is your background a homage to the England cricketer, or does it just exist to give me the fear whenever you and it pop up? Please don't bowl Archer again. And he also says, silence Nigel, career ender Walker.
What? I don't know what you're on about.
He doesn't want you to let Archer bowl again.
Oh, no. Man, it's not like he's been overworked with 10 overs.
Yeah, it's ease him into it. He's been broken before, and
yeah.
Anyhow, I just want him to be fit for the Ashes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got lots of options, and I'd argue pace off is the answer to at the moment, not pace on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's bowled quite well in the SA20, hasn't he? I mean, that would be one of the reasons why I would probably watch it. But I've actually not figured out what time it's on over here. It's part of one of the reasons why I haven't. Where has that gone? Has he got that? No, he hasn't really. He's tried to flog it down the ground. As Adil Rashid comes in for his 8th over. bit inside edgy, goes down a long on. Well, I think Joffre is fielding. It'll just be the one run.
The camera work in Bloemfontein isn't that flash. I suspect most of the operators there haven't had a lot of practice with cricket.
Well,
I think the SA20 crew are getting a break.
Yeah. Well, how many, is it 2 games a day? That's played back down past Adil Rashid by Van der Dussen. Gets it down to long on, very straight, and they'll get back for 2.
There have been double headers, but no, it's not a 2 double header every day. But there have been a handful of double headers.
Weekends, basically, when people have got time off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's evening games mainly during the week then, presumably 7 o'clock starts and stuff like that over there. As that's driven out through the covers, it'll be 1. They're going to come back for 2. Nice pick up by Willie, and they do get back for 2.
5:30 our time.
Okay. So it's about
5:30 and 1:30.
Okay. So that's about 3:30 in the afternoon. I should be able to watch that. Maybe I will watch again. How much longer has it got to go on for?
2 weeks.
Another 2 weeks.
Right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I tried again
Tossed
late
up.
next week, won't it? After this.
Yeah.
Tossed up by Adil Rashid and driven out to long off once more. And there's a single. Need a bit more urgency here, South Africa. 20 off 27 for Miller. Rassie's closing in on his 100, but he's start rate about 80, 90. They do need to get 90 off these last 8, you think, to be competitive. That was cut by Miller, but can't beat the fielder at extra cover. There'll be no run. 2-3-3 for 4.
The only caveat, I'll add a caveat after this delivery.
Okay, Adil Rashid, last ball of the over. And Miller does manage to get it past him. It's not a great shot, but enough on it to get down to long on, and it'll be another single. And that ends his 8th over.
That is, South Africa are not bowling against Stokes, Root, or Hales. That's a huge bonus. If they were bowling against those 3, we would need 350.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, Roy is, last chance saloon. We haven't got Bear.
He's been awful in SA20.
Has he?
Awful.
Awful. Oh well.
But Joss is there. Jay says, Tim, during the breaks, can you explain the SA20? Because I've seen Nout and no Nout.
Well, it's a T20 competition. I like the fact that they haven't put the T in it. As I also pointed out, they did that because they didn't want to say it was T20, but you got the IPL, the CPL, the BBL, none of them have T in anyway.
No. It works.
It does work.
Yeah, as you say, it's basically a T20 competition. 6 teams, top 4 go to the semi-finals.
Crazy.
At the moment, each team has played 7 games. They've got another 3 to go. Semi-finals and final. It's pretty simple, really.
I like the fact that it's short. I'll give it that. I mean, the fact that it's done in 4 weeks is good.
It's crazy that you play 30 games and only 2 teams get knocked out.
Well, that's the problem with only having a 16 competition, isn't it? You've got to have semi-finals, which
and I think that the final system is a bit unfair too.
I don't know. I don't think you should necessarily have 2 chances like in the IPL. I do think first place 4th, second place 3rd in the semi-finals. You earn being first, and 4th shouldn't be as good as you. Of course, in T20,
you don't get any serious. You don't get any real advantage for that, then.
Well, no, but do you really get any advantage in a T20 anyway? I mean, it's hit and giggle. I mean, on a bad day, you have a bad game. An average opposition will beat you.
I think they should just have 3 finalists. Second plays 3rd for the right to play first.
Nah. I would agree with you, Messi. I think that this is the first year, so they will iron out a few things. I think they will be adding a few things as we get more games and seasons.
Yeah,
I do agree. I prefer that.
Ollie Stone is back into the attack, and he's been clipped out onto the leg side for a single for his first ball. Van der Dussen, 93 off 103, looking for another ODI 100 against England. Likes playing England as Rassie.
likes playing one-day cricket.
Against us, yeah.
Or just generally.
Well,
average of 17, 40 games.
What, against us? Or just in ODI?
Just general.
Oh, wow.
General.
That's a pretty stonking good record, isn't it? Well, he's facing up to Ollie Stone. And it's been hit, but not timed. Kind of off the splice of the bat as he tried to cut it. Couldn't beat the man at cover. And there's no run.
I got to tell you, the semi-final of the Under-19 Women's World Cup between Australia and England is turning into a really exciting game. England were all out for 99 in the 20th over. Australia are 56 for 5, almost at the end of the 12th over.
Interesting.
Wow.
Stone
England are favourites, I'd say.
Driven up to mid-off. Can't quite cut it off, but palms it down to long on. And they'll get back for 2. Rassie moves on to 95.
Come on, Rassie. 3 figures, boy. 3 figures.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Jay says you single-handedly destroyed Rashid's Test career because of your constant negativity, Bear. You know you did. He only survived after a trip to Mecca and a 5-year long course of crystal therapy.
So who was that? Sorry, whose career did I move?
Rashid.
Yeah. As a Test player, he was. In the time that he played, now he'd probably fit in better actually, because the way England play it is more aggressive. But he's too old now and he's had shoulder surgery. But at the time when they picked him, for the reasons they picked him, against the teams they picked him, it was always going to be troublesome because he could never not bowl a 4-ball and over. So that's driven out to the covers. He's right on the edge of the circle, and therefore they'll get a single. And in a Test match, you can't really create pressure that way. So that was why. I mean, we picked him to play against teams like Pakistan, didn't we, and India.
Imran Tahir suffered the same problem.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard as a leg spinner. You've got to be able to. If you're playing in a Test side, your captain has to accept that you're going to maybe go at 4-5 and over, and you're supposed to be used as an attacking option to get wickets. As that one's played wide of long on. Jason Roy comes across from deep mid wicket, and they'll get back for 2. And that ends the 43rd over. 2-4, 1 for 4.
All right. Warren's a bit worried. As a patron, he's just received a message from Dropbox saying Nigel Walker added 2,765 files. He says, "Are these top secret? Hoping not to get a visit from my local FBI."
They are not top secret. I can tell you that.
Old Fart at Plays says, "Crap cricket joke. What do you call an insincere cricket pitch?" Toothpaste. Oh, that is poor. It's better than anything else we've had there. Brian Barry says, relevant to our conversation, this is Cricket Info's American correspondent who just got back from covering the Under-19 Women's World Cup in Johannesburg. Its Facebook post, which includes this thread, adds that this explains why so many South African cricketers want to play in the USA's new T20 comp. And there's a post from Peter Della Penna who covers all things associate in terms of cricket. It's a fairly hard liner, Peter, too.
Yeah, I took exception to that, I must say.
Yeah. Oh, I can't do it.
He's got a real thing about South Africa.
Big time.
Sorry, what happened there? I'm trying to do something and I'm not concentrating. I shall concentrate now because that's not going to work. So we have Adil Rashid coming in. It's turned into the pads of Miller. It's gone out on the leg side, and it's come off his pads, gone out on the offside. Sorry, and there is no run, but just ballooned up. He's on 23 off 34. Vanderlisten just 2 runs away from another ton in ODIs. That one's a bit short by Adil. It's cut and it's gone past the man at cover. And deep mid off is Sammy Curran. He gets around and they'll get back for 2. Not well badly though, Adil. 1 for 46 off 9. That's 5, just over 5 and over.
No, especially when there hasn't been a lot of assistance for him. Very, very handy.
No, and I guess Wayne Parnell's the next man in, isn't he? So there's not a lot to come. And someone's got to do this job. I mean, Joe Root does it very well for England. That was a top spinner, or possibly a googly. It certainly didn't turn into Miller, who may have been expecting it. He toe ends it up to Jofra at long on and gets himself a single. 1 ball left in the 44th.
Just an update. Australia and I are 59 for 7, seeking 100 runs to win, so they're in deep shit.
Yeah. Tossed up, but drops too short, and Rassi can go back, whips it out to deep mid wicket, thinks about the 2, it's not there. Throws a bit awkward for Adil Rashid, but he stops the 2. And Rassi is on 99 of 108. The scorecard is 245 for 4 even. Jesus Christ. And over to you, Messi.
Leah says the final systems in the SA20 is better than the first PSL season, which had 5 teams who played each other twice, and then 4 advanced to the playoffs. All seems a bit pointless. I've got a view in relation to all of this. It's not actually about finding the best team. It's about playing as many games as you can before people get turned off.
Well, to a degree.
Jay says, I want to hear Tim taking exception because I reckon he'd be hell on wheels in a Donnybrook. It's all projection. Look in the mirror, Jay.
Yeah, exactly. Look in the mirror. Right, I've managed to get our old scorecard kind of working.
Well done.
As that one is going nowhere, and there is no run. And Van der Dussen remains on 99. Although it's not showing a score, which is really irritating.
The scorecard without the score is not all that useful.
No. Well, it's got the individual scores, and it's got the bowling stats, and it's got the last 6 balls, but it's just not got the overall score, which is a bit weird. It seems to have dropped off. Problem with all these things is they change codes because we can't afford proper scorecards. So it's driven at nicely by Van der Dussen. That'll bring up his ton as he hits it out to deep point. Well batted, sir. Off 110 deliveries, quality innings, and really held this. I mean, they've only got 246 for 4, so he's 40% of the runs. We'll give him a jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Now, how does he play these last 5 overs and 4 balls? Now he's got his ton, does he throw a little bit of caution to the wind?
He's got to turn it up to 11. Go big.
He's got to, really, hasn't he? Was that 6? That was pulled by Miller, square on the leg side. 4 runs.
I think 4.
Lovely shot.
Yeah. And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Sat up quite nicely, never got too high. It was only just above midriff height. Easy to pull. One could say a pull ball by Ollie Stone.
Van der Dussen, this is his 39th ODI. He's averaging 73.8. That's amazing.
And that's against Pakistan, India, England, quality opposition.
Yeah, clipped nicely by Miller. Down to long on. I've got to say, someone using this mic has got aftershave on or something. There's a faintly flowery smell coming off this microphone. And I don't know what it is.
That'll be Hendo's sanitizer, I bet you.
Oh, maybe someone did use sanitizer on it. See, I never bother. I've kind of forgotten about COVID, which is probably a bad thing, but life has moved on.
Yes and no, unless you got it.
Well, I've had it twice, Messi.
I haven't had it at all, which is why I'm still being really careful.
Well, this is the thing. I was very scared of it until I had it. And I thought, Christ, if I get it, what's it going to be? And then I had it, and it was basically a headache and a sore throat for 3 days, and that was it. And then I had it. I'm lucky, exactly. That's the thing. That's pulled.
You're lucky, and you're not in a high risk category like me.
No, true. But if you had the jabs, that's pulled down to deep square leg and snow. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, the really bad cases, the actual chance of that being you are quite small. It's just you never want it to be you, and you don't know until you're until you catch it. And that was the same thing with me. I mean, I'm kind of type 2 diabetic, fat fuck, over 50. Not quite as high risk as you, maybe, Messi, but I'm still in a risk category.
Yeah. Well, I was the only one in the hardware store today wearing a mask.
Driven hard by Miller out to deep cover. Duckett's out there. Duckett in an ODI side. That's going to be interesting. Did well in Pakistan, of course. If he carries on batting like that in an ODI, he'll be fine. Single off the last ball for Miller. Take the strike going into the 46th. And over to you.
So we're up to date on tweets. I haven't read anything out on YouTube today because we've been fairly busy, but I just want to say hello to the people there. Josh Cooper, Pokey Bumfinger, Stephen Kelk, Craig Nutley, Brian in Brisbane, well, in Northampton actually. Hello, Brian. You're our favourite, as you know. Sorry, everybody else, but anybody who sends a spear has got to be our favourite. Adrian Bourne, Dara Zizi, Chad Wright. Hello to all of you.
Adil Rashid starts the 46th over and tosses one up. Top spinner or again googly, it's hard to tell. I didn't see his hand action, but it went straight on. Big sweep by Miller, missed it completely, but it bounced over the top of middle stump, taken by Joss Butler. No run. Projected score is 280 at this run rate. They need more than that, one would have thought, and they should have been looking for more than that with the start that they got as well. They were 80 off 10. That's clipped out to deep mid wicket, and there is no run. It was basically the next 30. It was up till over about 23, 24 where they really massively slowed down. I mean, they went from 80 to about 120 in 15 overs or so.
Yeah. Well, I'm pleased we're recording this because my prediction was that South Africa would make 280 and England would win in 45 overs.
Well, there you go. You heard it first from Messi, as that one is defended out to mid-off, and there is no run. Brevis not being tried out. Is it Brevis? Is that the guy I'm thinking of?
Yeah, no. They're not going to make a lot of changes, initially anyway.
Well, yeah. That's another one that Miller goes back to, or stays on a crease, really. Could have been a bit more proactive. It turns on him and it goes nowhere. It's no run.
I'm not saying I agree. I definitely don't. It's just that's what they're thinking. They're not going to make massive changes at the moment.
But okay, after this, that's another big attempted heave by Miller. Gets lucky, inside edge, not particularly well hit. Got enough on it to beat short fine leg. Double teapot from Adil, not surprised. Poor shot, gets 4 runs. There you go, that's ODI cricket. Tossed up, he was trying to give it a big heave-ho into the leg side. It just got the bottom corner of the toe end of the bat and beat that man at short fine leg. Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you played an ODI? What do you mean big changes?
Last year.
Exactly, against us probably in the summer. So that was 6 months ago. It's not like huge changes. It's 6 months later, quite legitimate to make all the changes you want to, really. There's a whole 6 months of form to take into account, as that's cut out to cover and there's no run. And I can understand that they didn't want to maybe put him into a test side. That may be a step too far, but I mean, if you can hit a ball in the T20, I don't see why he couldn't be a 5 or 6 in an ODI side. And that's the time in the modern ODI where you go, right, we're in overs 35 to 50. It's basically a T20 anyway. If you want to get a really high score, just put him in there.
there's this tiny bit of me that wants us to lose 3-0, because if that happens, they will have to make changes for the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, Temba did all right at the top. I mean, it's weird that Temba hasn't got a... Why hasn't Temba got a contract in the SA20? Is there some sort of movement against him?
He's not a good enough T20 cricketer. It's simple.
Really?
Those owners picking individuals who are good in that format. It's got nothing to do with anything other than Temba Bavuma is not a very good T20 cricketer.
Okay.
That's just a fact. Very good Test cricketer and a good one-day cricketer. Not when it comes to T20s.
Okay, fair enough. You know more about it than me, so fair enough. I'll take that. Van der Dussen, you say, average 73.91 in 39 matches. It's pretty good. Cody's played 271 and an average is 57. If he can stay up there, he'll probably never have the chance to play 270 ODIs for South Africa, will he? So that's Hoyt down to long on, and he'll get himself a single. Yeah, it's interesting that Joe Root wouldn't come across from the UAE to play in this, or wasn't picked. I still think on an ODI side should be a stick on. Much the same role that Van der Dussen's playing here, and he's got a couple of 80s, hasn't he? I think Hendo was saying the other day, or 60s or 80s in double quick time in that T20 tournament in the UAE. Is it UAE or is it Dubai? It's Dubai, isn't it?
Yeah.
Attempted a hoik.
Dubai is part of the UAE.
Yeah, by Rassi. Comes off his knee, I think, off the pad, and goes out to short third man, and there's a single.
I hope that he plays in our SA20 next year, because some of the English guys we've had have just not been up to standard.
Well,
the thing that struck me about the SA20 is how well the South Africans have done.
Well, you'd hope so. They're at home, and there are some quality players, one presumes. That's
it's not
clocked out to mid-off, and it's now. Well, no, it hasn't. But then a lot of have a lot of the overseas players done any good over there? I mean, from what I can gather on the WhatsApp group, there's only 2 decent teams anyway, and everyone's scrabbling about at the bottom.
Right. And I'm going to watch them play tomorrow in the qualifying final.
We have a no ball. Criminal in it.
50,000 people there. Should be fun.
Over the line!
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Which leads to a free hit, but I can't find a jingle for it. Oh yeah, here's one.
'Cause I'm free to talk it.
And that should be a wide. And it is, because it was extraordinarily short and bounced an awful long way over the batsman. So it'll be one of these.
Wide.
So the free hit continues. Yeah, it was way over his head.
It's miles.
Just pulled out a shot. 265 for 4. 46.2 overs gone. Free hit again. Oh, it's Archer back, you see. And it's Hoyt. It's a free hit, so it's going to be 6, I think. Yeah, it's back onto a grass bank. That looks very pleasant. 31 degrees are here in Bloemfontein today. That sounds quite nice. It's fucking freezing here in London. But the free hit has gone for one of these. And Messi moves on to 108.
To answer your earlier question, Messi, South Africa does not suffer from not having talent. It's that the individuals in charge of them are not getting the best out of them. That's the problem. Not that they don't have talent.
In which sense? What, English players over there, or?
No, it's South African local players.
Oh right, okay. Inside edge, tried to give themselves some room, and it's gone down towards fine leg, but they will probably come back for 2. They will. Well, Joffre's had a pretty hard introduction back into ODI cricket. He'll be better for it, one hopes. Moving forward, everyone has a bad day, and I guess your first day back after a break can be the worst. So, not too worried about that. He comes in again, and it's Hoyt. I think it's slightly slower ball. Again, not particularly well timed, but everyone on the back leg side is back. Goes out to Duckett, a deep square leg, and there'll be a single. Last ball of the 47th. Miller will be on strike. 40 or 46. It's done all right.
Yeah, it's not a very Miller-like innings, really, is it?
Well, he could still be very explosive. He's got 3 overs, 18 balls. You know, they like to get that 3. Oh dear, that's a filthy delivery by Jofra. Tries a knuckleball or something. Would have been a wide, but instead it got hammered by Miller out to the cover boundary. Was that no ball? And it's another no ball. He's lost it. Jofra's lost it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I feel bowl him those last 2 overs.
Well,
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, he did
Messi
say.
was right.
Well, yeah, he's trying all sorts of things, isn't he? I think he can have done well enough that it shouldn't be a problem. He'll know. And I'm sure they said to him, you know, do you want to do that? And you can't expect one of who you will hope will be one of your strike bowlers in India. You can't take him into a game and say, well, we can only bowl him for 8 overs, because then he's not fit enough to play, really. That's a decent Yorker, though, on the free hit, which is dug out by Miller to mid-off, and there's no run. And finally, we get to the end of the 47th over, 283 for 40. Wow. An expensive one.
So, the Pornbot says, Bear reveals sore deep throat shocker, click here. Jay says, I think I'm one of the few people who could be hell on wheels in a Donnybrook whilst knowing its etymology. Actually, given my recent zen, I'll just stick to knowing the etymology. Brian is also my favourite because you all deserve booze and snacks. Indeed you do, thank you. And he says, by zen, I mean being a chubby hobbit-looking fuck whose anger and aggression is taken over with depressive apathy. And he also says, Tim's getting raged.
Yeah.
Dave Serra says, Navuma said it's priced too high for the T20. They tried to advise him against it, apparently.
Yeah, that's also true. That is true. Yeah.
What's that for? For the ODI?
So,
the IPL.
Oh. But for the SA20, you have a set fee that you go for, but you can lower it if you want to guarantee selection. And he refused.
What, Timber?
Yes.
Okay. What was the set fee then? As that's cut by Miller out to who's that? Brooke out there. This will be a single.
I can't remember. Somebody will know. I'm sure somebody who watched the draft will be able to tell you.
So how does it work? So everyone starts off at the same price, and you bid up from there. Or if you don't get any bids, someone can say, I'll have you at that price.
So you start off at a set price, but all of the South African players, all the South African contracted players, were at the same price.
Okay, well, Rassi's gone for a big slash. I think there's going to be out. It is out. Yeah. There were 2 players coming at each other. Darren Milan was going back, and Duckett was coming in for the boundary. So he must have made the call because Milan stopped, and it was an easier catch for Duckett coming in.
I wouldn't say easy.
Well, it wasn't easy, but it's easier coming towards the ball than going away from the ball, coming over your shoulder. And he caught it low off the ground. It was an attempted drive, which got a big top edge to it. It was a bit too wide for him. A slower ball cutter by Sammy Curran, and he toe-ended it on the outside edge. And it's a good catch in the end by Duckett. Had a fair way to go. And finally, Rassi goes. Very good innings. So I won't send him off with a bad one. We'll just give him this.
Traded on 4 runs. 2 wickets.
How many?
There are. Oh, that was a bad ball.
Hold on.
They've pulled it back. So Jay says this might be naive about how sports people and English cricket work, but maybe Root wants to play everything at the moment. Are other people telling him not to? No idea. And he says, Tim, did you ever attend didactic church services in your upbringing? Is that a suggestion that that's what you're hearing, Jay? He says, no, I'm weeping in the pub car park. It really wasn't worth it. Joffre.
Sorry, that was my wife phoning me to find out what a Wi-Fi code is. It hasn't changed, so I don't know why she can't log on to it, but there you go. Well, we have change in man on pitch, and it is going to be... I haven't seen this guy for quite a while.
Parnell.
It's Wayne Parnell.
Wayne Parnell.
Made a mistake here, South Africa, bringing Parnell. Susanda Magara, who you'll be seeing later, is a much better hitter of the ball. He should be coming in.
Parnell had a bit of reputation as a hitter for a while, didn't he? I mean, he was...
his batting is going downhill.
Downhill.
Okay.
Well, he's facing up, and that should be a no ball, I reckon. Yeah, it is a no ball. Called by the square leg umpire. It was horrible ball by Willie. It was up around chest height. It's played square by Parnell. Out to the man at point. He'll get a single, but it is
over the line.
But it's not actually.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Ooh, you know what? It's not as high as I thought it was. It's only marginally over waist high. He's quite a tall guy, Parnell. But they don't review those things. And so it'll be a free hit. We've had 3 no balls in about 4 overs. That's out the back of the hand, I think, by Sammy Curran into the pitch. It's hauled by Miller out to deep mid wicket and get himself a single. Only 2 overs left after this. They're going to get about 300, 305 to 10, I'd have thought.
Shouldn't be enough.
Shouldn't be enough. You wouldn't have thought so on this pitch. I mean, England's batting is interesting. I mean, there's a lot of people who... Duckett's new to the side. Brook, did fantastically well in tests, and he did all right in the T20s in Pakistan. Didn't shine particularly well at the World Cup. Had a useful score in one game, I think, but didn't do much in the rest of it. So that's hauled out deep square leg, and there's no run. A single. Obviously, Joss won't be opening in this format. He'll be down at 6. So I presume Duckett's going to open with Roy. Well, no Root at number 3. Darren Milan, I suppose, is number 3. There's no Stokes in the middle order either. I'm trying to think, actually, what's our batting order going to be? Better get our team up on the screen. So that's clumped square by Harry Brook. Out to point, and there's no run. I think my wife is ringing me again. No, it's Damien. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorting out scorecards. Can you take over for a second?
Are you getting good enough for you to commentate, Tim?
Yes, absolutely fine.
Go for it.
They're just showing the catch there. Get rid of Rusty Ferguson.
Yeah, good innings from him.
The crowd.
Yeah, it's a reasonable crowd as well. Obviously the price isn't too high.
Especially considering that the entrance fee is 5 times what it is to go and watch the SA20 game.
Yeah, the SA20 is priced really cheap though, isn't it, to get people in? It's like about £3 or something. I mean, what is it in rand? I don't even know. I think it's about 20 rand to the pound. How many rand is it to get in? As that's driven back, Archer is bowling his last over.
It's between 30 and 100, generally. 30 and 100 rand.
Okay, so it's like £1.50 to a fiver. That's pretty cheap.
And if you want to sit, somewhere special, it's $200, $250.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's priced. That's cool. So this what? So this is what, 500 rand?
This is 250 to 250 to sit on the grass.
Okay, so that's hauled out to deep mid wicket where Moeen's fielding. Well, if you divide that by 20, it's 12. I mean, I suppose that's a lot out there. I don't know, but it's 12.
To a locals, it's a lot of money.
Oh, okay, fair
it's
enough.
a lot of money to be spending to watch a cricket game.
Okay, fair enough.
far too much. Should be half that.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the problem, isn't it? In South Africa, the strength of the economy over the years has fallen, I suppose. Hoiked at by Parnell. Well, you were right about Parnell. He's done rather shit. And he's managed to top edge that one. He's got 2 off 4 in the end. And there's a horrible shot. And he got caught at backward point. That's pretty horrible. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to send him off with a jingle.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Caught by Dower Milan.
Oh.
287 for 6. There are 9 balls left. Will they get to? It doesn't matter if you cross anymore, does it? Of course.
There are 9 balls left in the women's under-19 semi-final, and England have just won by 3 runs.
Wow, so they got those last 2 wickets for 1 run.
No, well,
wow.
It was they had, actually.
Because they needed 4 and had 2 wickets left, didn't they? So
yeah, that's right. And there were 7 dot balls in the middle.
Oof, in a T20.
Jeez, that was tough.
Yeah.
10 and 11 at the crease. You know. Wow.
Just trying to edge it onto your pad and kick it out somewhere and scoot through for a single.
Well, the last one was LBW. That was the problem.
Well.
So England will be favourites to beat India in the final, I would say. There you go.
Yeah, interesting. Where's that being played? Where's that competition?
In South Africa.
Oh, okay.
Potchefstroom.
There you go.
Are the GCSA boys covering that, or are they covering this?
No.
Not covering anything?
Nixney. Yeah.
Oh.
Nothing.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, Magala is come out. Magala. Has come out to the middle.
Yeah.
And he has a jingle that goes like this.
When the death overs come, he'll bowl some medium pace.
Well, Joffrey's going to bowl it. He bowls short, a little bit outside his off stump. Doesn't even attempt to hit it. And there's no run.
Who can bowl some doubles today? My guy, Magala, talking about Magala, sis and the Magala.
Oh, that's a good jingle. He's a big unit. He
He's
looks quite beefy at the top. Archer, he's fucking huge actually, isn't he? Jesus. He's yoinked that one. A bit of a nothing shot, but he's managed to cut it out past backward point. There's no one behind there, and it'll be 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on my mind. 2 + 2 is on my mind.
Yeah,
he's missed several South African selections due to his fitness issues.
Yeah, you can see why that in a modern game, to be fair. Not quite as big as Racking Cornwall, but certainly in that ballpark. Guides that one, but can't get it past the short third man, and there'll be no run. 1 over left. Archer's gone for 81 in 10. That's pretty poor. He's got a wicket. But hey, at least he's back in the international fold, is all you can say about that, really. Who will bowl the last over? Will it be Sammy Curran in his newfound death bowling shoes? Presumably. Yeah, he's only bowled 8 overs. He's gone only for 3.5 and over. No, he's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 27.
It's really weird because he's had a really poor SA20.
Really?
He was the T20 World Cup player of the tournament, and until the last game, he's done nothing at all.
It's weird, isn't it? And he's getting paid a fortune in the IPL this year. That's down leg side, and that's meat and drink to Miller. He clips it sweetly into a space behind square. There's no one down there, and it races away for 4 runs. I don't know what we're going to have at the break in between innings. I'm thinking of going back to some dice cricket because I haven't really organised anything, and I can't actually think of anything. So
well, unless you play one of the who's that weirdos? Maybe the one with David Lloyd, Bumble.
I could do that, I suppose. That's Hoyt out to deep mid wicket, or there's no run. Or I could play the latest one with Cato and Emma. I can't remember her name from the Guardian. Emma Johnson, that's it. But I have to organise that at the end of the over.
Well, we can always wibble for a bit.
Yeah, you'll have to wibble for a bit. We can go. You can go through the scorecard. If you can pull that in front of you.
By the way, I should say that we've got some pretty good. There are only 4 picks in the
Oh!
GPL today.
That's a fucking stunning catch by David Willey. Sorry, I didn't want to talk over you, but that is amazing. That's whipped by Miller. I thought it was going for 6, and it certainly looked like it was. David Willey stuck up a hand, caught it, lost his balance a bit, and knew he was going to go over the sponge. So he just threw it up in the air, casually stepped back inside the rope, and then took the catch. Another slower ball delivery. I mean, it was well hit by Miller. I thought he got enough elevation on it, to be fair, and I think he did too. But Willie's just inside the boundary. He's a tall man. He's managed to pluck it out of the sky. He's falling over, realises he's going over the rope, so he throws the ball up. They're having a look at this, but he was clearly back in play. His foot's off the ground. He's back inside. Both feet on the ground, inside the boundary. The ball is taken. That is out. That is a very, very good catch. It's almost ordinary these days, but that is very well held by Willie. And we have to say goodbye to Miller.
David Miller, yeah. Miller's on his way.
Another one bites the dust.
For 49, Shane.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And there's only 3 balls left as well. Someone said you said 280, didn't you, Messi?
Yeah, so
weren't
it's going
too
to be
far
about
wrong.
300.
Yeah.
We've got D Wells has picked 600, 601, and 602 in the GPL. So
Ooh.
she might well be very close.
She is very astute. I think she can see into the future, you know, because she doesn't. Well, no, she does enter quite a lot actually, but she's pretty good at picking the numbers.
Yeah.
There's a Barmy, looks quite old and grizzled, and there's some very fat man behind him. That is mishit by the new batsman up his Zoom. Well, I'm not going to post jingle because he's not facing anymore, and he'll get a go very shortly anyway. So Magala comes back on strike.
Jay Grover says, for the love of God, no more dice cricket.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll play Who's That Weirdo. I'll find the latest episode and I'll download that, and we'll be all right.
And he also says, is David Willey being good? I wonder which gorilla said he was Bobbins. I just think he's middle of the road. I don't think he's anything special.
Put your mic up to your mouth. You got very quiet. That's Hoyt out to cow corner, and it'll be a single to Magana. 1 ball left. Rabada's going to face it. Maybe I will get his jingle in just because it's so damn good.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sneak your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
And he just hoiks the last ball of the day down to long on. Last ball of the inning, sorry. And they get to 298 for 7. England require 299 to win, which would be 597. So, but if they finish,
so if they hit a 4 when they were level,
yeah, then we'd lose, and D Wells will win another pot.
Yeah.
Giving her a lot. She was the World Cup winner, wasn't she? She was the one who won all the goodies at the end of the World. Was it the World Cup? Or it might have been a Test series, whatever it was when we were giving it away.
Yeah, it was a big win.
Yeah, it was the World T20, wasn't it? The first one, because there were 2 in a year. Yeah, that's the end. 298 for 7. Have a quick rundown of the scorecard.
Do you want us to do that while you?
Yeah. Do you want to do that?
Something up.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, I've got the wrong match. Hang on a second. Okay, so Quentin de Kock was caught. Butler bowled Curran for 37 off 41 balls. Bavuma caught Curran bowled Moeen 36 off 28 balls. Van der Dusten was the innings that make this a reasonable total. He made 111 from 117 and was caught Duckett bowled Curran. Aidan Markram caught Milan bowled Stone for 13 off 19. Klaassen was LBW to Rashid for 30 off 32. David Miller was caught Willie bowled Curran for 53. I thought you said 49, Ben.
I thought it was 49, sorry, I got a 4 in between.
Yeah, which was quite an un-David Miller-like innings for mine. It didn't show his sort of normal level of aggression, but it was very useful. Wayne Parnell wasn't so useful. Caught Milan bowled Archer for 2. And Magala was not out 5, Rabada not out 2. There were 1 leg by, 3 no balls and 5 wides. 298 for 7, which in the circumstances, at one stage it looked like they were going to do a lot better than that, but I think in the end they didn't to have reached that much. Tim, what do you reckon?
Yeah, what is it, 220 after 40 overs? As I say, they needed 100. I reckon they're 30 short there.
Yeah.
England should win. But without the star players, South Africa do have a chance.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Duckett does. Having had a really good spell, must be feeling quite positive after what he did in the Test matches in Pakistan. He was scoring quickly then. It's no different. It's an ODI. Sort of similar sort of batting, doing well. Different pitches, obviously. And he was picked for his sweeping capabilities. But we do look a bit, I suppose Harry Brooks in there. I keep thinking, I'm trying to think what our middle order is, but it's not so easy. So Jason Roy, Darren Milan at 3. Maybe Harry Brook at 4. Oh, no, you got Moeen as well. So maybe Harry Brook goes in at 4 or Moeen at 4. Yeah, see, we don't bat that deep either, really. I mean, once you get past Josh, I suppose you've got Sam. I mean, I'd say Sam Curran and David Willey. Well, Adil Rashid can bat, but he rarely does these days. But Sam Curran and David Willey have sort of, I suppose, a step up from Wayne Parnell and. Well, Magala looked alright at the end there, but yeah.
It'll be a reasonable contest. I'm wondering how Rabada was bowling in the SA20, Tim, because he certainly wasn't bowling very well in the Test series in Australia.
Okay, I won't say anything more than that. No more. Well, in the team that he plays for, Stone and Archer were bowling better, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah.
They were bowling better, far more impressive than he was. But he was bowling better than Curran. Curran was awful. So, okay, but nothing special.
Yeah. Well, sometimes that's all you need in ODIs, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but do you think? I mean, you've seen it. Some players suffer from this. I mean, for example, they got battered in Australia. It can't be pleasant being on that side. I mean, as a bowler, Stokes and Broad and Anderson will tell you this over the 17 months or whatever it was in the pandemic. Root was captain. We lost all those games. Constantly, if your batters are never getting any bloody runs, it must take it out of you as a bowler.
Yeah.
And it might take a little while to get over that. He's clearly got class. He's got pace. I love him. He's great, but he's having a bad spell and maybe needs some positivity to get him out of it. But can't always be. As a bowler, it can't always be up to you. Pull your side out of the frying pan. If your batters can't put a decent score on the board, it just becomes a bit depressing, doesn't it?
And he even alluded to that prior to that Test series, that he actually, as much as he would like to be, he can't be 100% all the time.
No.
Bowling 145, just non-stop. He alluded to that it is starting to not annoy him, but it's starting to be that he can't actually be 100% all the time. and people need to accept that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, are we ready to go?
Yeah, I'm teed up. So we're going to give you Who's That Weirdo? Episode 5, Kato versus Emma Johns. And here it comes.
We'll catch you later.
Who's that weirdo? Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, and after a break of about a month for Christmas, we're back with episode 5 of Who's That Weirdo, a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound as though they ought to be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition matches occasional Gorilla Kit Harris, the finest Richie Benaud impersonator it's been my fortune to meet, but more importantly now, assistant editor of Wisden Cricketer's Almanac, against the award-winning author, Guardian writer, and possibly Michael Atherton's biggest fan, Emma John, who've been trying to get on for a while, and finally she has relented. Emma, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and Who's That Weirdo? How on earth did Kit manage to persuade you to come onto this orgy of chaos?
Well, he definitely didn't say that I'd be announced as Michael Atherton's biggest fan.
Are you not Michael Atherton's biggest fan? I thought that was...
No, I am. I'm a huge fan. I just, it's definitely one of those things that, you know, now feels like it's become such a parody of itself that
Are you trying to disown Michael Atherton?
I get nervous about hearing it.
Is there a scale to measure it by?
Well, exactly.
That'd be the interesting
To
thing.
be honest, I know that I'm not his biggest fan because I've met Miles Jupp, so
Miles Jupp, well, we've met Miles Jupp, not recently.
Miles Jupp is an even bigger Mike Atherton fan.
Really? Okay, well, we'll have to get Miles on this.
He's got kind of, you know, he's one of those people who remembers a lot of facts and stats, and he's got all the Athers knowledge in his head, to be honest, way more than I have, and I blooming wrote a book about, you know, that involved the man, and I'm terrible at that stuff, but Miles really knows his stuff.
Well, Miles will be our next target. He doesn't know it yet, but he will. If he's listening to this now, he will now know that we're after him. Now, your book, which you just sort of alluded to, was following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket, and we can all relate to terrible cricket. When you said terrible cricket, was that terrible cricket from England in the early 90s? Is that what you were really referring to?
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't play cricket at all, so it wasn't my terrible cricket.
It wasn't your terrible cricket?
No, my terrible cricket has only recently started, because I literally never played until last season. I joined Stoke Newington Cricket Club, who are just up the road from me. But no, when I was a teenager, it was just before all the This Girl Can and, you know, all those kind of campaigns to get women into cricket. And even though I was absolutely obsessed with the game, nobody would let me play it.
That's really sad. I mean, you probably know Annie Chave, who comes on our program quite a lot. And she had a similar situation, didn't she, when she was young? That she was trying to play for a boys' team and they wouldn't let her play, as far as I remember. That was the.
Well, mine was mostly my school. I mean, I didn't even know any teams or clubs, but and certainly the one that was local to me was the Luton one was and possibly still is all male, but yeah, the school that I played, you know, the school that I went to was all girls, but there was a boys' school next door. And once I was really in love with cricket, I asked them, you know, could we, you know, we used to do the classic thing of in the summer it was like tennis or rounders. That was what we got to play. In winter it was lacrosse and netball, that was your options. In the summer it was tennis and rounders, or kind of athletics, which was always really embarrassing because that had also the worst outfits. And so I really wanted them to kind of, you know, maybe show us how to play cricket in the amazing facilities that the boys' school next door had.
Right.
And we were told no. And then eventually, when I did finally persuade them in sixth form, you know, we got one session, and the boys and the male teachers just laughed at us because obviously we didn't know what we were doing. So it was the most dispiriting cricket experience you can imagine, and certainly not one that any girl who went to, you know, who turned up to play in England today would find, I think.
No, things seem to be improving greatly in that respect, don't they? I don't know really what's happening at clubs. I'm not that sort of involved with clubs anymore, so I don't know whether it's really growing as much as people are saying. Anyway, have you got anything else in the pipeline regarding writing, books, or ideas that you're planning?
Oh my goodness, that's always the worst question. I'm sure it's lovely for people who do have things that they can immediately answer, but for those of us who kind of maybe aren't as organised, I mean, I bobble along, having vague ideas and then trying to work out if they will work, and I'm definitely in the bobbling phase.
It's always a good phase to be in, the bobbling. Do you not think, Tony? But let's move on. That's an introduction to Emma. Let's talk about Kit, who he's just become an author.
Bobbling would be a very good name for a bluegrass artist, though.
Oh, true, it would, yes. Kit, if you're still there, are you still there?
I am still here.
He's still here. He is still there. You have just published your first book, I believe, which is called The Queen at Cricket. Tell us the idea behind this. Is this every game that the Queen has ever witnessed?
Yes, that's right. And along with, as it turned out, all the occasions when she held receptions for cricketers or really got involved with cricketers at all, according to the official records. And now, in fact, the idea came to me only after she had died. I found myself sort of casually wondering, how many cricket matches did she actually go to? And because I know she didn't go to very many football matches.
Right.
If you were the Queen, what would your cricketing experiences have been? Mm-hmm. We can all say, if we've been to test matches, we can all remember exactly which tests we've been to or which days or what happened on those days. So I decided it would be really fun to reconstruct the Queen's cricketing memories as a watcher. So that's what it is. It's a chronological journey through all the games that the Queen saw, live and in person, from 1947, when she first went with her father, to 2017, which was her last appearance at a test match at Lord's.
How difficult was it to track down those games? I mean, did you not have to sort of delve deep into old newspapers to find a mention of the Queen having been there on a particular day, or was it through your access to back issues of the Wisden Almanac?
Well, as blessed and beautiful as the almanac is, it wasn't terrifically helpful in finding the information, because Wisden is, of course, far more focused on the cricket than whether the Queen turns up.
Right.
And the MCC provided a list which it said was partial. In fact, Emma herself managed to get that for me.
Brilliant.
So then when I started investigating in the British Library, going through past newspapers, quickly established that the MCC's list was definitely partial. So, yes, got to work with the newspaper archives, digging up things like Surrey at Guildford, the Queen turning up too late for the game to still be on, so the cricketers all traipsed out again and had a county beer match, bun fight as they called it in the 50s. So, yes, it's a reconstruction of her cricketing journey.
You worked on that pretty quickly then. If you didn't do it until after she'd started on it, until after she died, and it came out in December, that's pretty swift work.
It is pretty swift work, and yes, I don't think many writers are used to working exceptionally hard for prolonged periods of time. But yes, it was quite a sweat to get it out, and lucky really that it having to write it didn't coincide with these last 2 months of working very, very hard to finish the Wisden Almanac, because January and February would have been a nightmare time to try and get anything done.
Oh God! Well, of course that comes out. What about April? End of April or early May?
Mid-April. Yeah, mid-April.
Okay. And what? Can you give us any little quick, things we should be looking at for this year, or is it all hush hush and won't be revealed until the last minute?
Well, aside from the hush hush expectation, which of course we do like to have, I think what are now called Easter eggs, things that you open the covers and look in our Part 1 comment section and say, oh, that's fun. There are things which, of course, you can predict easily will be in there. Our coverage of Shane Warne's death and of his life, I should say, more correctly. That's very, very detailed, and we've got some very good writing on that and covering it from a range of angles. This wonderful cricketer and all his great achievements.
Yeah, that must have been the biggest shock of the last year, mustn't it, Shane Warne? I don't think any of us could really believe that had happened. Anyway, so that's the Queen at Cricket. That's Kit Harris's new book. Have a look out for that. And just a reminder that Emma's book is following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket. Let's get on with the show. The other man I haven't introduced to you so far is very patient Tony Bishop, sitting here alongside me, and he's just going to give you a rundown, a reminder for those of you listening for the first time, of the rules of Who's That Weirdo. Tony.
Well, yes, thank you, Hendo. It's all very simple. There are going to be 12 questions. Each comprises a person's name. Each of those will be either a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. You just need to use your knowledge, skill or judgment to say which you think they are. If you think the name is not a cricketer, then you need to say, who's that weirdo? And if you don't, depending on his mood, Hendo may apply a penalty of some kind, ranging in severity, dependent upon that mood, really. There are some other things. There's a toss to start. You can choose to open or put your opponent in. Correct answers will accrue 2 points. A wrong answer means it's passed to your opponent, who can win bonus points. If you were correct, you also get to guess the age of the individual, currently or at the sad time of their demise. Within 3 years earns you an extra point. If you're bang on the nose, it's a boundary, 4 points. If it's a weirdo, you have to try and guess the reason why they're famous. They might be a musician, a politician, business person, record breaker, writer, philosopher, or indeed absolutely anything else. And finally, whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you a bit about each of the people before we move on to the next question. What really could be simpler?
Yeah, it sounds immensely complicated to me, so we'll probably go wrong, even though I've done it 4 times before. Right, I think, Emma, we shall give you the chance to call on the coin toss. I have a newly minted Prince Charles or King Charles coin. No, I wish I did. I don't. I have an old Her Majesty the Queen pound coin here. I'm going to toss. Do you want to call tails or heads?
Heads.
Oh, I've lost it. It's come flying over my shoulder.
A great
so let's just say that'll be found in about 3 months' time when someone goes down the back of this down the back of this chair. So let's just say that you won the toss. Do you wish to bat, or do you wish to put Kato, Kit into bat?
No, I'll open.
You're open. Wow, that's.
I'll open because I genuinely don't know what the level of of knowledge required is going to be, and so I feel like I know that I'm going to embarrass myself, so I might as well just get that over with.
Well, that is the whole point. That is the whole point. To have people involved in cricket embarrassing themselves. That's basically what we decided that this show should be about. So you will have the first name for Who's That Weirdo, episode 5, and the name is Susan Redhead, West Indies. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo? Susan Redhead, West Indies.
I want that to be a live cricketer, so I'm going to say live cricketer.
Oh, what a start! What a start for Emma on Who's That Weirdo, episode 5, because Susan Redhead is indeed a live cricketer, so that earns you 2 points, and if you can guess how old she currently is, you may get extra points. How old do you think live cricketer Susan Redhead is?
Well, let's go youngish. Go 24.
Oh no, I'm way. No extra points, I'm afraid, for you on that one. Susan Redhead is 60, would you believe? Susan Redhead is 60, and Tony has more details about Susan Redhead.
Well, the first thing is she's not a redhead. Either that or she has some very powerful hair dye. She was born in June 1962. She's a Grenadian former cricketer who played as a right-handed bat. She appeared in 3 one-day internationals for the West Indies in 2003 and played domestic cricket for Grenada. She only made 8 runs in those 3 games, all of which were against the Sri Lankan women. Retired in 2011, scoring 17 as opener for Grenada versus Dominica at Bridgetown. Then Grenada won by a thumping 216 runs, so she went out on a high. She did once present the Player of the Match awards to Stephanie Taylor after a West Indies win against Pakistan in a T20 in 2015. That, I have to say, was the only photographic record I could unearth of her.
Well, there you go, Susan Redhead, great name, and quite a good by the sounds of it. So 2 points to Emma, she leads by 2 points to 0. We move to Kit with the second name of Who's That Weirdo, Clarence Hill, Bermuda. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Oh, it seems like a very Bermudan name.
Bermudian.
You see, when you see C Hill, and then you think, okay, C Hill, that sounds like a cricketer because you think of Clem Hill.
Yes.
So is that? But Clarence fits, doesn't it, for West Indian names? Clarence Best. I knew he was from Barbados. I think you're trying to trick me. I'm going to go for who's that weird?
Oh, you are on incredible form, you two, today, because Clarence Hill indeed is a weirdo. Well, he's not really a weirdo, but he is. Well, you can guess what he is. See if you can guess what he is for an extra point, Kit.
He is. What is he? It's something to do with Windows.
Well, he may have practiced on Windows in the same sort of way as Matthew Pryor did at Lord's, but he's not actually a window cleaner or anything like that. What is he, Tony?
He's a boxer. And he was the Olympic heavyweight bronze winner in Montreal in 1976. He's not just any old medalist, though. He was Bermuda's first ever Olympic medalist. The other, as I'm sure you know, Hendo, being Florence Duffy, who won gold in the women's triathlon at Tokyo in 2020. Our friend Clarence beat in 1976, or he lost rather, in the semi-final to Romania's Mircea Simeon. He did then, although, have a rather anonymous professional career. Things rather went off the rails. He ended up in the nick, got divorced, life went downhill, and he got done for cocaine possession and armed robbery. But during his second stint in jail, he lost his drug habit, I beg his pardon, and was re-schooled as a carpenter. There is a statue of him in Bermuda and a painting, and he's become something of a national hero.
There you go. He is, absolutely. I mean, he's a big name in Bermuda, I can tell you that. So it's 2 apiece. No extra bonus points accrued yet, but we go to name number 3. Back to Emma. Frank Walters, Australia. Frank Walters, Australia. Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
I'm going to say that's a dead cricketer.
You're absolutely on fire, you people. You've been catching up, haven't you? I think, or either maybe someone leaked the names online. You're absolutely right. He is a dead cricketer. Now he died some time ago. But what age was he when things went south for him? And any particular guess that you'd like to make on that?
I'm going to guess 53.
Oh, not bad, but not good enough for a bonus point, I'm afraid. He died in 1922 at the age of 62, and it was quite a sad ending, wasn't it, for Frank Walters, Tony?
Well, rather sadly, he fell off the back of a boat. He did a bit of a Robert Maxwell, by the sounds of it, at the age of 62, as you rightly said. He was a one-test wonder for Australia, was Frank, right-hand middle-order bat. That test was in 1885 at the MCG against England. Didn't go particularly well. He made 7 before being LBW to George Ulliott, and 5 in the second innings, done by the Nottinghamshire duo, William Atwell taking the catch off the bowling of Will Flowers off spin. He played a lot of first-class cricket for New South Wales and Victoria between 1880 and 1896. Highest score of 150, average of only 21, and just took 1 wicket in his time with right arm something or other. He moved to Sydney in the late 19th century after purchasing the Criterion Hotel. All 4 of his first-class centuries were scored at the SCG. Got married and died off the sea of the Bombay, in the Bay of Bombay, alas, as he was returning to Australia from a holiday.
Yeah, it's quite sad, isn't it? There wasn't a whole lot more detail about exactly what happened there, but that was the end of Frank Walters. Died in 1922. It's 4-2 to Emma. Can Kit level here? The 4th name on our list this afternoon is Luha Ismail Bai, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
Well, I feel like I want you to spell it for me, so I can visualize it on a scorecard.
I can do that for you. Luhar, Luhar, Ismail Bai, which is Ishmailbhai. Does that help?
Bhai.
Bhai.
Well, that seems strange because by Bhai at the end of a name in India means sort of sir, doesn't it, or Mr.
Well, that's interesting.
They say Sachin Bai as a term of respect to refer to Sachin Tendulkar. So that seems unusual to see it at the end of a name. Ishmael with an H in it. Okay, well, I'm not sure. We've got Dara Ismail Khan. That was a Indian first-class team back in the day. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go, who's that weirdo again?
And you're absolutely right. You two are the best people that we've had so far on this program. Most people get things wrong, but you've been all absolutely on the spot.
It's entirely beginner's luck. You will notice in the next question.
We will see. We'll see. Maybe it's very good for beginner's luck that lasts for the whole of the program. That'd be fantastic. So Luha Ismail Bai is indeed who's that weirdo. But in what way is she a weirdo, Kato? Would you like to sort of offer a guess on that?
It's a she, is it?
It's a she. Now that's what makes it so interesting, isn't it?
Yes, that does make it interesting. Luha Ismail Bai. Well, I'm just going to put my dart somewhere on the dartboard. There are such a great many local and national politicians in India. I'm going to go with politics.
It's a good guess, but it's not right, as they used to say on, what was that program on ITV? I can't remember. Anyway, it's gone.
Catchphrase.
Catchphrase, that's the one. It's good, but it's not right. I can't even remember who the host of that was now.
Roy Walker.
That's...
Am I getting
Roy
points?
Somebody? I can't remember.
Roy Walker.
Roy Walker. That's
not Roy Plumley. That was Desert Island Discs.
No, indeed not. So tell us, Tony, Luha Ismail Bai, what was she? Or what
Well,
was
look,
she
to be honest,
for?
I'm absolutely amazed you don't know this, Hendo, for goodness sake. I mean, she's the woman who has the most published academic papers in the field of concrete technology. But she's clearly not set in her ways. She's 36 from Jaipur, world record holder, an eco-friendly material scientist come inventor, professional chartered engineer, author many times over, prominent in both conventional and geopolymer concrete technology, of course, and building material. She's authored a book independently titled Fly Ash and Slag-Based Geopolymer Concrete Experimental Facts. If you don't have that on your bookshelf, get onto Amazon immediately.
It must be flying off those shelves, mustn't it?
Absolutely. When I looked, well, probably not if it's concrete. And when I looked, she had no less than 23 honours and awards. She's probably got a couple more by now.
She should be better known based on the fact that the IPL is effectively financed by concrete. But there you go. Anyway, it's 4-4 after two names apiece. We move on to the last two names before the break, and this is for Emma. Dawn Newman, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Or who's that weirdo? Dawn Newman. Has it struck a chord deep?
It definitely feels. This is the thing. It's going. I know this one's going to turn out not to be a cricketer, but I feel like it sounds like one, and I would never want to. I would never want to say that somebody wasn't a cricketer if they were. I'd rather get it wrong that way round.
Right. So you're going for a cricketer, but alive or dead?
I'm going to go for cricketer. I'm going to go Dawn Newman. I'm going to go live. I would have to go live because I don't think Dawn's a name that makes me think very old. So I'm going to hope that she's a cricketer. I'm going to believe that she's a cricketer, and I'm going to hope that she's still alive.
You're absolutely right. There's just no stopping you guys at the moment. 6 points to Emma. She is indeed a live cricketer, and for that bonus point that could make all the difference at the end of this scintillating game, can you guess how old she currently is?
Well, this is one where I'm like, Dawn is a name that, to me, that's a name. I don't think of Dawn as being a name that's been around longer than the 70s, really. I mean, I might be wrong. I do know it is quite a popular name in Australia, actually, Dawn. But I think, let's say that she was born in the 80s. What would she be now? 80s, 90s.
Maths going on.
She'd be in her early. She might be in her early 40s, late. I'm gonna say 43.
All that work that you did, and you're absolutely nowhere near. She's a lot older than that. She's 80, would you believe? So Dawn has been around for a little bit longer in Australia. It sounds like maybe it was just a very occasional name at at that time. And Tony's got more news about Dawn Newman.
Well, quite a cricketing family, actually. She's born in Mount Hawthorn, Western Australia. She played 3 Test matches for Australia against England in 68-69. She's right-hand bat. As I say, comes from a family of cricketers. She's one of 3 sisters who have represented Western Australia at state level. Her older sister, Betty, was a left-arm medium pace bowler, selected to play for Australia in 1958, but was only 12th person, or 12th. What do you go? 12th.
Yes, good point, actually.
And we're back.
As the first ball from Wayne Parnell, left arm over, is defended into the leg side. There is no run.
And we have a new person joining us, I think. Welcome, Dave. Once we get you on.
Good to see you guys. Gary and Jason, is it?
It is.
First ball in, 299 to win. But
here's Parnell defended into the straight, and there is no run.
Possibly 30 short. Don't know what you guys think.
We certainly think that's round about the area we were talking about.
What was? Sorry, I
30 runs short.
Oh yes, at least. At least this is a 350 par, I think, pitch conditions. Shortish boundaries, not enough aggression from the South Africans, not enough willingness to accept the risk in the middle overs. As left arm over is Parnell, and this is punched through wide mid on by Jason Roy, who needs some runs, and he's got 4 of them.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, what do you think? I feel that England would have taken 350, never mind 300 as a target.
Definitely, I think on this ground with what England have in their locker, I'm intrigued to see what happens though in these first 10.
As Roy is punching a fullish half volley outside off stump to Temba Bavuma, who finds himself, places himself, let's be honest, he's the captain, at wideish mid off, and they're through for an easy single.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the first 10 go. South Africa did quite well, and then obviously the breaks kind of got pulled a little bit, and you would have thought that they would have done much better, at least maybe 330, 350.
Well, 2 players who are familiar with South Africa are opening for England, Dawid Malan and Jason Roy. I think both of them grew up in South Africa, is that right?
Yes, Jason Roy definitely grew up in South Africa. Dawid Malan, I'm fairly sure, was also.
I think he did. Sam Curran has, of course, got roots in Southern Africa, but I don't think he grew up in Zimbabwe.
No, he was born in Northampton. The only Curran that was born in South Africa was the eldest one, Tom.
Yeah. He still speaks with quite a strong Zimbabwean accent.
Well,
doesn't
I do
Sam?
get the feeling that they went back pretty much every year to see relatives, and therefore that inflection has stayed with them.
Yeah. A little bit of swing there from Parnell, and Milan went chasing it and got a little inside edge, no foot movement. This is Milan's problem early in his innings. He lacks fluency early on because he does not move his feet, and he always. I mean, I think this is why he's not playing in the T20 matches so often, even though he was very well ranked in T20 for a while. Is he does take a little bit of time to get going. Little inside edge there onto the pads, no run. 5 without loss, England. The target's still 294 runs away. As Parnell's in, it's just tucked off the pads there from Milan. And he's not going to get 4 for that, is he? I tell you what, I think he might get 4. There was just nothing, absolutely nothing in that shot at all. Rabada came running round, dived, and they're going to have a look at it, I suspect. But maybe England just get the 3. But either way, it just shows this glassy outfield. The lights will start to come into effect probably in about half an hour or so's time. Let's have a look at it here. Rabada does well, the big pace man. Dives at the ball. He gets the timing of the dive right, so he gets his hand on the ball. The question is whether he's in touch with the Toblerone.
That's a good save, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good save. But there was just nothing in that shot at all from Milan, which is another indicator that really South Africa should have been looking for more than 300. Have we got any tweets coming in?
We do. Give me 2 seconds. The only tweet over the interval was Jago talking about who's that weirdo. Saying, I constantly overestimate my ability to who's that weirdo. I mean rubbish. Bother.
David, is this your first time?
I was on a little bit for the Pakistan series for a little bit of baseball.
Yeah. Well, maybe
white ball.
Maybe just take the opportunity to introduce yourself to the listeners. A little bit of background, perhaps.
Yeah, a little bit of background. Irish cricket follower here in Dublin. Bit of writing, a bit of talking right now, and a little bit tweets as well.
Yeah. And how is it in Dublin at the moment? Is it raining?
It is lovely and sunny.
Oh, fantastic!
I know. I keep hearing that it's freezing cold over.
It's not too bad today. Are you on the north side or the south side? I mean, that's always a question, isn't it, with Dubliners?
Down south.
Right.
Sunny in the south, and it's lovely weather out in Bloemfontein, isn't it?
It is lovely.
30 degrees. Well, it looks incredible.
Well, this Premier bowler is going to open the innings from the other end.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this.
And he's just full of a length round the wicket to Milan, and the left-hander is just able to lean on it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And this is the problem with a pitch like this, where the ball is coming onto the bat, a glassy outfield, relatively short boundaries that are well in from the full extent of the ground. You just need really to get any kind of connection, and the ball will beat the infield in the power play, and runs are available. But the next one is just pushed to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mean, Rabada's showing at 89 miles per hour. I mean, there's no way that was 89 miles per hour.
Oh, I don't know. Jofra was bowling at 88 miles an hour in his spell apart.
I think sometimes they crank the gun a little bit to make everybody feel a bit better. I'm not sure that was 89 miles an hour. But, I haven't got any specific knowledge of that, other than the fact that it doesn't look like it. And Milan just chips this. It's on the leg stump. It really is money for nothing, that from Milan. It goes into the vacant outfield for another one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I mean, David, that's too easy, surely.
It really is. But is that a conspiracy about the speed guns, perhaps?
Well, I often don't believe the speed guns, I'm afraid. So I don't have any specific knowledge of it. Milan is pushing at this one. It's well fielded there at cover point, and there is no run. I just think sometimes, everybody likes to see the 90 mile an hour plus there, so everybody's got an interest in the guns showing, the maximum pace. But it really doesn't look it to the naked eye.
I know there's a bit of conspiracy about, I think, Shoaib Akhtar, he's sitting next to the 99.9 or the 100, and people questioning whether it actually happened or not, or whether the gun was a little bit off. But then you get Wagner, and Wagner bowls at whatever 70, 80 Ks, but it comes on a lot quicker.
Yeah, there is the other end of the scale, so to speak, and this is a half volley from Milan, who just leans on it really. It's barely an extra cover drive, more an extra cover lean, but it hurtles to the boundary. It's another one of these. And Rabada just can't find a length at the moment, and England in any format of the game are going to jump all over bowling like this. That was far too full. It wasn't quite the absolute full half volley, but you don't really need to do much to get 4 runs there, do you?
Nope. Dave has already endeared himself to one of our regular followers, Jay Grow. He says, I believe David has admitted to being an ad man as well. Well, there's not many of those in this organisation. As long as he's not a classicist.
Oh, yeah, there used to be classicists coming out of the woodwork. Now it's ad guys. As Rabada's in, and Milan is happy just to push this one back to the bowler. It's the end of the second over. England have 20 without loss. Milan has 15 of them. Roy has 4 of them, and Jason has your tweets.
And Dave Wood, following on, says, hello, David. Any thoughts on whether Frank Lampard has had his last job in management? I would ask Gary, but need to sleep at some point this test. Because you get a very long answer.
I really enjoyed all this Bielsa talk and the possibility that he flew over for maybe a 6-hour presentation with loads of slides.
Yes, I think we all would have enjoyed a bit of Bielsa ball at Everton, but I think we're more likely to scramble to safety with Sean Dyche. Yep. As Parnell's in, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Roy, who can't do anything with that one. Dribbles off the thigh pad into the leg side. There is near run.
And also Warren asked the question, Milan instead of Duckett opening? Well, I think if you're going to play Milan, you have to put him pretty much at the top of the order.
You absolutely do.
Duckett has enough power in the bank to slot in at a power hitter's position.
Yeah, and I think Duckett might just be a little better against a softer ball because he does love that square cut, doesn't he? You don't want it getting big on him. But there's no slips, or there's one slip actually now, so it's a bit better. And Roy goes looking for that ball, and frankly, he wouldn't have hit it with 2 bats. What kind of shot was that, Jason?
That was a walk down the wicket. Grope, I think, is a better phrase than anything else.
I think so. David, what's your view on Roy? There's a lot of people here think he's playing for his place in the World Cup.
A lot of people calling for his head. I mean, obviously there's a wealth of riches going on at the moment. Who's next on the cab front? I think he just needs a bit of confidence. Needs something to go his way.
Yeah, well, Johnny Bairstow will obviously come back and open in the ODI team. So the question is, which one of the places will he take? As Roy pushes at this, there's a little bit uppish, but we all know that anywhere near the middle of the bat in the power play, and it goes all the way to the fence.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
England aren't really taking any risks. We haven't seen any manufactured shots. We haven't seen the shoulders being opened or anything. But what they are doing, and what this is the nous that's available to England now. That they know that they only need to hit the gaps here. And the runs will flow, and they sure are. 24 without loss. As Roy gets one on the leg stump, and as if to make my point for me, he just lays bat on ball and gets it to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these. David, your Temba Bavuma, what does he do?
Temba Bavuma, you do something different. That's what you do, because it is not working for you.
Now, did you bring on the extreme pace of Nokia, or do you think he already goes to his wrist spin of Shamsi?
I felt like this is what I felt about the first 10. I felt like the first 10 you got to have some sort of control, and you can't it's just pinging off the bat right now. I would probably inch towards less pace if you could. I'm not sure if it could just fly off Nokia's bat or Nokia's ball.
Off this ball.
I agree too. As Parnell is in and this is defended with a straight bat, they might have taken one in different circumstances to mid-off, but they didn't.
They've played a new guy called Mogala. I'd give him a shout straight away rather than Nokia, because Nokia could go all around the park at the end of his pace.
I think you may be right. The only thing about Nokia is he might push him back onto the back foot because he is really quick. So because England just prop him forward here and defending the ball for 4.
I think Milan likes the back foot, so he'd be quite happy with Bob staying on the back foot.
Roy on 13 faces Parnell, last ball of the 3rd over, and he just helps himself to the single that they probably could have taken off the last ball. Bavuma comes round and fields. England are 29 without loss after 3 overs.
Jago says, Gary, is it even worth me asking, do you really think you can tell the speed of a ball pass via your eagle eye? Oh well, I'm sure you could have plucked it out of the air anyway.
Possibly so.
And he also says, calm down, Jay. He's a gobshite. Remember the Borobles.
Well, there's no lights on yet in Bloemfontein, which surprises me because I thought that they usually started a day-nighter. They start the second innings with the lights on in order to allow, sort of the eyes to acclimatise, if that makes sense.
Unless they're load shedding.
Just exactly the point I was about to make.
Yes.
If they're in an area which is prone to load shedding, they're not going to put them on until the last moment possible.
Don't the LEDs take almost no electricity anyway? I'm not sure. I don't understand anything these days. As Rabada is in, and it's on the leg stump, and I really don't understand why an international bowler of his class is bowling there to Jason Roy, because he can absolutely do what he likes with that, and he chooses to glance it in the air to long leg for yet another one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I mean, I've played enough club cricket to know where that ball is going to end up, because I've bowled a few down there myself. This is a better ball. It's on the length, on off stump, but again, it's, as you said, David, it's pinging off the middle, so they take an easy single to extra cover.
For a second there, I just thought if Roy really is unlucky, if he's walked under enough ladders, broken enough mirrors, he has hit that ball straight to the short fine leg.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been pocketed. But no, there's very little danger.
What you have to hope, and there are certainly times, Ian Bell had a spell where he kept hitting it straight to a field around the corner. You have to hope that they have checked where the field is, and England are so good these days at placing the ball through packed offside fields that they can avoid hitting the 1 or 2 men that you find on the leg side, 3 or 4 men to be fair, as Milan just lets that ball run off the face of the bat to the man in the Jonty Rhodes position. I'm quite pleased to say the Jonty Rhodes position, seeing as South Africa are in the field. It's backward square leg, but it'll always be the Jonty Rhodes position to me. Yeah. To some it'll be the Paul Collingwood position.
The problem with Roy at the moment is this isn't a dangerous position. The position is when he gets to his 30s and tries to consolidate his innings.
Milan just defends this ball from Rabada, so having given a bit of a spray to Rabada for his dismal first ball, he's actually been on the money since, round the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, definitely a bit looser in that first over, kind of a few looseners. Just getting in rhythm, which seems to be a little bit better now.
Yeah, it's a tough gig bowling in the power play on a pitch like this, but that means you've got to be even more certain of your lines and lengths. And again, he gets this right a little bit outside off stump, and Milan's happy to just lean on it, run it off the face to third man, rotate the strike, right and left-hander, which may be one of the reasons why Duckett wasn't playing, although Duckett would have been in for Milan, so it would have been left-hander for left-hander. Single ensues. Roy comes forward to this ball. It's a half volley, and he knows he missed out on that because he kind of checked his shot. It's the end of the over. England have 35 without loss. After 4, Roy has 19, Milan has 16, and we have your tweets.
The GC Naked Radio Fun Pornbot has joined us. He says, Annie Chave has a book of Bradmans. I don't know what that's in relation to.
I don't.
Jacob asks, I'm not watching this, but what's the pitch like? We think it's a flatty.
Bit of pace in it. Nice to see. It's almost an ideal wicket, I would suggest, for one-day cricket. You don't want the ball turning square, and you don't want the ball flying through at head height. One-day cricket is about giving a platform for batsmen, and this certainly does.
And Farong says, good effort by England in the final 10 overs to restrict the Saffers to under 300. He's good effort in the 40 overs preceding that as well.
Yeah, England bowled very well.
He's in Southern Thailand, but he's still watching the BPL, and Shakib's at the crease for Barishal and looking to knock Chattogram out of the final contention. So cricket's still going on everywhere.
Shakib, he likes a row these days, doesn't he, Shakib?
He has, he's still brilliant, but he's brilliant 1 game in 10 now.
That beats the bat. That's the first time I think that. Oh, there was one ball that Roy sort of fenced up, but Parnell got that past Milan's bat, who has seemed to have retreated into trying to hit every ball to third man now, instead of trying to drive the ball as he was doing so successfully earlier on.
I think, to be fair, the bowlers have dragged their length back, and they're not giving
There's a bit of that.
Not giving a drive.
There's a bit of that for sure.
And that was Parnell actually as well. It was Parnell to Roy, I think, that he had him playing and missing.
Yeah,
so
it was.
Maybe Parnell's just getting a little bit more out of the wicket. Not to say that it's a huge.
This is fuller, but there's a little bit of swing there for Parnell. Admittedly, when it went past the outside edge, but Milan was reaching for that. England don't like to be tied down in any form of the game these days, and he was trying to make something happen, playing that well outside the eye line. Little bit of seam movement through to de Kock. So South Africa have bowled better in the last 10 deliveries or something, and it's shown. David, what do you think of England's kit? It looks like somewhat appropriately, given we're in South Africa, it looks like Jackson Pollock's had a go at it. As this is a real jumping delivery. Not sure what's happened there. I mean, that's the most misbehaving ball we've seen all day. It was short of a length from Parnell. It was outside the off stump, but it absolutely leapt away from the bat of Milan through to the keeper, no run.
Oh yeah, whenever Parnell had a sip of there during a fine leg, maybe he's pinging them down, getting a little bit something out of the pitch.
He missed that by 6 or 7 inches, didn't he, Milan?
Did jag quite a bit though.
Yeah.
To go back to the kit, what do you think as a neutral when it comes to the kit?
As a neutral, yeah, I'm not a big fan.
No, I confess, I don't mind a bit of funkiness in the kit, but this is a bit of an accident in the spray shop to me.
I'm a lover of the light blue kit.
As Milan gets one again that moves in the air, but he gets his foot across to this one, plays it under the eyes, which makes a huge difference, penetrates the infield, and there's only one destination.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Cue the fear pun.
Yeah, a little bit of the Weimar in that jingle there, which I'm always partial to a bit of Weimar. I saw, I'll come back to it in a moment, as lets this ball go, does Milan. That's the privilege he gets from hitting the previous ball for 4. England now 39 without loss. I always enjoy a bit of Weimar, and there's definitely a kind of Weimar in California vibe to Babylon, the very long but ridiculously entertaining, if a little over the top movie that's out at the moment.
With a cast of millions by Damien Chazelle.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed it, but for some it will be a little too much.
How long are we talking?
2 hours 50.
Oof.
As maybe more than that, maybe 3 hours. As this ball is played down to third man, and they go through for the single. England have 40 without loss, and we have your tweets.
And Leah says from Hanover, sorry. Ja, make Nokia, bring the fire, Anrich Streifer, England, and end stereotypical description of Germans in the Anglosphere. Jacob says, Dave, please talk us through your room decorations from behind you. There's a very fine-looking bookshelf back there.
Yeah, we've a few books. We've got Samuel Beckett, bit of James Joyce.
This ball is run off the face of the bat to third man by Milan, and they walk a single. I saw it's still available for streaming, play about Samuel Beckett and Harold Pinter. They're waiting to bat in a match. It was filmed at Lord's. It's very good.
Both of them avid cricket fans.
Yeah.
Beckett is a Nobel winner who also played first-class cricket.
Yes, he did.
That's Conan Doyle.
This ball is hit. It's almost a full toss from Rabada, but Roy is. You can see he's reaching for form, isn't he? Because he was reaching for that ball, and it went quickly to backward point, and there was no run.
Bookshelves is obviously a issue of the day, because that's what Bradman was referring to in Annie Chave's Pornbot tweet.
As this is shorter of a length, and Roy just plays an orthodox forward defensive. No run to extra cover. Yes, I mean, you can get these different backgrounds, can't you, for
Zoom and Teams
stuff like that. I don't know if anybody can sort of produce a background for books, and you could request which books go on that shelf. Maybe one for the Twitter sphere. What books would you want on your background, as this ball also goes to backward point and there is no run?
You definitely can. The very talented designers amongst us will design something. And what the books say about you, I guess that'll be something.
Well, it'll be interesting. You say you've got some Joyce up there, because Ulysses is one of the great unread books in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, I still haven't read it.
I haven't either. As this is slashed backward up point, but a brilliant bit of fielding there by the man. Is that Parnell who's there? No, it's the palindrome himself, Markram. And so he's getting plenty of work in this over from Jason Roy, who must have felt there were runs, because he really did middle that, and it was a swan dive from Aidan Markram. Fantastic. This is on leg stump, and that's meat and drink to any batsman worth his salt. And it goes out to deep backward square, where there's an underarm return due to the slanting sun, but it nevertheless did go into the sun and was not fielded cleanly. It was returned from Heinrich Klaassen. But it's the end of the over, a better one for the South Africans, just 2 conceded from it. England have 42 without loss from 6. I've read the portrait of the artist as a young man, but not Ulysses.
I've not read any Joyce at all, but talking about books, GC Naked Fun Pornbot says, yes, but mine is a pop-up book.
Yes.
And also reminds us that the estrogen and testosterone suppositories are buy 2 get 1 free. Brackets gently used. I'm not sure I want to. You have a huge suppository, thank you very much.
So, Parnell's to continue, so the plans have been adhered to, and to be fair, after a lot of slap in the first 3 overs, the next 3 overs have been reined in by the South African bowlers, as this is full and it's driven, but Bavuma is there, straight enough at mid-off to field the ball, and there is no run. Again, Roy will consider himself missing out there. That was a pretty full half volley, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's starting to chunter and tick, I think.
Yeah,
he was, 19 or 20 off to about 12, and he's not scored a run for about 8 balls.
Yeah, it's worth remarking that the England Open is now, Roy has 20 from 19, Milan has 22 off 18. So they're down to almost a run a ball now. And again, Roy can do very little with that. It was full, and he got the right shoulder round a little bit, which meant that it went to mid-on rather than straight, and he didn't have much timing there. You get the feeling someone's going to crack here, don't you? You get the feeling there's going to be a chance offered, or there's going to be a 6 coming.
I've seen enough of Jason Roy to know that he needs 3 dot balls, and he's going to do something rash soon.
Yeah.
We can't really see it, but I can imagine that there's somebody warming up. There has to be somebody warming up.
And almost exactly what we expected there. Roy tries to manufacture a horizontal bat shot from that length delivery, which must have cleared the bails by inches. Let's have a look. It was not the shot for the ball. Feet more or less together. Oh, it got a little bottom edge there as it went through. It was well fielded by de Kock, who had to go back to his left, having set off to his right. But there's something happening in the rest of this over. This is not going to be ...
No.
Nor is it going to be...
chopped on is the best thing.
And almost a chop on there as Roy gets inside edge and invites Milan to come and take a single. They might have crossed there before the run out, but they might not have done, which shows the cat on a hot tin roof that Jason Roy has been. They just need to look at the scoreboard here and say that they'd have taken 42 without loss after 7 overs. If this is a maiden, so be it.
Yeah, the most important thing I think at this point is no wickets falling.
Yeah. You can afford a maiden when you're chasing 299 and you've got 42. But Roy does get a short one there and deserves to be put away, but he finds the man at deep square leg. Get a little tightness in the shoulder there from Jason Roy. Had he not been so tight, he might have got that further round, backward of square, and got a boundary. Anyway, he's off strike now, which is what he wanted to do, I think. England have 43 without loss. Roy has 21 from 23. Milan has 22 from 18. 1 ball left in this, the 7th over. Still bright sunshine up on the high veld. I think it is on the high veld, is it Bloemfontein?
I think so.
As Milan does that shot, which he's played far too often, which is the kind of shot where he kind of sits on a ball that's outside off stump and tries to steer it to third man, but he keeps picking out the fielder, in this case, at backward point. And we have your tweets.
Leah says, talking about bookshelves, meh. My bookshelves are filled with military history, sci-fi, books about Kurosawa, which you will obviously love, cricket, Yoko Tsuno comics, and lots of Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd. I bought 2001 AD issue number 1. I remember when it came out, and we bought the subsequent editions. We were big fans of 2001. That would be about 1978, I would guess, 77, 78.
Yeah, it's a bit dated now, isn't
it? It is a bit dated, but we enjoyed them. Rabada's in. Roy goes to play at that ball and then withdraws the bat, and it goes through to the keeper. David, are England losing their way a little here?
A little bit. Like Roy looked a little bit nervy there.
Yeah.
Definitely had a few thoughts, and even as they're looking back. At what point do we reckon, though, Roy gets through this and he feels a little bit better?
He kind of needs to middle one, because he hasn't middled one for about 15 minutes now. And as if to make that point, that ball jumps at him. And I think he may have taken that one on the hand, because he's walking away and trying to do that thing that batsmen do, saying, it's not hurting, honestly, it's not hurting at all. It's not hurting. Even though we know it probably is.
It was a bit of an awkward kind of... He hit it in the ground and he walked away soon. It was a bit of a like Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne kind of. Looked a bit nervy, a little bit on edge.
Yeah, 2 more dot balls to Jason Roy. He sits on this and it goes to backward point. Another dot. I think Roy is now... Has he had 6 dots in 7 balls?
I think he's more like 10 dots in 12.
You might be right. He has 21 now from 26, so haven't gone off like a train. He's now shunted into the side, the sidings a little. Rabada has come back well. He has none for 20. A slower ball to full toss, and as if to make my point, Roy could have pretty much hit that anywhere, but he was too anxious to get forward and had no timing. And Bavuma did the fielding at mid-off. 4 dots in a row here.
Yeah, Roy is definitely being beaten in the mind games by Rabada at the moment.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
It's a bit of a micro moment. Do you maybe tweak the field a little bit, move somebody up close?
Rabada's in, and this is driven by Roy, who gets the benefit of believing in himself there, because that ball was not there to be driven. He played what I sometimes call a Zach Crawley drive, because Crawley plays it so well when he's in touch, where you stand up straight, off a length, and you hit the ball with a vertical bat through extra cover. You have to be in decent touch to play that. In fact, it probably was a little full of a length. Crawley plays it off length and back of a length. But well, hats off to Jason Roy. He's worked his way through that difficulty. He gets one of these for his troubles. And then a little bit more relaxed, he's able to crab the ball out to backward point and take the single. England, after 8 overs, are going at exactly a run a ball. They have 48 without loss.
Annie Chave says to the pawn bot about the shelves, I'm now enjoying guerrilla cricket, checking about books and bookshelves. Well, we are ever your servants, Annie.
We did, and I referred to your good self in the review I wrote about Noises Off, which was published today at the Arts Desk. So, Annie, there's a little nod in your direction. It doesn't name you, but it nods in your direction. Have we got any more tweets coming through, Jason?
No, we're up to date at present.
Tell me a little, about the Irish team, because they have an interest, I think, in this match, don't they? In that their path to the World Cup is smoothed if South Africa lose. Am I right in that, David?
Yeah, South Africa need to win one of these 3, as I understand it. I'm not sure if it gets any better for us, though. I think so. If South Africa don't get the win, one win in this, so they need to win 2 against Netherlands in the series after this. Then they go into the qualifiers. I think it's still up in the air. I'll finish after this.
Yeah. As this is turned again, a little bit of bounce, which we didn't see throughout England's bowling very often, but a little bounce to Roy, who just gets it into the leg side, and they jog an easy single. England go to 49 without loss.
It's still up in the air, I think. If it just means South Africa don't qualify directly, which means there will be a spot up for grabs. But Ireland, I think Ireland's situation is we need to win 3-0 in Bangladesh.
Yeah. And is there any talk in Ireland about the payday of is it Josh Little? Is it the
Josh Little? Yeah, he's in the SAT 20 at the moment.
Yeah. As this ball is tucked off the pads by Milan, and there is no run. But I mean, he went for a fair bit of money, as I recall. I mean, there can't be many Irish cricketers who are earning kind of almost Premier League type money.
Yeah, it would be between him and Sterling. Paul Sterling.
Paul Sterling.
Between him and Sterlo, I think a lot of people have had eyes on Little for a while.
He's a good bowler.
He was a net bowler, I think, in the IPL last time or the time before.
as Parnell is in, and this is played with a little more intent than has usually been the case from Milan backward of point. And he beats the diving fielder, and it goes all the way to the fence for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So a couple of boundaries have brought things back for England, now 53 without loss, having got through a sticky period. Do you think that the kind of money that Irish cricketers can pick up in franchise leagues, on the one hand it may diminish their availability for the national team, but do you think it might make some talented sports people who are currently playing either Gaelic football or hurling or something consider cricket as a career, as Milan chops this ball yet again to backward point, but it's fielded, no run?
It could do it, it might do. I think the main perspective at the moment is getting the lads and getting our women as well, getting as many players as we can.
That's
leagues.
fair enough,
knowing that it's much better being on the inside than out. I know Zimbabwe we were looking at the same way when we played Zimbabwe recently. You had Sikandar Raza, who of course is the man at the moment, and you want him playing as much as he can, really.
Yeah, it's a kind of double-edged sword, isn't it? The money that can be made in franchise leagues for associate or for the less traditional cricket nations. That ball goes through to the keeper, because on the one hand, you kind of get the idea that there'll be talented sportsmen and women who are 15, 16, 17 and looking at cricket if that's one of the options, because very often talented sports people have a number of sports that they're good at, and they may see cricket as a way to make a significant living, which certainly wouldn't have been the case even 10 years ago perhaps in Ireland, as this ball is pushed to mid-on and there is no run. But on the other hand, you want to make sure they're available for the national side and not picking up the big bucks around the world. But we'll go to your tweets before you can come back to me on that, David.
Well, they're all from Jay Grover, but the first one says, I get very annoyed when people say Ulysses is impenetrable and obscure. It's obviously a university accessible work of genius that everyone should read and love. Conversely, anyone who says the same about Finnegan's Wake, dog shit.
Yes, Finnegan's Wake is even more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. And he says to Leah, I've got a bunch of old Judge Dredd trades for Christmas. Boy, they've aged. And he also tells me to play the Josh Little jingle, which I will try and look up.
So, as Rabada's in, and Roy tickles that round the corner, and there was probably one there, really, because it was a sprawling save, quite deep by Wayne Parnell, but they didn't take it, so England remain 53 without loss in the 10th over. So, David, is there a kind of change in, has that contract for Josh Little made any change in perception of cricket as an option in Ireland?
I think it will. I think it definitely will. It'll open up opportunities.
As this ball is punched to the man deep at point, and they run the single they perhaps should have run off the previous ball by Roy. England go to 54 without loss.
But there may be a question as well. Say Little has gotten his contract; it's well deserved. Could it have happened a little bit earlier, for example? Like even the politics of who gets contracts, who doesn't. It can be who's the man at the moment. Say Williamson gets a contract. Why didn't Root get a contract, for example, as an anchor with one of the franchises in the IPL?
Yeah, it is hard to say one way or the other. Rabada is wide of side off stump and short, and Milan is happy just to let that go through to the keeper. One for the over, says Maurice Erasmus, with his mouth even more downturned than it used to be.
He's watching the South African side that he's not sure has that much faith in.
I think with batters it's a bit easier to sort of shine than it is as a bowler, as Milan sits on this and gets it to the man deep at third man, and they jog an easy single. Yeah, with batters you can catch the eye, Sterling sixes and hundreds in T20s. Where I think it's harder for a bowler to catch the eye with kind of 1 for 30 off 4 overs, which can be just as valuable.
It's definitely a bit harder, and then even as a spinner, you're probably not going to get a run against local spinners in the IPL, or it'll be unlikely. Mark Watt, for example.
Yeah. This ball is defended to backward point, and there is no run. So just one ball left in this trio's
we should have a thundering herd of hooves at the minute.
Yeah. We should indeed, but it's been good to have you on, David, and I hope I'll be on the mic with you again soon. England have done pretty well in these 10 overs. They're 55 without loss, which they'd have taken all day long, as yet another ball is run off the face down to third man. 10 overs gone. England are 56 without loss. Jason Roy has 29 from 34. David Malan has 27 from 26, and we have the Bear and Andy for you.
Hello, and can I introduce myself? It's James here as well. Hello, everybody. Hope you're really well. It's been an interesting start for England. I think there've been a few little wobbles when they started pitching it back of length a little bit more, wasn't there? But by and large, it's been cruise control. What do you reckon, Bear?
Yeah, that pretty much has been, hasn't it? They've opened up reasonably slowly, but they've only got to get 6 and over. It's just like a pitch where 300 should be easily achievable with this team, you'd have thought. I'm not sure we back that deep, really.
It felt par, didn't it, really?
Yeah, and around about there. They were really slow in this next 12 overs or so.
Yeah, when we only played one boundary jingle in that 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, I think they went to, in 22 overs, they were about 122 or something. And after 10 overs, they were 81. So it seemed like they completely got bogged down with England's spinners. Well, and looks like South Africa have turned to one. Yeah, part-timer though. It is. Well, I've got to find him first.
Yeah, it's Peter Palindrome coming in to bowl. Maybe you can guess from that.
Here he is.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! 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 Aiden Markram.
Well, that goes on quite a lot as he toddles in and Roy attempts to pluck it off his legs, but it's down the leg side for a nice big wide. Well, let's hope he gets more luck with his bowling than he's had with his batting recently, as he trundles in again, heading towards the leg and whipped off by Roy off his legs just for a single here. Markram, who I always think looks like he's a former contestant on Love Island. I don't know if that's something he would consider in his future.
Maybe lost the flat stomach you have to go on that.
Yeah, he needs to bulk himself up a little bit. More. There's kind of athlete and sportsman muscles, and then there's posing muscles, and he could do with a few more of them. But he's fiddling around with his field here as Milan gets ready to face. In he comes again. Slow march to doom. Comes in. Milan just dabs that out on the offside here. Little bit of hit and run, right? They're just going to try and consolidate at the start here, do we think? Or do you think they're just lining him up to give him a good old whack?
Well, they've got plenty of time. I presume there's loads of time to accelerate, isn't there? They might just see how it pans out.
You should be able to milk Markram for 6 and over all day, and that's all you need.
Yeah. As he comes in again, well, Roy wasn't listening to us,
no.
And he gives this a damn big slap down the ground.
Now,
for one of these fellas.
That was a genuine, may I say, one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
That was bloody flat, wasn't it? Jesus.
It was. I was about to say it got very little height on it. That was all power. Beware low-flying pigeons as Markram comes in again, and Roy sweeps in this time, but it's not a boundary, it's just a single. But I guess this is what we want to see from Roy, don't we? That kind of ambitious intent, the certainty within his mind when he plays the strokes.
Well, yeah, he's had a pretty poor time the last few times I've seen him. Tim was saying earlier he's had a pretty shit SA20.
Yeah, he has.
Suddenly he's back in the England side, everyone knows he's in Lance Chant's saloon, and he's doing all right.
Ooh. Oh, and this time Markram comes in and Milan edges it, but it's past the cock and it toddles off to the boundary for one of these. Bit lucky there.
A bit lucky.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And we're seeing a lot of Roy here. Roy looks as though he's ticking a bit now. I think his trouble has been maybe should have made a bit of fist of that, or am I being really
I think
harsh?
you're being quite rude. Yeah, not rude.
I'm rude and harsh. So that was as Margaret comes in again. This time Milan rocks back and plays it out to the boundary safely this time for another single. End of the over, 71 without loss. Over to Twitterverse corner.
Yes, Jay says, hooray, James, back from his death in Nakatomi Plaza and with no books I can look at. I hope that means something to you. And Leah and Jay are talking about the old Judge Dredd comics, which possibly have not aged very well. Your Twitter settings could be better on here because we've got Good Housekeeping UK telling us how to clean our oven. Thanks for that.
Really?
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. That's in our notifications bit, isn't it?
It's latest. Am I in the wrong one?
Yeah, I will go to... Is that one? No, where's notifications?
Well, listen,
That's
I mean,
notifications.
any tips that they've got, I would willingly listen to those as the owner of quite a disgustingly dirty oven. So if we get into
what I can advise is you can get silicone sheets you put on the bottom.
Is that the trick?
I can advise get an air fryer and only use the oven when you have to.
Air fryers don't make very good chips, I don't find.
I think I've found they make better chips.
Really?
Spray some oil on them.
Well, yeah, maybe.
No, there you go. Now, the man in the moustache. The moment has come for Mr. Aggression, Mr. Speed to come on. So we should jingle him up.
I don't like that task.
He looks like David Warner standing on a box.
Project just to have yourself a bride. I think I've got to your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Henrik Nokia.
I mean, it's an impressive moustache.
It is. He's gone full porno, but it does look slightly like Please Can I Be Australian?
A little
bit desperate. You've spent too long touring down there, Nokia.
And a little bit from this distance, like Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah, Borat full style.
Yeah.
As he comes in, all elbows tight, and he's onto the legs, and Milan just like flicks that off his legs, and of course, because the speed of it, it's one of these immediately.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I always feel with like Nokia, like did he have a particularly cruel father who used to rope together his elbows to his body when he was learning how to bowl? Because his elbows are always so tight, aren't they?
Probably, in my experience of reading cricket autobiographies, probably did have a very fierce father.
They've all got them
beaten into them.
Yeah.
This is better this time. Just played onto the off by Milan. They scuttle through for a single that maybe perhaps shouldn't have been there, but was there in the end.
I'm looking forward to watching the big lad bowl, Magala.
Yeah, although I keep, every time I think about him, I think of the DJ Segala. So hopefully he will come on after we're on commentary. Otherwise, people might be reaching for Spotify rather than this. Well, I don't think he'd have been out anyway, even though he made a bit of a meal of it there, a little bit of a drama queen.
He's slow to get going, Milan, when he going for quick singles.
Just generally in life, I think, and in cricket. As Nokia comes in again to Roy, pitched on the middle of this time. Roy tries to drive it onto the leg side. There is no run this time. Nokia was like the threat when they were in Australia. He was the threat, wasn't he? He was the guy they were scared of, the Australians.
Yeah, I mean, he did cause them a few problems a couple of times, didn't he? With raw pace.
Seems to be what he's trying to do now. He seems to be just trying to blast them out and get a full ball through the defences.
No, you might be able to do that with Jason Warren, to be honest.
Well, I was going to say, here's the man to do it to. As he comes in again, it's shorter this time, but it's on the leg and it's pulled by Roy to the boundary, but not for a boundary where it is fielded. So Nokia up at 90 miles per hour. I know Gary had a grand conspiracy on the Gary scale. He's probably down at 45 miles an hour.
Yeah. The speed gun's rigged. Yeah.
The parallax view, defense of the realm, and this match, great conspiracy thrillers of our time. As Milan are on strike here, 38 from 31 balls, facing Nokia, who comes in again, and Milan just likes to chop the ball down, doesn't he? That is a massively favoured shot from him.
Yeah, he's all. I mean, he does unfurl. He's good at playing inside out through the offside, but often they're trying to seems trying to cramp him for room and playing it on the leg side. He's good at the inside-out stuff, but he does. A lot of the time, it is just wristy little flicks behind square either side. Or he's good at the pull shot too. To be fair.
Yeah.
And when he gets going, he picks it nicely off his toes.
Yeah.
But most left-handers do, to be fair.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. As he gets ready again, Nokia comes in, elbows close to the waist. And this time, it's just short of a length, and Milan just stabs it out for no run. It's the end of the over. We are 77 without loss. Roy on 38, and Milan, I think, on 38 as well. Andy, what's happening in Twitter?
Jay says, I don't know what this exactly means, but I've always wanted to say it. You make your own luck. It's usually said by someone who wants to ascribe to their own ability something that was actually luck. But Jez and Jay both supporting me on air fryers. Jez say they make better chips, and Jay agrees, but more appropriate for the single man. You probably need a converted hovercraft for the whole
family,
the whole bear tribe.
Yeah, well, I bought one, and everyone refused to eat them, so they didn't like them. And
what didn't they like about them? What was not good about them?
They said they didn't taste very nice. And
okay, fair enough.
And it's gathering grease and dust on top of a kitchen cabinet.
They
That's been
do
for about 6 years.
They do if you're not careful. I bought a rice cooker 2 months ago, which I haven't used yet.
Andy, exactly. So my wife bought me a rice cooker. I've used it 3 times, and now it's a lovely ornament in our kitchen. As Mark Crum, Love Islander, comes in again, Roy dabs this out to long up and just takes a single there. It looks like the cow in the morning, they're just going to be milking Mark Crum until they get bored of it. The sun seems to be going down here now.
Love Island has started again, hasn't it? Not that I watch it.
It's been on for a few weeks. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember the first version of that? It was called Temptation Island, and it was absolutely brutal.
I do remember Temptation Island. That was an astonishing thing. The
whole premise is you're trying to tempt some guy who's either getting married, to be unfaithful.
Markham drops short this time. Milan spanks that out to the boundary, but it's cut off there. Are we just getting a couple there or a single? I can't quite tell.
I imagine that was quite easy for some girls dressed in not much.
It was astonishing, but you essentially take a supposedly happy couple
try
and ruin their lives.
Yeah, and it came to the end, and they didn't manage it, and the sort of announcer guy looked so gutted that it hadn't worked.
As Markram comes in and Milan just pads that out, or knocks that out for a thing. Yeah, and then of course the original Love Island was actually a celebrity Love Island many years ago, which had celebrity in kind of inverted commas, as you can imagine. As we come in again with Markram, tosses it in. Milan just plays it. He can't beat the inner field at the moment with Markram coming in. We're slightly into the Milan zone of taking up balls here, which is always a pleasure to see.
Well, less of an issue in ODIs. He's on
Absolutely.
40 off 36, which is absolutely fine.
Markram comes in again, short of a length this time, but it's played out to the fielder in exactly the same place by Milan. Yeah, he's got time here.
This is the difference between ODIs and T20s. ODIs, going at a run of ball is acceptable, and if you get a big score, good. T20s, a run of ball is bad.
As Markram comes in again,
uses his towel.
A little towel falls out of his pocket.
That's a no ball, isn't it?
Oh well, they've decided to end that misery. So it's at the end of the over. It's 80 without loss. Roy on 39, Milan on 40. Andy, over to you.
Jay Grover said he liked Robin Smith's autobiography, I did too, which talked about his alcoholism, self-loathing and inability to relate to any human. And yes, his father was quite mean, and Jay goes into that detail. Old Fart at Play says Instant Pot does everything, even has a yogurt function. And Warren says Temptation Island is the Isle of Dogs, right? But what I liked from Robin Smith's autobiography was the last time he was left out by England, there was a panel of 4 selectors. He managed to ask each of them as the bowler comes in.
Yeah, Nokia comes here and it's slapped over to the leg side, up to the mid-wicket, long wicket boundary there for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, this being in the days when you had to chase selectors and actually find them to get to them to tell you anything.
Yeah.
And he said 3 out of the 4 said, "Oh, I wanted you in." It was the other guys.
Of course, those selection meetings. I always like that thing Nasser Hussain said about when both of them came onto the selection panel and just used to, as Nokia comes in again here, this time Roy is kind of uppercutting it out onto the offside just for a couple. But yeah, Botham's contribution was just to smoke a cigar in the corner and occasionally throw out a pearl of wisdom like that Alex Stewart's eyes were going. And that would be his contribution
Sounds
to the
about
meeting.
right, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it turned out that Alex Stewart had perfect 2020 vision. But thanks for that, Beefy.
Yeah, Beefy's become a little bit of an arsehole.
Lord Beefy, if you please.
Lord Beefy. As Nokia comes in again. Beauty beats Roy there. Kind of just slightly short of length. Roy went forward, just missing the line of the ball there. Everyone lets out a sigh. They haven't been near the edge of the back for a few overs, so good signs there for...
It's depressing with Beefy because he was like my hero when I was a kid.
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
well, it's like in this age where you actually find out what sportsmen think. It's generally a bad thing.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know. I just want you to hit a ball. I don't want you to tell me.
Just
He's
score
in
a
an
goal.
advert
Yeah.
at the moment. I'm sure I saw him in an advert.
Yeah,
recently.
he does some fucking circulation revivative. God, it's even in my head. You see, I've seen it that many times.
You see, it's got to you as Nokia comes in again.
Shot.
This time, Roy is
That
pulling
was a
it.
Good shot.
With absolute ferocity for one of these.
That did go like...
That went like a tracer bullet.
It really did go like a tracer bullet, and Nokia looked singularly unimpressed by how easily he picked that up. And he really did pick that up easily, didn't? And early.
Yeah, he clearly likes pace on, doesn't he?
Well, I think that's been his struggles in the SA-T20, hasn't it? Is that there's been lots of spinning pitches, and that is something he does not like.
That is not his forte.
Well, Archer was England's most expensive bowler, so I wouldn't be surprised if the same as of Nortje.
As Nokia comes in again, and Roy comes over all Milan and just dabs it out. And he actually now has the big 5-0.
Wow.
He does, yeah.
Must be his first one in quite a long time.
I think so. Well,
let's give him. I'll give him this one. That's the wrong one.
50, 50, 50.
Always play this one.
Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
See, it grabs you when it's got 50, 50, 50, so it's easy to see. That'll be the one. But it always says on a bowler's pitch. I'm not sure this is.
Yeah, that's slightly like, I don't know if Nokia would agree with how that ended. They're certainly not at the moment, but it's 22nd 50 that he scored. Oh, Milan now. Now that bounced quite a lot. Milan actually did well not to get anything on it, even though he tried as hard as he possibly could. Leaving us on 91 without loss after 14 overs. Roy on 50, Milan 10 behind on 40. Andy.
Clive Brooks says if a batsman scores 664 in an over, call it a neighbour, as in neighbour of the beast. I got some Iron Maiden stamps. Did you see those?
No, I've seen them. Yes,
I got some. Oh, they're great. I'm not going to put them on letters or anything. I'm going to waste them. Diana,
kind of weird that someone decided to pick Iron Maiden to go on stamps.
Well, it's weird that no one else appreciates them.
Well, you know,
they've sold 100 million records.
I know. I remember whenever they used to release a single in the 80s, they never used to get on top of the pops, but they always went to number one.
Well, not number one, no. But Diana Patterson says, I'll weigh in here on air fryers. They just make oven chips. If that's all you want, they save energy. If you want fewer appliances, you can do without one, says smug Arga owner. Well, my sister's got an Arga, which is all very well, but, try and install one in a fourth floor flat.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to be getting out there. We have a change in the bowling.
Yeah, a change to a man who actually spins for a living, Mr. Shamsi.
This guy.
And I say, hey, Tabriz Shamsi.
He's prepared to come in now, a longer on the markram as he comes in. Roy facing. Roy just sort of half sweeping that out to the leg side there for a single straight away. Shamsi always looks like he's just recovering from a good Christmas in all sorts of ways. But obviously he's a fine bowler with lots of variations in his locker, as Bafuma is directing traffic here, telling everyone where should they go. Can I ask a really non-related question? Who is taller, Duckett or Bavuma? Do we know?
Oh, Duckett.
I would think, my guess would be Duckett.
I mean,
Bavuma is
Bavuma
short.
Yeah, he's short. How short is he? I'm always interested.
I think
in.
he's just about 5 foot, isn't he?
No, he's
Oh
not
my
that small.
God.
He's 5'2" or 5'3".
Okay. Duckett's probably 5'8". I think we tried working this out, didn't we, in the Pakistan series?
As he comes in again, this is wide this time, and Milan misses out there. He sort of almost had to reach too far for it, and ended up spanking it where he didn't want to spank it.
Well,
which is now going to get the porn bot going.
It is. Even in cricket, athletes do tend to be taller than the general public, and someone who's normal height in general public terms is going to look smallish as a cricketer. He would look very small as a footballer generally.
Yeah.
And tiny as a rugby player.
Yes, I always think that about Jimmy Anderson. He just looks normal height, but what is he, like 6'3" or something like that?
6'2" or 6'3",
if you ever get close up to a football team, just when they're running onto the pitch, you really see how massive they are, most of them.
Yeah. As Shamsi comes in again here, that slightly odd action that seems to come from beneath him as Milan strokes it out for a single. Yeah, and footballers, it always surprised me how lithe they are. Like, you do get like the big guys, but they're actually so slim, a lot of those footballers.
Some of them, yeah. I mean, maybe it was more of a generational thing. I once sort of half ran into Eric Cantona when he was doing his 9 months for booting that guy in the head. And he was huge, and he was so wide.
Yeah, he was quite chunky.
Yeah, he wasn't fat, it's all muscle.
Again, Roy reverse sweeping it there, showing that he is Mr. Improvisation. He's not the dull guy in the team. He can party hard with the bat, but just for one, unfortunately. So they're milking Shamsi rather like they milked Markram.
Shamsi ought to provide more threat. He's more of a mystery spinner, you think. He's a full-time spinner, but again, doesn't seem to be much threat at the moment.
As he comes in again, bowls from beneath himself, as he always says. And I guess also it's what Bear was saying before, it's the context of the match, isn't it? The scoreboard is not threatening you, so that pressure is relieved.
Certainly in the last couple of overs they've managed to... I mean, this is it. They're getting enough runs off Nortje that they don't have to worry what's going on at the other end at the moment, do they?
Yeah, they seem to be playing the situation. Here comes Shamsi. This time it's short and it's hoiked by Milan. But just for one. This is what happens when you try and go 20-20, Milan. It all goes a little bit wrong. It's the end of the over. It's 95 without loss. Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, Jay touches on something I was going to mention. He says, point with Robin Smith is he still thought his father was firm but fair. And I think this is a kind of a success bias, where, the guy whose father was very, very strict and very perhaps mean to him, who didn't make it as an international cricketer, isn't writing autobiographies for us to read.
Well, exactly.
Yes. So how many people who tried and failed and were emotionally damaged as a result is we don't know. We just don't know.
No.
Yes, and those successful people were also emotionally damaged, but they think, oh well, I got successful
at
as
least
well.
I scored some runs. Yeah.
So it kept me on the straight and narrow.
It's the whiplash theory of bringing up a child.
Yeah. Messy Jez says Bear's disappointment over Beefy mirrors his own when he found out his boyhood hero Ted Dexter was not so admirable. No, Ted Dexter was a horror. He was one of those guys at public school who would actually beat up Peter Cook was his fag. And Peter Cook talked about what a cunt Dexter was to him.
And I can imagine he said that very much like that in a Derek and Clive stitch.
With that bombshell.
Yes.
Milan just tucks it off his legs for one.
Yeah, I know. And then Jay says the same thing. He says Bruce Dickinson's another Brexit so-and-so. And he is, and I wish I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. We don't. That's the thing. We don't want to know so much about our idol.
Well, he's a fucking fencer, isn't he? I mean, he must have probably went to a private school.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he went to the same private school as a friend of mine, but he was expelled. Dickinson, not my friend.
Oh, there you go. There's some rock and roll for you. Anyway, as Nokia comes in again to Jason Roy, who's just whipping that off his legs there just for a single. We really are into full-on milking territory. This is full dairy farm.
It's approach. Well, I think we might have some jingles for this kind of thing.
I wonder if we do.
Yeah, not in that one. Where are they then?
Well, Bear, as you're looking, I would just talk us through. Nokia, who the closer you see his moustache, the more impressive it becomes.
Yeah.
It's positively Victorian.
Yeah, it's bushy.
As he comes in, elbows chafing his sides, and this time it's cut by Milan, but it's stopped at the boundary easily by, is that Parnell there, the Kolpak King, and Milan just gets a single. So they're playing plenty of shots here, but they're not necessarily getting the boundaries for them at the moment.
A lot of
we
cooking.
found the Jingle Bear.
Well, there's this one, which is a classic. Oh my word.
That's
Now
gone.
that was an interesting moment there. Nokia came in and bounced Roy, and Roy has hooked it out to the boundary for one of these. How much in control of that do we think he was?
Not massively, but you know, Roy's
At that pace.
If Roy just gets one more, even if he gets out now and then gets another 40 in one of the other two games, he's probably good for the next series.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Yes.
And if he
I
gets,
think that's a really good point. I mean, it's so reassuring for Roy here. Yeah, what's happening? Yeah, no, he wasn't entirely in control, but as Nokia comes in again, it's pitched up this time, but Roy square drives that out. Did that reach the boundary
Yes.
there?
Yeah, it did,
think
yeah.
It might well have done.
yeah, it was just using the pace of the ball. It was back
Yeah.
of a length. It was the kind of ball the South African batsmen were often leaving, or the 4 rather, not the 6. The 6 was there to be dealt with as it was. But this is coming true. Archer was the most expensive bowler for England, and I think Nortje is going to be the most expensive for South Africa.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, as we're playing that 4 there, Jason Roy dances down the pitch like a cut price Anton de Beek and slaps that out for another run. It's the end of the over. It's 110 now off 16. Roy on 65 now. Milan slowing down at 44. Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, a lot of cooking chat on Twitter. Warren votes for the Ninja Foodie. Pressure cook, air fry, steam, slow cook, yogurt, sear, bake, broil, dehydrate, and everything. Dave Wood says, aren't all lager owners smug by definition? Probably. Jay is going to get a new Smeg oven hob next week. Doesn't think an Arga would fit. He'll stick with my George Foreman. Also, Duckett is normal sized. I think he is by normal.
Average, I think it's 5'8" or 5'9".
Is he?
Yeah. I was reading a story last summer, I think, about Arga owners. Because modern Argas are gas-fired. And, of course, the gas price went fucking through the roof.
Yep.
And you have to keep them on permanently.
Pretty much,
So
yeah.
people were trying to sell them. And they were extortionately priced, man.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes Shamsi again. Yorker this time to Milan, who just pats it away for a single hit. Jay, I must say, I salute your George Foreman grill. I haven't heard of the George Foreman grill
I had
for
one of them,
years
yeah.
beyond the American Office, where Michael burns his foot on one of them because he keeps one on his bed to make himself bacon every single morning.
Oh my
So
God.
thank you for bringing that. And then burns his foot and comes into work with his foot covered in what's the poppy stuff called that you put into packaging, and crutches.
Must have been one of the later ones. I gave that 4 or 5 seasons and then...
Shamsi comes in here again. It's down on the leg side this time, and it's just patted away by Roy, who's looking increasingly assured after his little going over by Rabada before. I think it's American Office worth investing time. Once Steve Carell leaves, it's a bust, to be honest. But before he leaves, it's hugely compelling.
Yeah, I never got into it. I saw a few of them. But back
Yeah.
to Argas. Second-hand Arga is about $8,000.
Yeah.
$8,000.
Top of the price new one, $50,000.
50, wow.
Holy crap. And you can't even turn it off. As Roy reverse sweeps this time, but it's fielded. I think he thought there was going to be a 4 there for himself. But you could almost feel him growing, can't you, in confidence as he plays here.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be annoyed with himself if he takes it a bit too far and gets out, because there's really
Yes.
a big 100 on the cards here.
There is.
Which
I think that's absolutely right. And as
he
you were saying
really
before,
needs.
Andy,
Yeah.
this is about cementing your place. Shamsi comes in again, bowls from his hip. Roy really doesn't gets hold of that, and it's sort of played behind him.
I think he got glove on it, really.
Was it a glove?
If
Yeah,
glove
it was,
or wide, it's one or the other.
Bobbly, didn't it? Shamsi can't quite believe what's gone on there. It's obviously nothing to do with him, with the sheepish grin that he's giving.
For chucking
Little
one down
roll
the
of
leg
eye.
side.
It's
Yeah.
one of these, it was to the
It's
batsman.
me, Sanshi.
Yeah.
Yeah, off the glove spotted.
back of the glove as well, wasn't it? He's
Yeah.
through the shot almost.
He got a little bit lucky there. That could have gone. Oh, and De Kock was quite close to it as well. Yeah, Shamsi has had a great wrong done to him. The hands are on the head as though they've been super glued there, full on gorilla glue. Shamsi organising the field again to Roy. Maybe the luck will be on his side this time as he comes in. Bowls from the hip again. Roy gets hold of that a little bit more, sweeps it
Oh, no one
towards
there.
No
the
one there.
boundary.
No.
There is no one there. Great
Oh my
absence.
God.
1, 2, 3.
Well, you see,
4.
this is it. At this point, we've massively overtaken South Africa because they got to about 122 and 22 overs.
Yes.
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? It's because they can stay in and play the 60 over game, but there's no acceleration beyond that point, is there? Whereas England can actually accelerate when they want to.
Yeah.
I think England just took enough wickets to get South Africa worried about their tail.
As Shamsi comes in here, final ball off the over. It's too much on the leg side again. It's pushed out by Roy, and someone actually does make it round this time. Almost a relief there for them as the over ends, and we're going to have some drinks here as England are on 123 without loss. Roy now on 77, and Milan falling further behind on 45.
Messi Jez, always with the facts. Bavuma's 5'4", Duckett's 5'7".
Oh wow!
Jay Agassi's autobiography is pretty good on that. It is. I read that one as well. Anna Forsyth went to school briefly with Bruce Dickinson's son. He also got expelled. Probably went home and Bruce Dickinson went, "That's my boy."
Yeah. There's a great story. Have you heard that story about when Danny Harrison, George Harrison's son, is underage drinking in a pub, and the police come into the pub and they get hold of him and they realise he's George Harrison's son. So they think, right, we'll take him home and we'll knock on the door and we'll say your son was down the pub underage drinking. So they do this, and George Harrison just answers the door. They tell him, he goes, "Fuck off," and pulls his son inside and closes the door.
Sounds about right. Yeah, so Jay says, not only would an Aga not fit in my flat, it would cost more than my flat. The George
you could live
Foreman
in the Aga, it'd be warm.
Well, you would. The George Foreman grill is excellent if you like to eat wheat products with melted cheese. Yes, sir, I remember that in my pre-vegan days. Yeah, I think that's most of it. A bit more Bruce Dickinson chat, which you're probably not that interested in.
I went. Who was at my school? Fenton. Who's Fenton? Fenton was Shaken Stevens' kid. Well, there was another one who was around at the time.
Oh well, maybe it's Alvin Stardust.
Yes,
His real
Alvin
name was
Stardust.
Fenton,
That's it.
wasn't he?
His son. Yeah. His son was at my school. He
What was he like? What was the
he was an arse. He got a lot of shit.
They always are.
He got a lot of shit. And it lasted about a year before he was moved out again. But apparently he became a top drum and bass DJ.
Okay.
You're kidding me.
No.
Well, Alvin Stardust was shit, to be fair.
Yes, he was.
Yes,
Brian Barry
one of my
says
friends had Alvin Stardust play at his wedding, which was a
For
really odd thing.
50 quid. I mean, he looked like a disgusting old man even at the height of his... when he was in the charts.
Yes. Yeah, he kind of looked like a leather purse by this stage.
He was supposed to be
but to be fair, he gave it his all.
He was the British Elvis when Elvis was dying on the toilet.
I think a few weeks after that, to be fair.
Possibly, yes. Brian Barry says that's why George was the best Beatle. Read about his views on tax.
Yeah, okay, yeah. This is absolutely true. Well, and actually, Alvin Stardust, wasn't he? Now, I can't remember who. Someone will know out there. Didn't he replace someone in a famous band
I think that's how
he became Alvin Stardust?
I think that's how. I'm going to Google it now.
When he was Shane Fenton maybe?
Yeah, it might have been that. That might have been it.
In a 60s band? Because most of those guys in the 70s who turned up a little bit older and had some chart hits
Gary
were
Glitter,
60s failures, weren't they?
David Bowie was a 60s failure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
Alvin Stardust.
Yeah, come on, we want to know this now. This is crucial.
Wikipedia. There we go.
I could contact my friend who seems to have become quite on good terms with
Your wish has been granted in the cricket, Bear. Magala's coming on to bowl.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, here we go. DJ Sagala Magala is coming on to bowl. It's beautiful sunset there, actually, at the moment. The match summary we're seeing here, South Africa 298-7, and 1-2-3 without loss.
Well, I hear
He's a big lad.
He is to bowl medium pace. Yeah.
He's a big unit. Wow. Now, I must admit, I've only read about him rather than seeing him, and his size has taken me somewhat by surprise.
He's not exactly Rakeem Cornwall, but he is a big lad with a great
he's-
big round
he's
bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a Devon rather than a Cornwall. He's on the way there, but he's got a hell of a run up, so he's going to be burning off some of this.
He's one of these guys who
when he-
actually gets slower when he gets to the wicket.
Jesus Christ! Right, okay. Watch out! Here we come. A guy who's actually a brilliant death bowler. We should remember as he comes in, it's wide and it's short, and it's slapped out by David Milan, but it heads to Wayne Parnell. He's played a few one-day internationals, hasn't he, so far, but to no great shakes. I mean, it's very early on in his one-day international career, isn't it?
Yeah, well, this is interesting about our man Elvin Stardust. So, he was a kid, and his mum ran a boarding house in those days, of which there was a band in there called Shane Fenton and the Fentones. But the lead singer, Shane Fenton, actually died of rheumatic fever after they sent a letter to the BBC with a demo hoping to get something, and then got invited in, but he'd already died. So he took his place and took the pseudonym Shane Fenton.
When his original name was Alvin Stardust.
No, his original name was...
No, that's my joke.
Yeah, I know. What was he called? Bernard William Jury.
That's okay. I didn't realise that was why, but yeah, okay. So he wasn't even Shane Fenton. He just was pretending to be a dead man.
Exactly. The kid, in
Wow,
fact.
it's the return of Martin Gare played out in 60s pop music. This is a great story. I didn't realise that. I should have known that. Because very odd, when, as I should say, Magala is coming in again, pounding the ground as he comes in. But I tell you what, he's bowling a decent length there as Roy drives that out to extra cover where it's fielded. But yeah, I think he was that sort of Shane Fenton episode. I think he wished people had remembered it more. Because when my friend had a lunch with him to persuade him to go and do his wedding, he said, "Oh, a friend of mine mentioned that you used to be Shane Fenton," and he was quite taken with it. But boy, did my friend just not listen to him. He just did not care at all. But that's possibly why, because there's a greater story behind it.
Well, indeed.
As in comes Magala again to Milan, who really swings his arms at that. But Parnell is kind of got something in for Milan at the moment. He will not let him score more than a single as Milan heads on to 47 from 48. What do we think of Magala, the little bits we've seen of him so far in these first 4 deliveries?
Not that much. Did you say he's played tests?
No, I think he's played some one-dayers before.
No, I'm struggling to see him playing tests.
Yes, I'm struggling to see him make it through the match, to be honest.
Yeah, I am a little bit.
Attack.
Yeah, you'll have to retire fat like Rakeem Cornwall did in that game.
As he comes in again, Roy throwing his arms at this one, driving it out, but doesn't get anything for it. Yes, I mean, he's kind of one of those bowlers, to paint the picture, I think, might take a wicket because they don't take him seriously enough.
I thought there was this whole thing in South Africa cricket that you had to run a time trial in so many minutes to get in the team.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't see this guy doing it.
Maybe he got a doppelganger to go.
Man, he got his second job by fucking fact of some dodginess. Well, not dodginess, but luck as well.
Here comes Magala again. Well, that really gets up off the pitch. Roy was going forward to that as the over end. Decent over that. Only 3 from it. As England go to 126 without loss from 18. Roy on 78. Milan on 47. Bear, could you complete that before we go over to Twitter?
Yeah. So, basically, Alvin Stardust was a reference clearly to Ziggy Stardust, according to Wikipedia, of course, based on C-list rocker Vince Taylor, who became Alvin Stardust. But then he only recorded a couple of songs. My Cuckoo, which we all know, was his first one. And then he decided he didn't want to do it anymore. So they got in Alvin Stardust to do it, and he actually lip-synced Cuckoo on Top of the Pops. Then he recorded all the rest of the songs. So he was Green Cross Code Man.
So he was a double dipper.
Yeah, basically.
Sounds like it. And then he had that weird comeback in the 80s.
Yes.
I feel like Buddy Holly. Was that one of his songs?
Might have been. There was that I don't know what to tell you when you ask about love, which is a bit of a unsettling sort of... Anyway, Mike Taylor gives us some short rugby players, but I think they're all back in the day. I'm not sure you see so many short scrum halves anymore.
Now, Shamsi, did that not pitch? But Milan certainly wafted that towards the boundary, which he scores one of these, but also he heads into the 5-0 territory.
Milan's only played 13 ODIs. I know we haven't
Crazy.
played many lately.
Yeah, well, he's generally been seen as a T20 man. Oh God, he even participated in the Song for Europe, qualified for the Eurovision Song Contest, which he became third in after who knows who these people are. He came third behind Vicky and Kerry Wells. Whoever they are.
Good old Vicky and Kerry Wells. Well, there's three, but there's something else here. There's one more than three that Milan has just beautifully driven Shamsi for.
Was that a no ball as well, though?
It's
I don't know.
Don't think so.
Don't think so. It was below waist height, the previous one. So we've had a 4-1 ball when he got to 50, and then a beautiful drive the next ball. Milan loosening his shoulders now, proving that even guys who everyone thinks are like accountants can mix up the figures. As in comes Shamsi again. This time Milan just rocks back, just knocks it out for a single. It's a really great start to the over here.
Oh, I wish I could loosen my shoulders. I got this crick in my back. It's almost better now, but getting old.
Yeah, that's what happens. I do my neck about 5 times a year.
Yeah.
Let's give him a little shout out.
Is it no ball?
Yeah, no ball.
But I don't think the full toss, because there was a ball after that.
Did he must have overstepped.
Well,
right?
that's very careless for a spinner. Even if you are... Well, he looks at his feet. He should have even more idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I think because Shamsi loves taking his shoe off for a celebration and doing the shoe phone, doesn't he? Maybe he just hasn't put it back on properly. Yeah, he's overstepped, and actually by more than he should have done.
Yeah.
Well, any's more than you should do as a spinner.
Yeah,
he is in the tradition of South African spinners in frog in a blender type. You know.
He really is. It does. If you can picture it, it sort of comes. His hand comes from his hip and shoots upwards rather than having from his left hip, rather than having classical action at the moment. He's got his towel tucked in the back of his trousers that makes him look like he's got a bobtail as he's coming in. Jason Roy is just getting ready here on 78, starting to
winding up for this free hit.
Exactly. He really is. Here we go.
No,
he's tried to York, and he has absolutely hoiked that as far as you can over Shamsi's head for one of these.
2, 4, 6.
Well, England are cruising now, aren't they? They're
Absolutely
halfway there.
steaming it. I got famous last words, but I backed England at 2.7.
That's
when
pretty good.
South Africa were 140
thank
for
you
3.
very much. Yeah. Well, he tried to York him, but Jason Roy just scooped that up, rocked back. He looks back to what Roy should be, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does.
Getting there, 97 metre 6.
That is honestly a lovely shot. So much power there. Shamsi comes in again. This time, not really pitching. Shamsi's having a bit of a nightmare here, as it's knocked out to long on. It's not going so well, is it? Because actually, the spinners were a bit of a turning moment, no pun intended, in the South African innings, weren't they?
Yeah, and Roy
here.
isn't particularly great at playing spinners, but I mean,
that's a remarkable shot. It's like ankle high when he hits it. I know they have these. The bats are often weighted towards the low end, but
Shamsi comes in again here. Milan playing it more classically. Extra cover drive. It's fielded there by Rabada. No, absolutely, Andy. You're right to say that. The actual kind of like he had about an inch of leverage to get underneath, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hit it so true and so hard. That's astonishing. I think.
Is that another one?
Is that no? But or
no,
we're talking about
pointing.
fielders, are we?
He does seem to be pointing at fielders.
Yeah, there's something wrong. This is a bit of a car crash of an over for South Africa. They seem to have lost the plot here slightly.
18 with the ball to go. Yeah.
Shamsi comes in again, and this time no pressure on. Of course, Milan just strokes it out onto the leg side, and I think Shamsi in South Africa will be glad to know that over is over. 145 without loss. Roy on to 85. Milan on 58. Andy, over to you.
GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot. Even more detailed descriptions of strapping male athlete bodies. Click here. To us, of course. Farong is 5'9" and 3/4. But now he's returned to Thailand. He's increased his weight by 7%. Sounds bad. Adrian Lowe says, looks like my run-up is back in fashion. Me too. Jay's checked his school. He's got Def Leppard, John Shuttleworth and Phil Oakey, so I'm going to take a wild guess at Sheffield.
Oh, that's not a bad lineup there.
Terry Scott went to my school.
Well, there you go.
Terry Scott, that's
Yes.
tremendous. That is light entertainment royalty right there. As Magala is back in, and he has Milan kind of rocking back and trying to cut that and missing it. The ball going. I sense maybe that he's got variations here and that his pace is hard to pick.
Do you? I don't. He looks to me like a kind of Trundler, Tommy Trundler.
I think his rep is though that he has got some decent things. I mean, Dale Steyn has bigged him up, hasn't he? But whether that was entirely serious, I don't know. As he comes in again, Milan just pats that out onto the offside there. It's his deep backward point boundary as they just roll through. So we're not feeling Magala at the moment.
Well, he's bowling a consistent length, and it's a good length, but you get the feeling that at some point they will start changing their start position, go down the wicket, or get deep in the crease and pick him up.
Yeah, he's bowling a lot across them, and exactly that. You know, it's not particularly straight.
Yeah, as Milan was showing his batters there, which is ton, a good statement of intent. As Magala rolls in again. And this time Milan slaps it straight up in the air, and it is taken by Bavuma.
I'm wrong.
Milan is out. The man that we thought was a trundler has trundled his way to the first wicket of the England innings.
I'm going to play this because I can't remember what it sounds like.
Please fuck off, you useless twat.
That sounds like what I do in my head to a lot of songs. I just make up swearing to the lyrics.
So this one was a bit
That was quicker.
Quicker and on the offside, and he tried to hook it round, but he just didn't get hold of it at all. And he did his best to miss it, but it was an easy catch for Bavuma really. So Magala has done what the superstars have failed to do, and I think Milan is quite rightly smashing his leg with his bat because he's missed out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Farong says Sisanda Somali Bruce Magala hasn't played Test cricket. I'd be surprised if he does, but he could play against Bangladesh, a bit of a pivot in this tweet, who, if they don't change their attitude, may get relegated from the Premier League of Test cricket. Well, the thing with Test cricket club is it's a lot harder to get out of it than it is to get in it.
Yeah, it's very true. Right, so do we think this man's at number 3?
You think Duckett, yeah?
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School, playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
Well, I guess the thing about the quicker ball when you're that size is you just got to put a bit of weight behind it, haven't you?
Yeah, and you've got plenty to put behind it.
You've got plenty to put behind it, exactly.
And Duckett, this is first one day since 2016 for Duckett, who obviously, since he's come back into the side, has made a massive impression. And as a Notts supporter, I am excited to see him in the one-day side.
Well, I think there was a suggestion it's something he did off the field which got him kicked out of England. I did read somewhere pouring a pint over Jimmy Anderson. I don't know if that's true or not.
He definitely did that. Yeah, I think he was.
Well, he also played extraordinary shit when he went to Bangladesh.
Well, Ashwin destroyed him, didn't he? Ashwin absolutely destroyed him.
Yes.
Which is bizarre now, considering what a brilliant sweeper of the ball.
Well, presumably because of that, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know?
But that's I admire him a lot for going away and making.
I admire him for pouring a pint over Jimmy Anderson, standing up to the bullies in the England dressing room.
Well, to be able to reach that high, his height, as he comes in again, Magala, it's wide on the offside. Duckett goes after it and misses it, and maybe it's just as well actually that he missed it. We've got a couple of balls left here before we do a bit of a change on the commentary. I think you're taking over ball by ball, aren't you, Andy?
I think so, and I think the two of us and only one person's coming in.
I'm going out.
Yeah.
We're back for the last 2 sessions. I'm not sure we're going to need the last 2
more
sessions.
of a run around than a substitution.
Yeah, you might get a holiday for the end of it. It's Duckett concentrating intently. Is waddling in comes Magala, and he dashes at that. He drives it, and it's out to deep backward point boundary there, but he doesn't get one. It's just a single. I think he knows he was a little bit loose there. With that, Magala, I think, is harder to play than we think. I mean, a lot of it looks like Tripe, not that one, but
It's not Tripe. It's just mediocre, medium pace, really.
Yeah, but I wonder if he's one of those that actually, if you're facing him, it's just a little bit more difficult than we.
Well, it's
we
probably for these guys. It's probably more difficult than facing Nortier and just lining him up and using the pace.
And they won't have seen anything of him.
No,
I honestly can't see a long ODI career for Magala. I've been wrong before.
No, he's not a Hall of Famer. I think we can agree. As he comes in for the final ball of the over, Roy is driving it, but he doesn't get. And he run there. England now 147 for one for a wicket from that over from the big man. Roy on 85. Duckett just come in and is on one as we perform our effortless change.
Yeah. So you're coming in here, Hendo.
What are you going to be on, Hendo? Are you summarising?
Hendo's summarising. I'm on social.
Sorry? Oh, spray the spray. So, I mean, I wonder what you make of cricket at the moment, Hendo. It must be very difficult. England reigning T20 and ODI champions and turning the world of Test cricket upside down.
As I said, they would all along.
Exactly.
Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. If only they'd listened to me.
Right, we were just saying, Nortier might be easier to face than Magala, but possibly more difficult than Shamsi, who's taking an absolute pasting. So it is going to be the return of Nortier, and I'll give you a quick jingle for a quick bowler. If I can find him. There we are.
If you're numb.
Very quick. It comes into Duckett, turns him around a little bit, but it skews off the outside half of the bat. In between the fielders, and he'll pick up a single.
I don't know if you saw, of course, the England Lions playing in Sri Lanka at the moment, and they were going along about 6.5 and over the other day.
You know, there's congruity.
Lee's got 100, didn't he?
There's congruity. Does it make a lot of sense putting someone who's been left out of the Test team into the Lions? Do they treat it more of a second team than a development team, do you think?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I always feel like now that if you've decided, like they have with regards to Lee's and to a certain extent with Hamid, it almost feels like it's just a sort of they're letting them down gently, almost.
Maybe, but what do you do when he then scores runs in the Lions? Ooh, a bit of a inside edge for Jason. Well, he's had his moments of luck today. It's an inside edge that goes down to long leg for a single.
Well, I suppose it's something I mean, he can't just do it on one innings, can you? I mean, he's got to do it. I mean, the trouble is the England Lions probably don't play that much cricket, but if he did it over a series of innings and then goes back to his county and does it, and there's the likes of Duckett's not doing it in the Test team, for example, has a poor run, then they've got a chance of getting back in, haven't they?
Duckett certainly had a good start. Obviously in Pakistan. The next series in New Zealand be a bit different.
Yeah, New Zealand.
Yeah.
And then
I think that could be really different.
The summer and the Ashes. Yeah, that one is clipped down to deep square, and it's gone pretty much straight to the fielder, so they just should get another single.
It's a difficult one. I mean, I think they'll obviously play the same way in New Zealand as they have been playing. What remains to be seen is if England have two really bad tests to start the Ashes summer, and then whether they think about having to rein in the way that they played.
I do think that would be short-sighted. I mean, you just look at it. Pre-Bazball, they won 1 in 17. Post, they've won 10 out of 11. I don't think you should change tack just because you lost 2 games, but you're absolutely right. If they lose 2 to Australia, the knives will be out.
Yeah,
because those are so much more important than everything else. It's another single out to deep point. But I will tell you, I mean, I've made it clear that I've not been that interested in Test cricket for a while. But I'm a lot more interested in it now, genuinely, because I want to see how teams combat what England are doing, and I want to see if teams emulate them with the bat.
No, I mean, it's opened up a whole new vista in a way in Test cricket. Absolutely, I wouldn't deny that, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable, really.
But when Naughty is in again, another flash by Duckett. He's not out, is he? No, I don't think so. Yes, he is.
I think he is, yeah. You got
Muted
it.
celebrations from South Africa. But he did get a little touch on that one. Nortier's got a wicket, and that is 2 down for England.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Well, maybe that's on us for talking about Test cricket and maybe taking this game a bit as a bit of an already won.
Yeah, I mean, you can't necessarily say that. I mean, Nortje is a fabulous bowler, and Rabada, if he just gets a good spell together, can be destructive. So that's not all over, but England are not going to change the way that they're playing, are they? We've got Harry Brook coming out next. We've got Joss Butler to come in after that. Moeen Ali after that.
No.
It's just more of the same, really.
It will be, and Brook making his ODI debut, which seems a bit strange.
It does seem extraordinary, doesn't it?
Again, it's because we haven't played many ODIs lately.
This is true. Have we got any tweets?
Yeah, we have. We got Jay Grover telling us that Phil Oakley grew up in the street behind me. But precious as I was, our paths didn't cross.
I'm going to pull Jay up. I let that go on the first tweet, but he spelt it Oakley again.
Yes,
Oakley.
It's Oakley.
Oh, Jay,
we've pedanted you.
Actually, can I just say to Jay, it's not exactly off air, is it? But I'll just say thanks for your tweet earlier. I have replied to it. Hopefully it's got through to you, but I'm not sure that it did, because I looked at it on my direct messages and I couldn't see it after I'd written it. But I think I've sent you a tweet anyway.
Twitter is falling apart bit by bit. I know people like Fred say, "Oh, Twitter's still running. What are you complaining about? Give it time."
Well, I suppose a lot of it's down to the advertisers, isn't it? And whether they stick with it.
Jumping ship. Yeah.
That said, I mean, unless they can find an alternative. And I don't think this Mastodon has really taken off, has it?
I don't.
No, it hasn't.
I tried Mastodon quite a while ago, and it's totally impenetrable. I don't know why anybody thinks it might take off. If you understand the software architecture, then it's great. But 99.9% of people, including me, who is a software engineer, don't. Anyway, it's this man for his ODI debut.
Harry Brook is the future. Unless he bats the way Simon Carrigan bowls.
He bats the way Simon Carrigan bowls.
Well, he hasn't done that so far. All due respect to Simon Carrigan.
Simon Carrigan's had a bit of a comeback, hasn't he? He's done all right with Northamptonshire the last couple of years.
You think he can get back in the England team and make
I don't think
amends?
that's going to happen. But I do feel sorry for him.
Those 8 overs that constituted his England career.
It's sad, very sad.
It is a shame. I mean, he must have been so excited to play, and he's worked so hard for it, and it just didn't work out.
No.
Nortje is in again. Length ball. Brook lets it go through to de Kock for no run. We got any more tweets? We might have been a bit behind.
Yeah, no, it's so Jay again saying, I love the fact that I can say my school as if there's some great heritage for King Edward VII Secondary. Shit, Cocker didn't even go there.
I think my dad might have gone there.
Really?
He grew up
there
in Sheffield,
we go.
yeah.
Are you a quiet Yorkshireman?
My dad was a loud Yorkshireman. Is there any other kind?
Not really, no. No, true.
A Sheffield man, your dad, then?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so maybe there's a connection there, Jay. We'll have to see. And then Leah saying, I'm 94% of 1,000th of a kilometre tall. I don't know how much that is in your ridiculous system. Something like 6 bobbins and a few divots, I guess. And Jay also telling us, I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad thing, and I might just be stumbling into middle age, but after listening to Guerrilla Cricket jingles, I no longer hate Billy Joel.
That is a sign of middle age. That one's flicked down to long leg. By Roy. It's Magala continuing, and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, I was at sort of sixth form college with a Billy Joel fan. I mean, that's inexcusable at the age of 17. Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You should know better by then.
You couldn't have owned up to that. At my school,
he did.
It was
no,
heavy
you'd
metal or
we'd
hit
just
the
have been
road.
beaten up, wouldn't you?
Yes. Well, no, we didn't. But you would have been socially shunned.
Socially shunned. Is there anything worse? I think being beaten up is worse, actually. Personally.
Bruises recover quickly, though.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. So Magala lumps up to the wicket. It's another length ball, and Brook covers it up for no run.
Well, this is just really boring from Harry Brook, isn't it? He's placed 2 balls, he hasn't scored.
0 strike rate. What's going on?
Well, he's not going to make it as a one-day international
I don't
player,
think he is. I don't
Clear.
think he is. I think bring Ollie Pope in.
It seems when you're so good at Test cricket and so good at T20s, I mean, how could you not be good at ODIs?
I think he'll be good. I mean,
yeah,
I think he'll be good. I don't think there's a problem. Obviously, we're being a bit facetious, I suppose.
But I don't know. It's going to be more and more difficult to be a 3-format player.
Oh, that's close!
Not a bad shout. He turned him round. It was a bit leg-sided for me. The umpire's given it. Erasmus has given it. I think he'll probably review, but it's probably clipping.
Yeah, I think that's one that's really close. You think, oh, it's just going down the leg side, but it probably just held enough of its line to clip.
I'd review.
Is he going to review?
2, 1.
He's run out of time. He's going.
No, he's off. He's off.
He's off.
Yeah. I'd have reviewed. I mean, how many reviews do they have in this?
I think it's 3 reviews or 2
I
reviews.
think it's 3.
If it's 3, I definitely would have done. Yeah.
So he's not really got very far forward,
No,
I
he hasn't,
suppose.
that's
That's
The earth shakes as Magala jumps up and down on his appeal.
Well, he does it again. He's having a seismic effect on the game. Isn't
he
he
is. Yeah, very good. Brook, naught on his ODI debut.
He's
Back
rubbish,
to the
isn't he? He's rubbish. Another Yorkshireman. Talking of Yorkshireman. Well, yeah, this has made it a bit more interesting, hasn't it? Because Joss Butler to come, then Moeen Ali, then we're into the tail.
Well, you got Curran.
I was joking.
Curran and Willie
kind
are
of.
good 7 and 8.
They are a very good 7 and 8. Although Curran hasn't been getting a lot of runs in the South Africa 20.
The question is that going to
he's
slow
had a
Jason
torrid
Roy
time.
down? And is that a good thing if it does?
Well, I mean, on the basis that England have only faced 21 and a half overs, I don't think it's really a desperately bad thing.
And they've
for
got
them.
half the runs.
Yeah, exactly.
They're already ahead of the rate.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely fine. Even I'm going to say it's fine for them to take 40 off the next 9 overs.
Yeah, I think you can have in this stage a little bit of consolidation. I never thought I'd get that out of you.
As long as it's not 20 in the next 9 overs. I mean,
even then, I still think they do it. But
they might not need more than. Well, they need about 5 and over from here, just over 5, which is really nothing in ODI terms on a good wicket. Anyway,
and certainly not with Butler in.
No. Yes, the very man I'm just about to jingle up.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
Average a smidge under 40 and strike rate 119. It's pretty, and that's from a lot of innings.
That's right. And you look at ODIs, and you don't even the best one-day international players. You find that very few of them have actually got a strike rate over much of 85, 90. To be honest,
certainly not many over 100, and that's significantly over 100.
Yep.
Anyway, he's got to face Magala first, which might be a different test than what he's used to. It's fuller from Magala, but there's a little bit inside out and plays it up to mid-off for no run.
He's got a few runs, I think, in the South Africa tournament.
I think isn't he the leading run scorer at the moment?
Is he the leading run scorer? Actually, I
think
didn't know
so.
that.
Yeah, I think he's played a game more, but I think so.
Right. Okay.
He's in good nick.
Had a stellar IPL.
Umpire's call.
Score 1 for me. It was umpire's call on the LBW.
That's made a bloke even larger than Magala.
Only just.
This is Magala making all capital D's across the world feel pretty good at the moment.
He is.
Here he comes again. He does get slower as he reaches the wicket. Butler plays out to cover, who falls over but fields it.
Someone fall over like that, you wonder for a moment, has he just scooped him a catch? So it went so quickly, didn't it? But
for half a second,
just for a moment, yeah.
Erasmus writes something in his little black book.
Oh, it's good to see Magala performing well, actually. I mean, I first got a sighting of him in that competition. We've been talking about the T20 franchise competition. I thought he looks interesting. Looked him up. Discovered he was already 32.
Stone.
Been well, that as well.
Shorter. Butler plays it down to backward point. Again, there's no run. That's the over. 1 run and a wicket. Magala's 2 for 7 off 3 has really brought South Africa back into this game.
Phenomenal. Game changer. So over on Twitter, Messi is saying to you, Hendo, the thing Hendo enjoys about England being good is it provides greater capacity for things to get worse.
You've got to create a certain level. Yes, you get to a certain level.
It's all about you, Hendo.
It's all about me.
Make it all about you. Is the word you're looking for sop? I don't quite know what that's in reference to. And then GC Radio Naked Von Pornbot is saying best bottom, Magala, Rabada, or Ngidi. Discuss.
Well, depends what you're looking for in a bottom, really.
What do you look for in a bottom?
I'll just say I'm going to go with Magala.
I was going to say Pertness myself, but there you go. Yeah,
Magala is certainly what Fred Truman would say. He's got a bloody big hammer to slam in a massive nail.
Yeah, I will say that I cannot lie on that topic. So some of you will know where that comes from.
Yeah.
Okay.
In England,
and
miles
then one
ahead.
last one. So in summary, Archer was the pick of the England bowlers, as in picked off by the batsmen. Great to see him back by Grand Theft Auto.
It's good to see him back. He did struggle a bit, and I didn't see the need to bowl in those last 2 overs.
Well, as we said, it's unlikely that he'll play the game on Sunday as well. He might do, but I'd be surprised.
Nortje is back, and Roy hasn't done much strike in the last couple of overs. Punches one out to deep point, sprawling bit of fielding. They will pick up 2.
I mean, the good thing for Roy here is just the very fact that he's got runs. Just loosen him up, won't it?
Should do.
You know,
I mean,
he must have been really tightly wound
I think even now
recently.
he'll still be conscious of, well, first of all, getting 100.
He's got to get 100.
And then making it a big one.
Yeah.
Which has been a little bit maybe of saying someone's only got a small 100 in an ODI is a bit nitpicky maybe.
And he's a man who's got 180 in a one-day international, so, you know.
But that might be the only really big one he has, I know.
Oh, he's got a couple of big ones, I think.
Wide from Nortje and Roy leaves it.
I think he and Hales were kind of swapping the record
Bairstow.
score for a while. But
when he was batting with Bairstow, it seemed to me quite often one of them would get out for 120 with 20 overs left, and you think you could have got a double.
Oh yes, absolutely. And in fact, you look at India and their one-day team, and several of them are turning those into doubles, aren't they?
Well, the Indian batsmen I think are a bit more conscious of milestones.
Yeah, that
the
could be
England
true.
Batsmen, which are probably the least of any batsman in the world in white ball cricket, and that helps the team. Anyway, Roy plays that one out to cover, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, he'd be glad, Roy, that he's got a game on a pitch that's quite good for batting.
Yeah,
and I think he likes pace on the ball a little bit, doesn't he? Really?
Well, it certainly assures him the next 2 games.
Yeah,
They're not going to, probably the Bangladesh series as well, unless Bairstow's coming back from his freak golf accident.
Yeah, I don't know what the
That was way back in the summer, though, wasn't it?
Well, it was right at the end of the summer, wasn't it?
I know it's a broken leg.
It was
a really bad
ankle,
break, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not good. Oh!
No, I think that's far enough. It's not, actually. It plugs. Roy put that one as a bit of a shovelly pull shot. He put it way up in the air, not as far as I thought. It dropped down on the green, talking about golf, and the fielder was round. They picked up 2, a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was the placement, really, wasn't it? I mean, if he's worked out the guy is square and there is no deep mid wicket, it's a pretty safe shot unless he
He's
gets it
pulled
really
that
wrong.
from a long way outside off stump.
Yeah. Well, you'd struggle to get that further behind square, wouldn't you? When you're taking it from that far outside off stump. No, I'm pleased for Roy. I mean, I'd hate to think that his career was, coming to a premature close, really.
Nortje is in again. Short again, and Roy takes one hand off the bat, but he gets it past the umpire to deep square and just be a single.
I think Roy has developed his game a lot. I mean, if you look back to, I don't know, before he really established himself in the England white ball setup, he was so predominant a player on the leg side. I mean, he has developed his offside game.
I think you have to at this level. People, you can't have one side you can't play on, or people are just going to bowl there.
No.
And the thing with Roy is he had that intent literally from ball one. You might remember he was caught at gully in his first ball in international cricket, playing a shot.
That,
and that was obviously just after the 2015 World Cup, which was generally our lowest point.
Yeah.
Which, as the tweeter said, was that your happiest point, or were you thinking it couldn't get any worse? Short from Nortje, and Butler taps it down to backward point for no run. Last ball of the over, 5 off it, 157 for 3 off 23.
Well, it's kind of low point in one respect, in the sense that we were doing that through the night as well, and suffering it through the night.
That was terrible.
It was really, really dreadful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, tweets.
Tweets, yeah, Farong is saying about what the conversation before about baseball. Yeah, baseball, baseball, T20 format applied to Test cricket. My gripe is in relation to actual stats. Nowadays, cricket is played with boundaries the same size when I played under 14, under 16, and senior cricket, minimum 65 metres. Separate stats from pre-2000 to 2001 to 23. That feels like a personal gripe there.
Yeah, but then do you count the stats from the late 19th century when there was uncovered pitches and people were taking 8 for 20?
It's so difficult to compare eras. I don't like doing it. I have to say, I really find that.
I thought we'd lost our picture. We've actually lost.
I think the floodlights are gone, have they?
No.
What's happened?
Because it wouldn't have been completely dark.
Maybe we just lost the lights from the camera. I don't know what happened there exactly,
Yes,
but it looked
could
like
be.
just the camera light. I think that went.
Yeah, no, I don't think the ground lost the lights, but in any event, Magala is continuing, and I think Roy just picked him off for a single.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
So Butler comes back on strike. And Magala clumps in. Good other length ball, and Butler can only play it down into the offside.
Oh, Butler might have seen a bit of Magala. I don't know who's played who in this South African tournament yet. Is it Paul Royals that Butler is playing for? I'm not sure. I can't remember who Magala is with. They might even be in the same side. Who knows?
Well, you had 3 franchise T20s going on at the same time.
Oh, no.
The South African, the Australian, and this international
And
one.
the Bangladeshi as well.
Yeah,
it may well have been. Yeah, they've all got a. It's gonna come to a head soon enough. Butler flicks that one down to long leg. He should get 2 as Nortkier is around. Picks it up, falls over, and throws it to his partner. He wasn't really expecting it. They get 2.
But Magala is harder to get away than he might appear. Everyone
Yeah.
has struggled with him so far.
Well, not to put too fine a point to it, there is a lot of weight behind the ball.
Well, there is, but he's bowling at consistent length, and I think it's a good. He's either by accident or design. Maybe it's his natural length. It's a good length for this wicket.
I think also perhaps he's a little bit nippier than you think.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Comes in again. That's a bit too short, and Butler's I think got a top edge, or maybe it's even hit him and gone down to third man. Second look at that one, but again that might have hurried him up a little bit.
Well, they're saying again on Gary's conspiracy on speed guns, but they're saying that was 89 miles per hour.
Well, that's incredibly quick.
I think that has hit him because they're bringing the physio on.
Yeah, it's hit him on the
He's got
head.
a fantastic salt and pepper beard.
Yeah, a badger coming onto the field.
Not a honey badger, I hope. Anyway, we'll have a break for this. So have we got any tweets or anything?
Yeah, absolutely. So Jay Grover is saying, well, I'm 45 in March. I'm not stumbling, face planting. Me and Oakley, I think very deliberately with the L in there, will be sharing Ovaltine. Messi Jez is picking us up on our 3 reviews by saying they have 2 reviews. Thank you for that, Messi.
2, okay. Thank you.
Helpful to know. And then Jay Grover saying, if South Africa win, Oakley, L, and I are lacing our Ovaltine with a shot of Bovril. Well, you know how to live, Jay.
That's mixing your drinks, yeah.
Also, the one-man mission on Twitter continues with him saying, Andy likes big butts.
And
We
I
knew this.
Cannot lie. That was Butler, speaking of butts, did edge that one onto his helmet, and they got the mandatory and quite right concussion check.
Well, that's what I mean about he may be a little bit quicker, a bit nippier than you think,
Mm-hmm.
or he comes off the pitch a little bit more quickly than you expect. Because, you would think he looks to be bowling almost like slightly rapid dobbers, but he's actually obviously bowling a little bit quicker than that. And it was onto Butler too quickly for him.
Well, he's certainly been the pick of the South African bowlers so far, hasn't he?
Well, no doubt, yeah.
By the way, Messi also pointing out to us that Bairstow is already training in the nets.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. They haven't named they won't have named a squad to go to New Zealand yet, would they? I don't think they have anyway.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
It's the end of February, isn't it? Or mid-February when that starts. And of course,
Butler looks bothered here. Have we?
Yeah, he's holding the back of his neck a little bit. He's getting a new helmet. Chris Wokes is on helmet duty.
Hornbot.
But do you wonder
clicks into action immediately.
If he's not entirely comfortable, shouldn't he be going off?
Yeah, well, he really should be. I mean, this is such an irritating thing, isn't it? When they just soldier on.
Well, it's better than it was. Time was where they would make you go back on in various sports with concussion. He's now trying out some different helmets. This is going to take a while. Give us money, Gorilla Cricket, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, GUERILLA Cricket, where you can find, what can you find, Hendo? Lots of things.
Lots of things. You can have access to a Dropbox of all our amazing jingles. All on MP3, so it won't take up too much room in your inboxes. I think that's all I can say. I don't know about gigabytes and all that sort of nonsense. You also get the Bishop and Bear podcast every week. That's especially for Patreons, and you get a Smaximum, which is the 3,000 word news and views letter of Gorilla Cricket staff, and that's pretty good to be going on with, isn't it? For $2 a month.
Yeah, you also get our Undying Gratitude.
Well, you get Undying Gratitude for $2 a month, but if you give us $10 a month,
you can get on the Wall of Fame, which you can see on Facebook and YouTube, which is, let's see it down there in front of us. Those yellow names going past there. You can be immortalised on there.
I've got a feeling we're not on Facebook anymore, but
good.
Yes, exactly. But we are on YouTube, so you can follow us there. You can see the wonderful names going round there.
Right, we are back in play, and Magala, the first time he's done that, bowls a Yorker to Jason Roy. He toes it into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, that was 85, that was full. He's definitely someone to be reckoned with, Magala. It's just that you don't see him having a long career now. I mean, he's 32. You can't see that he's...
Oh, I didn't even know that when I said he wasn't going to have a long career.
Oh, I didn't know you'd said that. Well, no, I don't think he is going to have a long career.
It's it doesn't say a lot about the rest of your bowling options. That one's punched out to deep point. It will be a single. Nonetheless, he's got 2 for 12 off 4, and England are 162 for 3. Target 299, which means they need 137 off 26 overs.
Barong is back on the stat cycle, so it's saying nicely stung. However, stats for current day players is bullshit, especially in relation to batting. Joss has a one-day international strike rate above 100. Big deal. He's played all of his cricket with small boundaries, along with every player since 2005. Can't compare him to Viv. There's better news for Joss, however, from Messi, who confirms that Butler has the most runs in the South Africa 20. 285 at 40.71.
Nortje is back, and Roy punches it into the gap. Bavuma is round. He's going to stop it, but they should be through for 2. Indeed they are. And Roy on to 97.
We're figuring we're going to have lots of Jason Roy redemption headlines coming over the next day or so, I imagine.
No doubt.
It's all nonsense, of course, but
of course it is. Yeah, it's just variance, really.
But I'm pleased for him. I mean, he's not my favourite player by any stretch of the imagination, but I am pleased for him to,
when he was actually at his best, I loved watching him bat, and there was some... Nortje comes in again, taps that into the leg side, no run, and to the point where I was editing video of him batting so that it was just his balls and then putting all the shots together.
Oh, really?
And some of his bits in his 160, I think.
Ah, okay.
Trying to glean something from that. Turned out I'm not Jason Roy though, so it didn't really help.
Oh, I see. You're using it for your own, sort of batting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nortje is in again, short, and Roy just helps that on his way, but he has either got not enough or too much on it. Probably too much, because he just gloves it down to Shamsi for a single.
I'm not sure. Did he actually get glove on that, or was that pad
Maybe
in the end?
Elbow. Or
no,
something.
it's something. There is something.
He's got a single there. Yeah.
Something woody or rubbery that he's got on it. What are gloves made of these days?
I don't know.
Different
Veal
types of
or
rubber.
something.
Eel.
Veal.
Oh,
maybe
veal or eel.
Eel, yeah.
Eel and veal. But yeah, it's a great comeback. I mean, also if he gets to 100 in the next few balls, he's done it in 78, 80 balls. That's a really good comeback. It's not grinded it out, has he?
No. And I've just realised who Nortje has reminded me of with this moustache. Oh, it's lobbed up by Butler, and it's just looped over the fielder at cover, who for once was too close. And Bavuma is frustrated with that. That's what they did. They put that fielder in close, but in a normal cover, it would have been right down his throat.
Yep.
False shot from Butler, who got a bit of a... I think the bat just turned around a little bit. No, he's just way too early on it. Agonisingly looped over that fielder at short cover.
says something about a man, the kind of eye that Joss Butler's got, that he's early on a Nokia delivery.
Yes, it does. And I think
So bowl faster, man, bowl faster.
Nokia is reminding me of Officer Crabtree from Hello Hello. You know, good moaning. That
Oh,
kind of-
yes.
Yes. Arthur Crabtree.
Yes.
Was it?
Short, pulled away by Roy. He needs 2 for 100.
Oh.
He's got 4, and that will do it for him.
Redemption.
Jason Roy's redemption. Let's give him this one first.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Now, I'm not a body language expert, Hendo, but a little shake of the head for Roy after that, as if to say I thought that was never going to happen again.
Oh yeah, I didn't pick up on that. Yes, good point. Well, he probably got to that point.
Yeah.
That must feel orgasmic to him, mustn't it? Really, after
Almost,
such a long
yeah,
period
yeah.
of dryness.
And there's a smile on Jason Roy's face, and actually like a genuine smile of joy, and not the sort of rueful smile we're more used to seeing. He's not the most gregarious bloke generally. He doesn't seem to be. Nothing wrong with that. You can kick cats all day if you like, as far as I'm concerned, if you score goals for my football team. But
Harsh. No, I'll never go along with that.
metaphorically, all right, okay, it is bad to kick cats.
It is
but
very
you can
bad.
say what you like
Very
then,
bad.
as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Yeah, 102 off 79. There you go. Fantastic knock.
Now, can he take it on? And England could do with him staying in, you know. Ooh, and that one's beaten him and come up on the thigh pads, and he scurries down the wicket and scurries back again. Nokia at 91 miles an hour. It's the end of the over, 170 for 3 at the halfway point, and England only need 129 off the last 25 overs.
So you're looking at 5 and over from here on in, aren't you? That's
Yep.
that's all. And
Jay Grover back again with more Phil Oakey news, but with the L. I'm pleased I've never met the man now. I did think he was called Oakley. The fact that I found I like Big Butlers funny is probably why I don't make jingles. And then Warren steaming into the big bot debate, moving on to a different part of the body with Bavuma has very small hands.
Unusually
they did
for a
all right by him
cricketer.
before when
Yeah.
he took the catch.
Yeah.
I haven't really noticed that. I mean, he's a small man, isn't he? He's stocky, but he's small in height.
Yeah, well, let's but next time we see him, let's look out for the handstand. Dave Wood said, "Is Roy the latest victim of the Hendo reverse curse? Previous recipients being Wokes and Sam Curran."
No, I've always been a current. Wokes, yes. I'll come back to
Fuller
that.
from Magala. Butler flicks him down to long leg. He should pick up 2. Not Keir with the fielding. He does pick up 2. Goes over De Kock's head.
No, you slander me a little bit there by saying that that Curran has come back from sort of attacks from me. I've always been a very big supporter of Curran. I think he brings a lot to every team that he plays in, even when he's not necessarily getting the scores or the wickets. So it may have been someone else that you mistook for me who's been slagging off Curran. I've very rarely slagged off Sam Curran, but Wokes I did at one point, yes. But
you know, like as a light is to a moth, you are to tweets. You just seem to be.
I don't know what it
attracting
is. I don't know what it is. I'll have to go and have a lie down in a
Yeah.
minute, which I will do actually.
Nice as it gets dark and cold outside in South London. Oh, I'm going away to Portugal next week.
Oh, are you?
wait. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Algarve?
Lisbon.
Oh, Lisbon.
Yep.
Never been to Lisbon. I'd like to go to Lisbon. Have you been there before?
I have. Yeah. Yep.
Good city. You like it?
It's nice. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just looking forward to the sun on my face
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Stopped here for some reason. Magala now is going to continue. And he's bowling to Butler, who covers it up to mid-off for no run.
Hendo, Messi has come in to say, "I am the Hendo who detests."
Oh,
Sam
yes,
Curran."
it
In
is.
a Spartacus moment.
How dare you mistake that Hendo for this Hendo? Yes, he really didn't like Curran. But he doesn't like Sam Curran, but he really didn't like Tom Curran.
Well,
to be fair,
turned out to be right about
he's
that,
fairly right on one for sure. Although I think he gets a bit of a bad rap. He's probably played more international cricket than he should have done. But
I think so. We had one ODI wicket in like a year and a half. Magala's full and wide, and it's going to be wide down the leg side. Yep, I haven't had many jingles lately, so I'll do one of them.
now you could. This is where sort of we've differed in the past, Andy. I mean, this is a prime example of a situation in which England could just ease their way to victory here,
Well,
but they probably won't.
I think they should. Look, I think the way they play is a bit more flexible maybe than some people give them credit for. And I think needing basically 5 and over in an ODI on a good track, with 3 wickets down, I think it makes sense. I mean, I think they'll try and go at 6 rather than 5. That was a flash from Butler. Magala short down the leg side. It's given the one short ball for an over, but not another wide. Plus, it's okay to have a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment. There's one bowler tying them up a little bit, but Shamsi's gone for runs. Nortke's still going for runs. They've got to find some more overs from them.
Well, I think back to an ODI. Maybe it was 2 years ago. England in India. I think someone will put me right. Where they got off to an incredible start with Bairstow and Roy break off. Oh, clever ball.
Even slower ball that bounces again before it gets to de Kock, and I was just expecting that. Butler was certainly also expecting that to go straight past the bowler's head, but he missed it.
It was much slower.
68. That was in that
wow,
annoying
that is a lot slower.
Mid zone. Some spinners can bowl quicker than that.
Yeah, England were chasing quite a stiff target, but they got off to a brilliant start. They got 180 or something in no time at all, 130 in no time at all. And then they could have eased their way at 4 and over to victory quite easily, but they kept on going and got bowled out in the end.
Are you maybe misremembering that a bit, and it was 5 and over and 4 was a little bit of an exaggeration?
It might have been 5 and over, yeah. I mean, it might have been 5 and over.
Well, there's no perfect strategy, or else everyone would be doing it. That's full again. Butler digs out a Yorker. Actually, to be fair, I'll correct myself there. If there was a perfect strategy, half the countries in the world still wouldn't do it.
Well, I'm sure someone out there can go and look that one up. It was an India one-day international.
Yeah, it was England playing India once. Go and look that up.
Yeah, well, that doesn't happen very often, does it? But it was, I think it was one of those games. They play a couple of games at Pune, if I remember correctly, and they went off at an absolute rate, 130 off, almost at 10 and over to start with, and then should have probably won it.
Magala to complete his 5th over. That's very short, and again it's so slow. Sticks in the pitch, and Roy has to wait and shovel it round to long leg for a single. But that is the end of the over. It's 175 for 3 off 26.
And Magala now 5 overs for 17 runs, which is phenomenally good. Back onto Twitter, the Jay Grover, Phil Oakey, he's now dropped the L. Epic continues. Shit! Just remembered I have met Phil Oakey as well.
Oh,
twice.
what? How could you forget that?
Luckily, it was in a pub, and I didn't need to spell his second name or talk about our alma mater. Shocked we don't have an old school song, really. Well, Phil might be able to step up to the plate.
Well, your old school song should be "Don't You Want Me, Baby" or something
exactly.
like that.
Or "Do You Want Me?" A recruitment
or "Pour
drive.
Some Sugar on Me" for Def Leppard.
And Spicy Golden Duck. Good morning, Gorillas. It's great to hear you back on
That's
there.
a great
Megala's bomb. Now we're back to the bottom gate. Megala's bomb isn't exactly nice, but it is huge, so it has a tremendous sense of value. Apologies to the Black Books writers. And then Jay Grover coming back in. I assumed England were about 6 down. My brain has been fucked by 2020.
Oh,
well. Shamsi is back. 3 overs for 35.
Oh dear.
And yeah, they've got to find 10 overs between Shamsi and Markram, and they certainly haven't had anywhere near the same control as England's spinners.
Well, I mean, look at that, 5 between them, 5 overs for 53. The two spinners.
Yeah, will England target this or be a little more circumspect? Shamsi's left arm over. Roy with a sweep. It's gone in the air, but it's dropped down in front of long leg. They should get back for 2. Rassi round to Dussen with a bit of fielding after his efforts with the bat. 111. Nelson struck again, was that right? I think
yeah, got 111.
Yeah,
batted reasonably well. I mean, but he's not a big hitting batsman, is he? He's we said he's South Africa's Jonathan Trott to a certain extent. He'll get you runs, but they won't necessarily be incredibly quickly.
I mean, compare Roy, 105 off 82 for the exact comparison.
Yeah.
Shamsi is in again to Jason Roy. It's full again. He plays that one to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Well, there are hitters. There are clean hitters who can hit the ball in the air. I mean, I think Rassi van der Dussen is quite a clean hitter, but he doesn't hit the ball in the air that much.
Well,
so he's not going to pick as many
a bit
sixes.
like Root when he was scoring a lot of ODI runs.
Yeah.
Shamsi's in again. It's full again, and it turns Jason Roy around a little bit. I think it hit him on the pad Shamsi's kind of half up, but it didn't look particularly tempting to me. Umpire Jelly is unmoved.
Do we think
He's
the
set.
lights have had any effect on the match, on the ease of batting or not?
Maybe. I think that, again, I couldn't understand why England were underdogs for most of that South Africa innings, and maybe this is why. I still had a bet. Shamsi's in, and Royce hoiks that away miles over deep wind wicket / wide long on, and that's a very comfortable 6.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
This is the thing. I mean, Roy, when he's in good touch, I mean, he can hit you flat 6s. With plenty to spare, can't he? Whereas someone like Rassie van der Dussen, you feel like, yes, he can hit 6s, but just about.
Exactly. Roy punches that one up to mid-off, and they go through for a quick single. Yeah, it's the first time anyone's opened their shoulders since those couple of wickets.
Yeah. And it's a really lovely shot. Really clean shot.
Having another look. Oh, yeah, it turned down the leg side. It was the Shamsi's... No, it's a Shamsi stock ball.
Yeah.
It turned as much as anything's turned all day. Just
a long
down
way.
The leg side.
Yes.
According to Hawkeye, anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's come back on and he's got smashed for 6 straight away, and they're not going to let him settle at all. And I think possibly that was the idea that Bavuma had when Moeen Ali came on this morning, and that's why he played that awful shot.
Yeah, that was just poor execution, really.
Yeah.
I think the ball was probably there to be hit. That one's also onto the pads. Butler tucks it down to long leg. Should just be a single. Shamsi 4 overs for 45. Not his best day. Good over for England, and it's 185 for 3.
So we're a little bit light on tweets at the moment, so I'll head into YouTube, and it's quite nice. It's like going back in time when this seemed like a different match. So sorry, Dara Azizi, but just to remind you, could this be a 10-wicket win? Oh, those balmy days when that seemed possible. And also saying that Mangala, I like this. This guy reminds me of Derek Pringle.
A bit harsh on Pringle, I think.
Pringle's
I've got a lot of time for.
bit taller,
And then
wasn't
Easy
he?
Ollie saying they did name a squad for New Zealand a few weeks ago, oddly.
Have they?
Yeah, well, according to him, they have.
Okay.
And then Jay Grover, I'm coming back on Twitter. I weren't taking the piss either. I thought he were called Oakley. Bother. I feel I've got to get a train down to Cheshire and apologise to the cunt now.
Well,
or maybe leave some flowers and a letter of apology on his old house's
Stuck
door.
a quick Bradman in there, didn't he? Blimey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Phil Oakey takes out a restraining order at any time soon, we'll know who it is.
Well, yeah, get some Oakley sunglasses. Flashed up by Butler, who hasn't particularly looked at home so far. He's been batting in South Africa for best part of a month, but T20s may be a bit different. Opening in T20s as well is a lot different to coming in the 20th over in ODI.
Actually, haven't these two been opening for the Royals? And they both been opening for the Royals?
I think they have. I think there was one game where Curran and Archer were bowling at them at the top of the innings. But Roy hadn't scored any runs in the South African T20. Butler covers that one back up down the wicket. We've got a new bowler, by the way. We have a change. I can never resist playing this jingle. If I can find it.
If you can find it first.
If I can. There we go.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder.
Slower ball outside off stump. Butler has a bit of a thrash at it, which is really
I've just checked. The New Zealand squad was announced pre-Christmas. Stokes, Anderson, Broad, Brook, Crawley, Duckett, Folkes, Jacks, Lawrence, Jack Leach, Pope, Potts, Robinson, Root and Stone.
Yeah, that Lawrence one surprised me a little bit.
That's probably the only surprise in there. Yeah.
I mean, he's been out of the picture for a summer or so, hasn't he?
Rabada is in, and Butler again unconvincing. He gets inside half the bat up to mid-on. Pretty unnecessary throw. Plenty of people backing it up though, and it's a single.
And Messi Jez actually coming through with the squad as well and pointing out 3 bends and 3 ollies. They obviously wanted to balance that out in selection.
Right. Compared to probably, I think last time you checked, 3 people in the entire UK were called Nigel in a year.
Yeah, it's very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. Nigel Farage has a lot to answer for.
Rabado's in again, length ball. Roy surprised a little bit by that one. They're making it look more difficult to bat. I don't know if it is or not.
Well, I think there's been more variation in the bowling. They are trying 1 or 2 different things. Certainly Magala. And and now Rabada seems to have taken his cue from him, and they do seem to be trying different paces of delivery, which is always good when you've got someone who's set and who's just feeling the ball beautifully. Just disrupt that rhythm as much as you can.
Rabada again it bounces in front of de Kock, who's a bit discomforted by that, but he does take it. Only one off the over, but England have had a couple of good overs. Another good over off Shamsi, so no problem with a cheap over that doesn't take a wicket, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, and the Human League takeover continues on Twitter, with Dave Wood coming in. Just to add to the Oki chat, he was born in the town I currently live in. So where is that, Dave? Do we know that?
Sure, a quick Wikipedia search would find the answer to that, as it does
got,
for everything these days.
I will have a look. We've got a blue plaque there, maybe, to asymmetrical haircuts everywhere.
So what do England need? 113 of 132 balls? Well, I mean, yeah, we are 5.5 and over, isn't it?
Yep, and Butler has looked out of sorts.
He has.
He has stayed in, and they have done almost more or less what I said. I think they've scored about 5 and over off the last 8 overs.
Well, if you ask Jason Roy whether he'd rather score runs in the SA T20 or this, I think we know what he would.
No doubt. Butler finally cuts loose,
shot.
thrashes that past mid-off. I don't think it was far away from mid-off, but it was going so quickly he couldn't get anywhere near it. Targeting Shamsi, Hendo?
Oh, I think definitely from the Shamsi had a good. Did he have a good series over here in the summer? I think he did, if I remember rightly. And so England have said, well, he could be a bit of a danger. We've got to.
I don't think it's that. I just think they figure he's the weakest link today, and that one's drilled past mid-off, and it's going to be 4 more. There are some stereotypical-looking England fans in this crowd.
There are one or two.
But these are also stereotypical Joss Butler hockey shots, aren't they?
They are.
Past two.
Yeah. He's really
huge amount of bottom hand in those.
That's sort of enabled. There's another one. There's chicken
it's
wings.
Incredible.
Yeah.
If you don't have a 3 lines tat in the stand at the moment, you might as well go home.
Yeah, exactly. Get kicked out. Yeah, and I mean kicked. Butler back on track. 17 off 20. Shamsi up against it, none for 53 off 26 balls. That one is just tapped into the offside, there's no run.
It's almost as if Joss Butler thought this is too easy. I mean, I'll just rest for 1 ball. The next one he'll go hell for leather at, I reckon.
England getting that target
himself.
Close to 100, 105 to win. They get these or they get bowled out. I mean, there's very little doubt about that. Tapped into the leg side. Bavuma is round, but it'll be an easy single. Loses the ball. Still just the 1, though.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a lot for Butler to get going, and he had been struggling to that point. Then he hits 2 really good 4s, and his innings could just go up 2 or 3 gears now.
Honestly, I don't think it was just that slowish partnership from South Africa. It was also 3 batsmen sort of got 30 or 40 and then got out.
Yeah. De Kock, I suppose, was the one.
De Kock, Bavuma, and Klassen. Shamsi does finally get some joy. Roy went for the reverse sweep, missed it entirely. A bit more bounce than he expected, but he kept his back foot grounded, so there was no issue there.
He might not have missed the leg stump by a long way.
No, it didn't actually. No, more of a reverse hit because he turned round very early.
He's looking more likely playing that through extra cover than square, as you say. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe got away with one there. That one is inside half of the bat. It's going to go down to square leg. Gets down there. Should just be the 1. And Shamsi, none for 55 off 5. England have also seen Magala off for now. There'll be 1 more over of my spell today.
Who have we got on next?
Changed. Who's on next?
Who is on next? Not me. I'm taking another break.
This
somewhere on there it says it, doesn't it?
It does, but it's still on Wikipedia. Alvin Stardust.
Probably need to go back 1. No, we can't find it.
Know.
We don't know who's on. Someone will come on and take over.
Someone will turn up. Over on Twitter, you'll be surprised to know that the Oki convention is continuing. We now know he's from Hinckley in Leicestershire. Warren says, all I can think of now is, ooh, the Oki Koki, which I'm sure Phil would put some synthesizer under. I'm sure there, Warren. And Jay Grover said, both times I met the man, he seemed jolly nice.
You've met him twice now. You said none before. It'll be 5 times by the end of the day. Roy hooks that away. He's caught. Oh, it's a flat I think he might even have gone for 6, and I thought he was going to beat Parnell, but it didn't. He plucked it out of the air. Roywell again, 110, and then got out. Well, it's a harsh criticism, but oh well, you can't knock someone for scoring 110 off 90. Well batted, especially in the run of form he was in.
Yeah. Bit annoyed though. Yeah, if he played that a little bit more in front of square, he'd have got away with it, wouldn't he?
It was almost one of those, it curved towards the fielder, didn't it?
Yeah.
And Rabada's happy because he's basically bowled a half-tracker and got a wicket.
Yeah. But Roy, what a position to be in, because you're right, he looks so fucked off, but the difference between getting out for 10 and being fucked off and getting out for 113...
Yeah, I think he'll realise that. He'll realise
time.
that in the end. He's shaking his head in a different way as he walks off.
He's going to think, though, I mean, this is a sort of, I think, a sign of how low he's got, in the sense that 113 isn't enough. I think he feels 140, 150 would have made a big statement. And this has made a statement.
That's still good. I think that buys him...
I think it
does. Buys him this series and the next one, probably.
But I still feel as if he in his self thinks 130, 140, 150.
I think he should do. Yeah. I think he should do. Anyway, it's not like England are into the tail yet, because this man's come in.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over AMLO. I like it too much. Move over AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
I think we should be expecting the Bear soon. The Bear surely must be doing a bit of ball by now. Must be his turn. So I expect to see the furry one appear at the door.
Well, while we're waiting for it to kick off again, I'll finish Jay Grover's tweet. So he was Phil Oakley was terribly nice. I was relieved. I think he was relieved I was talking to him, as opposed to fawning over Richard Hawley. Is Richard Hawley now in the pub? I also have no idea if he lives in Cheshire.
Celebrity pub, Jay,
revealing my
to,
prejudice.
I do think it's strange to not realise you've met someone and then realise you've actually met them twice. that does take some sort of.
I think it was
ability.
the L, knowing that he didn't have an L in it. Suddenly,
he'd never met Phil Oakley. No,
he hadn't. No, you're absolutely right. He was totally right. Yeah, absolutely.
But was Richard Hawley in the pub, Jay? This is what we want to know as well. It sounds like something from Stella Street.
Sky are bigging up various terrible stuff. I think we might have had a drinks break at that wicket. They might have taken it a little bit early. Gary will be fuming wherever he is at how long this is taking to restart.
He's probably writing another review of something. Something he probably hasn't actually seen yet. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised.
196 for 4. England need 103 off 20.5 overs. And you know, having Curran and Willie at 7 and 8 just gives them that little bit, well, I think actually quite a lot more insurance than South Africa had. Rabada's in again, 2 Moeen outside half of the bat, goes down to backward point, there's no run. I mean, they are guys who are perfectly capable of just scoring 40 off 50 and taking England home.
Yeah, now that you think that Butler's got a couple of, felt a couple of well-timed shots on his bat, that he'll be the man.
I love how casually Parnell caught that.
It actually fooled me a little bit on comms, because he took that so casually. Back down the pitch from Moeen, and there's no run.
This has seemed like, not that I haven't enjoyed it, but there's been a very long 10 overs this last 10 overs.
We're not used to ODIs and how long they take, I think. It's even longer than a day of Test cricket.
Well, we do half an hour's, don't we, for Test cricket, and then we do 5 overs for T20 cricket, so a 10 overs stint is quite...
good 45 minutes these days, yeah.
And Richie Bennett always...
more knackered than Mangala is tonight.
Yes, Richie Bennett always used to say you could only do 20 minutes.
Go for a quick single, and they've dropped down, placed that nicely. Miller can't get in, and all he gets for his trouble is... or he would have got a scraped elbow if he hadn't been wisely wearing long sleeves.
So what, 102 required off...
100 off 20, classic club cricket equation. But this ain't no club cricket, though.
There's a bit of clubbing going on.
A bit of clubbing, but it's no clubbies.
No.
Rabada back again. Short, pulled by Butler. He beats mid-wicket, but not by much. Maybe that quarter of a chance, but it will flash away for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I thought he got that to ground pretty quickly.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
he did.
sorry, hit it in the ground, yeah.
It's a really good shot, really well controlled, actually.
Bounced past the fielder, so no trouble there. And once it beat the fielder, it was always 4. And Butler, 22 off 23. That's when you feel he's a bit ominous, when he's got those first 20 balls out. That's underside of the bat on the pull shot. Goes out to deep square. It'll be a single. The Bears come in his Russian hat. That is 30 overs. He's smoking something funky, and he's going to take you through the next 10 overs.
And the next tweet is Farong about the collapse.
Thanks, James. And is the bear coming in? It seems I'm on my own for the moment. Oh, there's the bear. Oh, dear. So, Farong says the collapse is on. Jay Grovis, there's no Andy, you're missing the twists in this banal soap opera. Warren says James Mogg is isolating that as we speak. And Dave Woods says, are you sure you didn't meet Richard Hawley? Oh dear, your outing is becoming almost legend status, Jay.
Alright, Riley.
Right, Bear, yeah, not too bad, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man, I'm good. Ooh, I need to change the picture, don't I? It's,
Hey, Riley.
we're kind of cruising here, aren't we? As,
it's a pity there's not 50 more runs to chase, it'd be really interesting.
Yeah, it would be then, wouldn't it? Parnell is back into the attack, and he is guided square by Butler for his first ball, and it'll be a single. Yeah, 96 runs off 20 overs. I mean, I suppose if they get a couple of another couple of wickets and need 70 runs left, I mean, I know that, as Andy said, I mean, Sam Curran and Willie could get you there, but they don't bat that often. Might get themselves in a bit of a muddle. You kind of think the run rate's too low, though, for anyone to get in too much of a muddle, isn't it?
Yeah, but like you say, a couple of wickets, soon enough. I don't know. Rabada's got 3 overs left, so.
Yeah, true. Nortke's got a bowl a few too, presumably, and we seem to enjoy his pace. That's played out to cover on the drive by Murray, and there won't be no run.
It's never a cruise with England, I think, but.
Oh, I think sometimes it is.
Sometimes it is, yeah. I mean, this has been a fair cruise. I mean, if a full strength side here, Christ, if Root was in it, I mean, whether Stokes comes back is almost moot. But if you have Bairstow and an on form Roy at the top, that's clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run. Harry Brook in the middle there, and Joss batting at 6 instead of 5. Would be quite interesting. Although I suppose Joss is captain, he decides where he bats, and he may bat at 5 anyway. But
yeah,
Moen would normally be batting at sort of 7, wouldn't he? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. I mean, what do you reckon? Will Stokes be back in the time for the World Cup?
No.
You don't reckon? Oh man,
no.
I think you're wrong. That's Moen playing out to the offside. And there's no run.
I'd love him to be. Don't get me wrong, but.
I think he'll come back.
I'd love him to come back, but
I just think he can't be asked to play some of this pointless shit that he doesn't need to play for a year, and then he can say, "Oh, I'll come back," and they'll pick him just like that.
Yeah, that's true.
I tend to agree. I think everybody sort of assumes that he's going to come back, but I actually don't think it fits the model. It's not as if England has a desperate need for him, because the strength is there.
No, but as a one-day player as well, I mean, he's better a one-day player than he is a T20 player. And the fact is, he's a quality player, and it's defended out in the offside, and there's no run. He's taken on the captaincy of the England side. Does he need to be playing a bunch of pointless ODIs? That's what I mean. He comes out, he decides he's going to play again towards the end of the summer. Gets a few knocks in and gets himself up to speed. I mean, it's not like you have to get up to speed like you do in a T20. It's not all about range hitting. he's certainly got the capability of speeding up an innings if he starts slow. He can go off quick if he needs to, but he doesn't. You don't necessarily need to in an ODI.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think it'd be a lot easier for him to slip back into an ODI side than the T20. That's played back over the head of the bowler by Butler, who's starting to find his straps and gets himself 4 runs straight down the ground.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Just when they need it, they get it. Get one of those and over, and it'll be over reasonably quickly, one would have thought.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what the boundary and over now. I think just under 5. I think.
Yeah, it's 4 point something.
Yeah, so I think one of those. They'll probably tick the singles along as well. So it'll be interesting to see who South Africa turn to, because can't really save Rabada much longer, so I think they've just got to keep him going, really.
Well, yeah, and Nortje is expensive. Don't really want to go back to Shamsi, but then that means you've got to go back to Markram. I mean, one of those two has got to finish. I don't know, actually, maybe they have finished that bowler out. That's uppercut by Moeen. It's got it nowhere, and it's, oh my word, Nortje, come on, man, why are you diving for that? It's gone up. He should have made that for me, from coming in from third man. If he thought that the bowler, the fielder coming back from, that was a short third man, should have gone for it, as was the case with Sam Curran earlier. It's a lot easier for the player approaching the ball than trying to catch it over your shoulder. Just didn't seem to make the effort at the end. Maybe it was short. Maybe it was a lot shorter than I thought it was of him. But
yeah, I don't think he could have made that. You know, even if he'd been 2 paces further forward, it still would have been out of reach.
Yeah, it was a good 10 yards for him actually. It looked a lot shorter than that. Oh, it's a cross seam slower delivery by Rabada. It's made its way out to the man coming in from the cover boundary. It'll still only be a single. Might can feel a bit lucky about that one, to be fair. I think it's hard to get going on this pitch as well as the ball gets older. I still think it's a good batting pitch. I just think it's hard. Once you get the pace of it, it's okay.
Yeah.
Because the ball's not really doing it. There's a bit of turn, there's a bit of grip. That's into the armpit of Moeen. Gets it down reasonably well. Rabada fields off his own bowling, no run. 210 for 4, England, in the 32nd over. Rabada into his 8th over. He's only got 2 left. He's got 1 for 37.
Tell you what, yeah, that Moeen, I thought that ball had gone when it crept into the night sky, and then it just seemed to just drop completely.
Yeah, he didn't. Well, that's what I mean. That's the other thing. The ball was in the air for quite a long time. It went a long way up. That's why I think maybe he should have picked it up a bit earlier, possibly, and maybe he lost it in alliance initially, and that's what slowed him to the ball. Defended by Moeen, back down the track, and there's no run. And England will obviously choose the bowlers they're going to go after here. Maybe they don't want to go after Rabada. Has Magala bowled out? Because he bowled quite well, having me slated him when he first came on. He actually bowled pretty well.
He's got a few left, I think.
I'm just looking here. That's short. Has that gone over? No. Quentin de Kock's plucked it out of the air. Is it going to be a wide? Yeah, it is a wide. It was a bit too short.
Yeah, Magala's got 5 left.
Oh, okay.
So they'll probably go to him.
Wide.
Yeah, you'd imagine they go to him next. Parnell's got 4, and Nortje's got 4.
Okay.
And somehow they have got to get out of Markram and Shamsi. Oh, do they need to? Yeah, they do. That's clipped into the leg side, and there's no run. Ravana. Yeah, so they've got to get 3 more overs out of Markram and Shamsi, because Shamsi only bowled 5, Markram 2. So that, imagine they'll target there somewhere.
Yeah, you'd think so. Shamsi's been quite poor, I think, today.
He's been battered.
Yeah, I mean, 11 and over says it all, really.
Nicely cut by Moeen out to the man at deep point, get himself a single. At this point, South Africa are 171 for 4, so we're 40 runs ahead of them basically on 32 overs. End of the over, 32 gone. England 212 for 4. Over to you, Messi.
So we continue with Jay Grover's sagas. He says it's Sheffield. I used to process Richard Hawley's JSA account at Rockingham Court Jobs Centre. I remember now because I was told after the time at a pub called the Washington. I'm sorry to say I didn't think I'd recognise him even now, although they'd be a fair better chance than him recognising me. All you little people are just so jealous of my celebrity lifestyle, it's sickening and pathetic.
Oh.
I got drunk once with Brian Glover. No, twice.
Wow.
Oh, dear.
Indeed. Parnell back in and driven at by Moeen. Gets it outside after the bat, goes down to third man, and there's just a single. Who is this Hawley dude anyway? I don't even know who he is.
I don't know. He says, you look like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders, Messrs. I think it's 2 a.m, so I'm starting to flag a bit. But I've also been depressed. I've looked up a list on Wikipedia of the people who went to my school, and I've never heard of most of them, except Daniel O'Connell, who you may know from the Irish Troubles.
That's clipped into the wicket.
Pete de Freitas.
Pete de Freitas? Not Phil de Freitas' brother?
No, from Echo and the Barneyman.
Oh, okay.
Simon Halliday, a rugby player. I don't know.
Kind of rings a bell.
Yeah, that's about the most you get. So, yeah, I'm not as famous as you, Jay. I haven't mixed with famous people like you have.
Well, England top of the ODI rankings for runs per over. That's not surprising. World champions, clipped out to deep square leg and as a single, but by quite a margin, virtually half a run and over. On the second place team, which is India, and we're 5.85, and so we're 0.4 and over above them. Which over 50 overs, what, 20, 30 runs, 25 runs, 0.4 actually, isn't it? So it's 20 runs.
So this is over the last 8 years almost.
Yeah.
That's quite a long period, isn't it? That's a big.
That's sustained, yeah, exactly. Oh, attempted pull by Moeen, gets it right under the armpit. Don't know if he's got any protection on either. That might have hurt a little bit. No run.
I'd be interested to see that stat. Obviously, it's since the 2015 World Cup, so since England obviously had their big change in white ball cricket. I'd be interested to see the stat before 2015
We'd have probably been down the bottom there, Riley.
Yeah, exactly. But it does just show you how this England team have changed.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a nasty one.
That's a nasty one. Yeah, painful. I think a slightly slower ball. Played up to mid-off, shy at the stumps, misses. I think he'd have been in anyway. And England get a single.
When did Owen Morgan become England captain?
2015.
Right.
For the World Cup, wasn't it? Down in South Africa where we were really shit. But he started the process there. And it wasn't long to change, to be honest. I mean, a year later, everything had changed.
Yeah, it was that summer against New Zealand, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that amazing series, and
where we chased down 400 or something, didn't we?
Yeah, close to that.
That was the warm up to the Ashes. We covered that, and that was one of the first games we did in the jet lag. That's going to be a wide, I think, down the leg side. It is indeed.
Wide.
In fact, that ODI was our trial run for the jet lag. No, we can't have been actually, because we did the T20 in the evening. No, I got that wrong. Don't know what I'm talking about. It was definitely that series. Memory's a bit short these days. Can't remember things.
Oh, well, the jet lag's a bit of a blur.
Well, the jet lag is definitely a bit of a blur.
Especially the late sessions.
Yeah. It started early by the time the second test came around. Attempted drive to the offside by Josh Butler, and he gets an inside half of the bat, goes out towards mid-on instead, and it's fielded by the bowler. No run. Over to you.
Jay says, yes, Messrs, but you went to cricket and football with Madar. Probably. I know you were in the posh seats. wasn't in the posh seat. I was in the kids' seats. I was a kid. So you have my Sheffield celebrity lifestyle by proxy. Warren says a bear on the rollies. You're not smoking backy, eh?
Yes. Well, it's what you put in the tobacco that counts.
Yeah, I guess. And David says, I miss an ODI lineup, which included Cook and Trott in the top 3. Yeah, geez, times have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, well, the funny thing was that Cook wasn't actually that bad as an ODI player when he was attacking. I remember seeing him score 130 odd in double quick time. He could hit the ball.
It's interesting to see how people change. I mean, Stephen Smith making 2 T20 100s. Who would have thought?
That was consecutive games as well, wasn't it? Magala's back into the attack. Driven by Moeen. Beats the man at cover. There is a man guarding the cover boundary though, and it'll just be the one run.
I'm going to see him tomorrow. I hope he fails miserably against the Scorchers.
Well, as long as he fails when he comes to England in the summer, I don't care.
Come on, get on my train for once, Bear.
Behave. Not ever happening. I mean, Smith is kind of, it's fun, there's someone to overtake my hatred of Smith though, is Marnus Labuschagne.
Well, he won today too.
That's driven up to mid-off. Oh, that's going to be a direct hit. I don't know if... I don't think Joss is running off. That's going to be close. We were looking at it from a way away. Are they even looking?
He didn't look to be running his back very well, though.
Well, no, but are they looking at something else, not the bails off or something? Oh no, decision pending. I was going to say, it certainly looked like a direct hit. No one seemed to be near the stumps. This could be big.
Good piece of fielding.
Joss doesn't look massively confident, has to be said. I mean, he basically hit it up to mid-off. He is in. Just by about a foot. And he did run his bat in pretty well, actually.
He did.
Yeah. But he is in. It was difficult to tell from the long shot was some way off the boundary, and it certainly looked close. Yeah. But the bail lights up as his bat is on the ground and past the crease, and Joss will survive. So England move on to 218 for 4 after 33.2 overs. Moeen having the same sluggish start as Butler did, 7 off 15.
Yeah, he's coming against Rabada and Parnell, so I think, like you said, there's overs against Shamsi yet to come. So
yeah, he's got to get in there. Well, there you go.
Never mind.
Because he slotted that. I thought there was going to be someone down there to catch it, but he must have known there wasn't anyone there. He's picked that one up, cross batted it over, down towards long on. It's bounced just inside the boundary. I presume, yeah. Well, you don't have a long on, do you, for a pace bowler? He's bowling across him. It's still quite low on the bat, but he's got enough of it, and it's going to be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good shot. Got himself going. 6 off the first 3 balls of this over. And Magala is in. Short pulled. Oh, he's got a bit under that. It's got to be out. It is out. Having hit that 4, Moeen has got himself out. He's tried to pull that across. Magala's having a fucking cracking game. That is very Moeen. 3 for 23, Magala. He is the man for South Africa. And we have to say goodbye to Moeen.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Just couldn't get over the top of it, could he? Got a top edge.
I just think it's unnecessary. I mean, like you just said, he's just six runs off the first 3 balls. You need what? Under 5 and over. I just think it's really unnecessary. But
it's Moeen.
It's Moeen.
Yeah, I know exactly.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
Exactly. But this is the thing that winds me up about him. He just.
He's a free-flowing batsman. It's great when you see him get going, but he gets going less so these days. Certainly capable in a T20.
Definitely. Well, we got what's it? Curran in now, I think.
I presume it's Sammy Curran. We'll give him a little
Hmm.
jingle. Goes a bit like, where is he? There.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
He starts from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Well, the £1 million man.
He's got pretty poor batting form in the SA20.
Yeah, T20 is a bit different, isn't it? Again, you know, he doesn't have to go off like that. I mean, this is England have got plenty of time to get what is now 78 runs. 79 runs.
Yeah.
No, it's not even that, is it? No.
77?
77, yeah. Yeah. No, what do we need? We need, we need 299.
299.
Yeah, so
77.
77 required of 17 overs. I mean, Adil Rashid can get us through here.
Joffre's no.
Joffre's
not
no,
exactly a mug.
he's no mug. He does like to give it a bit of a swipe, doesn't he? There's no guarantees. He might be there for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah.
Joffre, when he comes out to bat. Marking up his crease.
Got Willie to come too, of course.
Yeah, Willie can definitely bat as well. Magala is up to the crease. He's coming into bowl to Sammy Curran, who steps back and punches it through the offside out to Parnell, who's on the cover boundary. It'll be a single. Got an awful lot of left-handers, haven't we, England?
Yeah. Something that's, I don't know. Well, it's talked about a little bit, I think, with England, the amount of left-handers that we had. I remember when they were touring India.
Yeah,
that was the topic.
It was quite a problem in India because we had about 7, and they were all.
Yeah.
You know, Ashwin was having a field day with us. That's pulled nicely by Butler, but once again down to Parnell is behind square on a fence. It'll just be the 1 run. 34th over is done. England 2-2-4 for 5. Over to you, Messi.
Jay says, say what you like about Smith. Unlike Labuschagne, I don't think he assumes that the world will be cleansed into the eternal fire of St. John of the Revelation and enter into the kingdom.
I think that's
Christ.
part of the thing with Labuschagne for me. He's a massive God spotter, isn't he? I'm not really
Oh yeah, that latest series of the Test from Amazon, they gave him a little bit to give his spiel about God, which was dull.
Oh really?
Yeah. Well, it's quite an interesting series in terms of looking at people. Glenn Maxwell was actually really interesting towards the end, just talking about his mental health, and
well, everyone in the squad playing with his. That's a nice ball for Josh Butler, who drives that, but out to the boundary rider, Nokia. On the cover boundary for the Parnell overs. Sure. We'll bring Sammy Curran on strike. It's interesting, isn't it? Roy's had a pretty shit SA20, then gets a ton. I thought Sammy Curran bowled pretty well. He's been bowling pretty crap in the SA20.
Yep, that's true.
Parnell up to the crease, bowling to Sammy Curran, who works out into the leg side square along the deck. It'll be just the 1 run.
Could argue it's the opposite of Archer as well. You know, he's bowled really well in the South one. He didn't bowl great, I think, today. Quite expensive.
Very expensive, nearly 8 and over, or just over 8 and over.
Yeah.
But fortunately, everyone else bowled around him. He can have an off day. You know, I'm just glad to see him bowling again, to be honest.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm good.
You know, he can bowl as shit as he likes in this series. I'm not going to give a crap. I just want to see him. You know, he's got to get himself into some sort of form and rhythm and be back on a big stage. It looks like it's very dented out there down towards what is fine leg for the right-hander to Parnell. A lot of bare patches and the ball bobbling around a bit. And just get the single. No, 2 leg buys actually. And I thought it'd come off the bat, but it's must have squeezed past the inside edge. Crowd still in. Not a huge crowd. They seem to be enjoying themselves. Parnell up to the crease to bowl. Played up towards mid-off, and again they go through for the quick single. Butler flew off the mark this time. And Rabada tried a shot at the stumps, couldn't do it. And it'll be one more. 229 for 5.
How close was this?
Yeah, I don't think this was close.
No, I mean he's in by the time
he set off very quickly that time, and the ball wasn't hit as firmly as last time. Like he knew straight away. He almost walked into the shot as well. Parnell delivers to Curran, who defends up towards mid-off. It's cut off by cover, running across, and there'll be no run. One ball to come in the 35th. 229 for 5 England. It's just 70 runs required for 91 balls. You said 45 overs, didn't you, Messi?
I did. I think it'll be less than that the way things are going.
You reckon it'll be less? Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, if they don't lose a wicket in the next 5 overs, I reckon they'll just tile it up by about 42 overs.
Well, yeah. Well, if they say they go along at current rate, 5 overs, they'll score what, 35? Yeah, it's only about 35 runs. That one is guided down towards third man. There's no run. Well, this is it. The gamble is when are they going to get these extra 3 overs in? Are they just going to? I mean, if I was South Africa, I'd just go with everyone until I'm bowled out and left with no option but pretty much that last bowler who's been tanked around the pitch. But they might not see it that way. They might try and squeeze it in with a new batsman at the crease.
Well, I think at the moment they're not really in the game. They may as well go with Rabada and
well, that's it.
Parnell, and then what do they need? 5 wickets? I mean, they get Curran and Willie out, quickly. Who knows? So, or even Butler and Curran, I should say, really. So,
yeah, but you'd hope. Now, this is what you'd hope that England would do if it came to that point, and knowing that they needed less than a run or more, they would just, say to the guys, just work it around. You can get 5 and over, and we've done this. But it's England, they won't do that. They'll just come out swinging. Worked into the leg side. Bye.
But you know what Joss is like. I mean, he's now
Curran,
a runnable 34. There's every chance that he'll make 30 off his next 15 balls. He's got that capacity to accelerate really quick.
Well, this is it. I don't think they can go to Shamsi, can they? I mean, they've got to bowl him or Markram. But I mean, every time he's come back on, he's been belted around the park.
Yeah.
Well, Magala's coming in for his 7th, and 3 for 26 now. Driven nicely by Butler, but straight mid-off. Skipper, Bavuma, and there is no run. Captain's not see it through to the end, get himself a 50 or 60. Well, should get more than that actually if he sees it through to the end.
yeah, I think give it a few more overs of just of England being comfortable. We might start to open up a bit more.
Yeah, Magala in, clipped off the hip.
Cool,
down to deep backward square leg. Again, it'll just be the single. Sammy Curran won't throw it away like Moeen did, I don't think. I think he could take those shots on.
You wouldn't expect so, but now you said that.
Well, yeah. Was it one of the games last summer he virtually kept us in it? Well, we still lost. Might have won the games against South Africa. Got a 60 odd or something. Magala in full, driven nicely by Sammy. Actually, not so nicely. Didn't time it particularly well. Up to mid-off. And there is no run. Magala. Big unit. Gotta love seeing these kinds of guys playing. There's not many sports where you can be like this. and this kind of shape and play at the highest levels. He's up to the crease now, bowls, bangs it into the pitch a little bit, and Sammy can only guide it up to mid-on again. And there is no one. I think it's Rabada fitting at mid-on. I think Temba's feeling at mid-off.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Magala. I don't think I've. Has he played much before for South Africa?
I think it's his first ODI. He's been in and around the squads apparently, but
he's played
failed fitness tests apparently. That is banged into the pitch though, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no runs.
Yeah, 3 ODIs and 4 T20s before today, I think.
Okay.
Last played an ODI in 2022, January 2022 against India.
No. Oh, he did. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
South Africa,
No, they did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Kind of player you imagine sits around on the home tours and maybe they don't take abroad sort of thing.
Possibly.
Jersey Dingler says, I'm homesick. It's your job to make me feel better. What's your favourite cricket-related joke? Well, I've got one for you. This cricketer dies and he goes to heaven, and the gates, St. Peter meets them and says, oh, you're a cricketer. Let me take you to watch the match that's on at the moment at the Celestial Cricket Ground. So he takes him along. And there's Michael Holding coming into bowl at about 110 miles an hour, absolutely belting him. And the batsman just doesn't go defensive at all, tries to hit him for 6 straight over cover and gets bowled. And the cricketer turns to St. Peter and says, whoa, who does that guy think he is? Jesus Christ? And St. Peter says, no, that is Jesus Christ. He thinks he's Don Bradman.
Oh, Jesus. But the one thing, the problem with this is Nortje has dropped that ball. Now, Joss, in a game last summer, someone bowled a ball like that and he hoiked it somewhere.
Yeah.
He decided not to today. I don't know if they changed the rules on that sort of thing, but surprised about that. Nortje in, played by nicely, driven at, in a very Joss Butler way, away from his body, but just sort of walks across towards it, forces it through the covers. Goes out to the cover boundary and it'll be a single. How come Michael Holding's in heaven, mate? He's still alive. That's the problem with that joke.
Oh, right. Whatever.
You know. You need someone like Harold Larwood will work.
Yeah, you're so pedantic.
Well, you know, I'm sure if Mikey heard that, he'd be a bit upset, you know.
Yeah, probably would. Sorry. Okay, Larwood then. You can substitute
anybody, any dead fast bowler, yeah. Fred Truman.
I mean, considering I don't believe in heaven anyhow.
Well, exactly. Neither do I.
Pretty
but,
tenuous.
Exactly, but you know, that's guided by Sammy Curran down towards third man, and there's just the 1 run.
I know we get a bit pedantic, but fact-checking jokes isn't one of ours.
Yeah, fair enough. We're on the 37th over, 36.2 gone, 234 for 5 England, 65 required from 82 balls. Nortje is 1 for 51. He's in his 7th over. And Sammy Curran is in with Joss Butler, who is just driving that up towards mid-off. It's fielded by the bowler on his follow-through and there's no run. He's 36 off 40. Sammy Curran is 5 off 9. And
Jay Grover wants some clarification. He says, because I can't watch it, what, regardless of Magala's R's, is he actually bowling like?
He's bowling all right, actually. And I did kind of said he was kind of military medium, blah, 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 after watching him for a couple of overs. But he's certainly got a bit of extra pace when he wants it. He can bang it in hard. He is okay. That one is driven up by Butler. As per normal, it's away from his body. Misses that one. Beats his outside edge. Goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. See, that's why Duckett will not play in the Ashes next summer. No matter how we're playing Bazball.
Yeah.
Because that is the kind of shot that a lot of English players will get out trying to play that in a Test match against Cummins, Hazelwood, and Stark is not. I don't think it's very wise. I think if they're going to play Bazball against the Australians,
he's got him.
He has got him as well. Butler has feathered one through to the keeper. Well, here we go. He's not going to finish it off for England. We're still 65 runs short. 234 for 6 England now. Did it just nip off the seam? It's difficult to tell. It doesn't seem to have done that much. Maybe a little. He's trying to maybe guide it down a third man. It's typical Butler, you know, he doesn't play anywhere near under his eyes, so his bat's sort of going towards the ball. He's feathered it through to the keeper. That could be the biggie. That could break it open. Joss has gone. And unlike South Africa, who kind of went glacially slow but finished quite well, really, England seem to be making a bit of a cock up of this. Losing wickets. There wasn't any need to. Good bowling by South Africa, you could say.
South Africa have just come into $2.30 on the markets. England at $1.60. So yeah.
I should have got in when. Well, maybe I'll bet on England when they lose another wicket, because they might go. They might go the other way. I haven't done much betting on this game, as you say. I didn't win my first bet of the day, and I haven't bet on another one since. Next man out is David Willey, and he sounds like this.
You think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angels? His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
As we once again watch Joss, he knew he'd hit it straight away, turned around, looked, walked. And it's quite a big edge. He wasn't even trying to play a shot, really, was he? He was almost defending, not trying to force it out to the offside. Looking to guide it, possibly. Good delivery, Nortje back in the game. 2 for him. First ball to Willie is a crossing. It's taken by de Kock and there's no run. I might even have South Africa slight favourites here.
I do, I think. They get one more.
They get one more. Who's 11? Ollie Stone. He definitely can't bat. Okay. I mean, Archer could bash clout something. He can bat, as you said. But Ollie, Ollie Stone. Oh, well, Ollie Stone's got an average of 13, and Joffers is only 6.75.
Well, it definitely makes it interesting, doesn't it?
It does make it interesting. Hendo is going to have to come in and start commentating in 3 overs time. Thought it might be over at 40 overs when the first partnership went. I mean, we've lost a lot of wickets for not many runs, actually, when you think about it. That's driven. Wow. Well, Winnie's. Was that Curran? That's Curran. He's not hanging about. That's a length on his outside, his off stump, Magala. And finally, he's got himself going. Pick one up. Super shot over long off for 6 runs. That'll make him feel good. That was right up in the slot. Way too full. And with no one back, mid-off's up.
Yeah, feels like it's been a while since a boundary, even I don't think it has been. But
yeah, it's been 3 or 4 overs, I'd have thought.
So
the faster bowlers have, come back to the party. They were getting hit a bit earlier, apart from Magala, who's got 3 for 33 after 7, which is pretty good. He's coming up now to bowl to Sammy Curran, who splits his legs in a pre-delivery movement and then slaps it reasonably well timed out through cover. Can't beat mid-off, though. It's very wide. It's Temba, and it's no run. Just 58 required now from 76 deliveries. Let's see how much did it move. It didn't move a lot, but enough. Width of a bat. Gary will be very pleased with that. Bat's width is always enough, will Gary say. And in that instance, very true. Magala up wide. That's Well, maybe he's getting a bit tired in his 8th over because that's full, long, and offers width to Sammy Cohen. Blasts it through the covers, and that's a decent shot for another 4. That kind of takes all the pressure off, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? It makes a huge difference.
That's 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
11 off the over.
I thought it's David Willie's hit that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was still Sammy Cohen, but he got a single off the last delivery, of course. Well, he liked that. Next ball, he defends out to cover. Sorry, point. And there is no run. 2 balls left in the over. 2-4-5 for 6 now, so 54 required.
Jay reckons that was the most Australian joke he's ever heard. Also sacrilegious, me being a man of the cloth.
I know I've asked you this before, Messi. When did you move to Australia? How old were you when you went there?
19.
19, okay. Were you a £1 pom?
No.
I've probably asked that before as well. That's short, an attempted pull.
On a 2-year working holiday.
Huh?
I was on a 2-year working holiday.
Oh, okay.
Time's nearly up.
Did you get around that by getting married to an Australian? Was that your wife?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
got married a year after I got here, and that screwed me completely.
Well, it'll do that to you. You're down in Bournemouth, aren't you, if I remember rightly? Is it Ronnie? Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. That's a good shot, actually, by Willie. I don't know how he got it there. He's kind of pulled it behind square. It's a good risk to get it down there. And there's no one behind square. There's someone out deep mid-wicket, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And there was 15 off that over. It's a good over for England. The worst that Magala has bowled.
Jay Grover says the most cheery things I can think of are the Guerrilla Cricket jingles. I'm a miserable twat, and they never fail to amuse. And he says, "Oh Lord, don't let Hendo on for the last over. I'm too fragile to deal with the drama."
Oh, there won't be any drama. Well, there could be if we lose. He might go on a rant. That's always entertaining.
Yeah.
Nortka is in, and Sam Curran goes right inside it and clips it out to deep square leg, where Parnell is fielding. You wanted someone backing out the bowlers then, but if they weren't going for 2, which they clearly weren't because it's a single, then they sauntered that, and you shouldn't be barrelling it in at the bowler's end. England's 50s, 51, 43, 30 deliveries, the third 50. The fourth was 56 and this one's 50, so they're pretty consistent. And England are up to 250. It's 250 for 6. It's defended back down the track by Norkia. There's no run. Hendo, when you come in 8 balls, 10 balls time, can you bring me one of those Hazy Janes from the fridge, please?
I'm assuming that's beer.
Yes. We did get a delivery from Brian, which was very good of him, but I left it at home. It's also very quite annoying because there's free beer in the box, but I had to go out and buy some. Well, that's fast and full for Norkia, and it's attempted to clip by Willie. Doesn't get anything on it. Clatters into his pad, and it was going down leg side. No one's thinking about a review. Timber wants to know, but it was definitely arrowing down leg side. Might have even hit him outside the line of leg stump.
Yeah.
And he's bowling around the wicket from quite wide. So English fans are quite happy. South African fans look a little bit sort of nervous, on edge. Realise they've got a shout here. Norkia round the wicket. Clipped by Willie, but straight to Rabada, who's at mid-on. And there's no run. I presume Magala's in for Ngidi, isn't he? Or was Ngidi unfit?
I don't
know.
Yeah.
Because you thought he'd have been in the ODI side ahead of Magala, possibly anyway. As we see, Joffre's just got his bat out of its sheath, just thinking about having a hit. Nortje, 5th ball of the over. Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. This could be another wicket. It is going to be another wicket. Willie's not done much there. He's gone to heave it into the leg side. He's got a big top edge. It's gone way up in the sky. He's been caught at cover. England in a bit of spot above us. Still 50 runs acquired, or 49 runs acquired. But they've only got 3 wickets left. And South Africa pulled themselves back really well here.
On your bike, mate.
It's unnecessary again.
Yeah, it was unnecessary. It's a slippery pace, isn't it? You could just see Willie going, "Oh fuck," as that came off his bat.
I think there were a lot of people saying, "Oh fuck."
Yeah. Just the way his shoulders dropped and his mouth opened.
Yeah, Ngidi is in the squad. But
yeah.
Now, Brian Barish has asked a question of you, Riley. I don't know what it means, but I'm sure you will.
Oh, good.
It says, does this mean that Riley supports the Cherries?
No, I don't support Bournemouth. I support Brockenhurst Football Club, who are, just about. They're not too far from me. They're in New Forest anyway, non-league team. But no, I don't support Bournemouth. No.
Well, they're not doing too bad. Bournemouth might stay up.
No, I don't think so.
Don't reckon?
No. If they keep the same manager, I think they're going down anyway.
Yeah. I think Everton are going to go down this year. Gary's not going to like that, but unless they can sort it out, they shouldn't do because they've got players. But it's not stopped teams from going down before. New batsman at the crease. It's this guy. Ooh.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the
First ball. He plays down towards third man. Gets himself a single.
Ways, Adil can turn it. Oh, Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the 45.
Jay Grover says, I too thought Hazy Jane were a pretty thin metaphor. And he also says, why when England are actually proper doomed, Roy is absent?
Yeah.
Well, you can't get them all in there.
No. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? England started so well. What did we lost our first wicket at 140?
146.
Yeah.
So
I mean, South Africa started pretty well too.
Yeah, they didn't lose wickets though. They just couldn't score runs.
That's right. I mean, an awful lot of the wickets have just been
given away. I mean, look at Duckett, Brook 3-0. Doesn't help, does it?
Yeah.
Those two guys, all they had to do was put on 30 between them, and this will be a walk in the park.
So the odds haven't changed much. South Africa 220, England 165.
Really? Oh, I might be tempted to put money on Australia, South Africa.
that might get you a lot.
Thank God Hendo's coming in with my beer at the end of this over. Some sanity will be brought back. That's defended by Adil Rashid out to the covers, and there's no run. Now hopefully he's got calm head. I don't think he plays big shots anyway. No, not Hendo. Oh look! Free hit! No ball. Can't be doing that. It's definitely one of these this time.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
You get a free hit if they bowl a no ball. Off a free hit, you mostly can't get out at all.
It's pulled out to deep square leg. Doesn't make an effort to catch it because it wasn't going to be out anyway. So it'll just be the single off the free hit. However, 46 required from 65 deliveries. Sammy Curran still out there, 13 off 12. Hand over my beer, please.
Brown Barish says Riley is the second person I know from Bournemouth. The other one is netballer Jiva Mentor, who was dating American Aussie rules player Mason Cox for a time. They are both massively tall humans. Well, if you look on the screen, you will see that Riley is also so tall that all his head doesn't fit into the screen.
Absolutely, he's massive, you know. He's like 7'5".
Yeah.
That's guided by Curran down to third man for a single. As we watch his pull by Adil Rashid. The kid didn't realise it was a free hit, probably, because he was like, "Why didn't you catch it?" Because you didn't need to. It wouldn't have been out. And I don't know what happened on the next ball, because they just cut back to the kid again. They're all giving him shit about not catching it. It's a fucking free hit, you muppets. If you remember my beer. What do you mean there isn't any left?
Jay's got a question for you, Riley. He says, I've never been to the New Forest. This is a truly magical place.
I'm after beer, yes. That's played out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
It is
You are a fucker. Now I'm not going to be able to open it, Hendo, because you just threw it at me. Bastard.
Riley was just giving an answer to Jay. Shut up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It is really nice, the New Forest. Definitely. I think if you're in the area, it's worth having a visit, I think.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Work down towards fine leg, and they're going to single. I went down there, a friend I knew from university, who wasn't my university, but I knew. She got married, and her parents lived in New Forest. It's absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. Went down there for the weekend, and Harry Redknapp was there at the wedding. He was a friend of the family. It's quite funny. Got absolutely trashed. That was about 15, 20 years
I could bring you my Harry Redknapp story.
Rivaldo, last ball of our little spell. It rises a bit on Sammy Curran, defends it, goes aerial, goes square, there's no one there. And they'll get through for a single.
Well, this is quite interesting, isn't it? 40 overs bowled. England only need another 43 to win. Yep. But they've only got 3 wickets in hand. So, another wicket, and it's going to be really hard work. I said that before Willie was out.
Indeed.
That's hit him on. That's hit the handle of the bat. That's incredibly well played in the end.
Yeah. Well, let's say goodbye to
see you
Riley
on Sunday.
and Messi. See you both later.
See you, Messi.
After my Big Bash outing tomorrow.
Oh, have fun.
Oh, you're going to Perth Scorchers tomorrow? The Eliminator?
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep. 45, 50,000 there. That'll be good.
Wow. And scores of 117 and 120 for 8.
Yes.
So, as I said, 256 for 7. I've got the Bear still alongside me. He has opened his brew dog now, so he's quite happy. And Jason G is on my left. He's on social media. Norkie around the wicket. Oh, he's given him a target to aim at there, hasn't he? Curran, he went way back from his stumps, and it was just a little bit wide of off. However, he does seem to have injured de Kock in trying to take that delivery.
That's right on the end of his fingers. I think that's going to be very painful.
He's ripped off the top glove. He's got the inners on, of course. But really, Sam Curran said, here are all 3 stumps. Aim at these. And he's lucky that he was just a little bit off target there. Norkia. It's all part of a plan. This is to bring South African fans back to cricket by England losing to them. I think that's what it is. Norkia in again, bowls to Curran. Curran plays down to third man, thick outside edge. Shamsi's not had a best day. Does the fielding. They get through for 1. England 257 for 7.
Yeah, you've got to remember they've still got to find 3 overs.
Well, they've got Markram and they've got Shamsi, and I suspect they're going to have to go to Markram the way Shamsi's bowled.
Wow.
That said, I mean, it's not Joss Butler and Jason Roy batting out there, so Shamsi might feel happier bowling, certainly to Adil Rashid.
Well, Curran as well, lefty versus a leg spinner.
Yeah. Back over the wicket, Norkia, and pulls out just as he gets into his delivery stride. Not quite sure why. Maybe just lost his footing a little bit. Don't think it was anything that Adil Rashid did at the other end. So score remains.
Adil Rashid's got an average of 17.
He has.
An ODI. It's
Well,
pretty good.
he's a good batsman, but he doesn't often get the chance to bat and bat under this sort of pressure either. Really. I mean, you can say he's got plenty of time. He's just got to ease England to the score really now. Slip is in as Nortje's in once more, looking for the Yorker this time, but well played by Rashid. Straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
He's got how many? 7 first-class tons?
10 first-class
10
tons.
first-class tons.
That's not. It's not a sign of someone who doesn't know how to bat, is it?
Oh no! And in fact, I quite like watching Rashid bat because he's got really, as I think it was Jason was saying in the green room, he hits the ball in unusual areas.
Yeah.
It's not easy to set a field to.
Yeah,
And
he's got incredible wrists.
Oh, his wrists. I mean, I know it becomes
I
a
know,
bit of a stereotype, but he really has got
There you
incredible
go.
wrists.
Look at
well,
that.
those wrists have tried to drive it off the back foot and it hit the bottom of the bat, if anything, and scooted along the ground through the man at slip down to third man. So he'll pick up a couple there. England 259 for 7.
Interesting that they've got a slip in.
Yes. Well, I mean, they know that it's wickets now, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
wickets. That said, the ball's not really done anything all day, so I don't think that you're you're likely to get a slip catch, but
Funnily enough, when you saw the ball that got Joss Butler.
yeah, that moved a little bit, didn't it? Yeah.
Enough.
A little bit of seam movement. Nortje in again. Short one. Oh my goodness, he's in trouble here, isn't he? Adil Rashid, he is. He's flapped at that towards his shoulder. He's got a top edge, and it's looped to that man at slip.
Oh,
so it
dear.
might have been the way you would have expected him to take the catch at slip, but take the catch at slip he has. Nortje has got another one. England are going to lose this. They're 259 for 8. Oh, it's an open. Oh my word! They're backing it, and the England man in the vest and with the bingo wings. For some reason, we have to keep seeing him. I don't know why we have to keep seeing him, but we do, and he's delighted.
He is delighted. Oh my word! Frightening.
Well.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Let's have a look.
Oh, it's tight. No, it's not even tight. It's a long way over.
2 inches. 2 inches over, maybe 2.5 inches, 3 inches. So
Why-
it's definitely a no ball.
Can't complain about that.
But it was too quick for Rashid. He was in no position to play it.
It didn't seem to get up like he thought.
No, that was a bit lower than he thought it was going
Yeah.
to be. That's why he had to duck to get his.
Here we go, the free hit and smashed by Rashid into the mid-wicket region. There's no one there. It's going to go all the way. Rabado's racing after it. He's not going to get there. And the man with the bingo wings is almost as excited as the bear. It's 4 to Adil Rashid.
Disgusted South African fans.
Absolutely.
They from being jubilant to being glum in about 30 seconds.
It's a bit like a VAR at football, isn't it? Not that I've actually experienced it live, but you know, all that excitement, and then it.
Nothing particularly wrong with the ball though. It's just a little bit too full.
Yep. And you know, Rashid had the freedom to play as he wanted to. Again, another short ball, and again he gets into that sort of position where he's half ducking, but not really. And I think that's what got him into trouble with the ball that got him out. That last ball from Nortje was 94 miles an hour. It's the end of the 41st over. England are 264 for 7. Jason.
Jay Gover says in relation to Adil Rashid, don't say wrists, and then immediately replies with, after that, about 14 seconds after that, you C-bombs.
No, well, we have to. You cannot mention Adil Rashid's batting without mentioning his wrists.
But we
They
are
phenomenal.
describing the actuality. We're not going to try and force a false narrative on you.
No, absolutely. We sort of, you know, owned up to that as well.
He just flicks some incredible shots from straight to well behind square and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd love to see him play a long innings. I'd love to see Adil Rashid play a long innings because I think it would be one of the most entertaining things you could see.
I think Jay's had a few shandies because he's sending loads of tweets to us with one word in them.
Oh no, it's that time of day. It's that time of day. Rabado's going to bowl his final over of the innings. Got
They're
figures
bowling
of
all their
1 for
jackpots
44.
out, aren't they? They have to.
Yep. They've got to take wickets. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Curran. He's over the wicket. Bowls to Curran. Curran goes back and almost dabs it onto his stumps, but it hits the back of his leg and then dies.
You'd almost be tempted to say, right, if we can get 4 and over off these overs.
Well, yeah, that's why I think Rashid ducked that last ball that over, because he'd hit the previous ball for 4 and he'd done what he needed for the over.
Yeah.
Absolutely. South Africa languishing at 11th in the World Cup Super League with 59 points from their 16 matches that they've played so far. Rabada in a slower ball, but Curran plays it well and then almost falls over. He'll get a run down to deep backwards square.
So they play, how many games? How many points do you get for a win?
4, 5.
I don't know. Actually, does anyone really pay attention to the world?
I'm going to go and find it now.
The World One Day Super League. I don't. Until it gets to that point where you just want to know if anyone interesting is going to be knocked out of the next important tournament. Rabada turns. Again, running into bowl to Rashid. Rashid goes back and jabs this down to third man, comfortably enough. And he'll pick up a single. He goes into double figures. He's on to 10. Sam Curran has 17. England 266 for 7. They need 33 more runs. They have plenty of time in terms of 51 balls, but they only have 3 wickets in hand.
Oh God, it's a 4-year cycle. So it started in 2019.
India
at top.
Yeah, India have only just gone back to the top, I think. Rabada in bowls. Slower bouncer or just a bouncer? Certainly Curran pulled out of the shot.
Tennis bally bouncer, I think.
Did seem like that, didn't it?
I think that's why Curran pulled out of it, because he thought, this is getting too high, I can't control it.
Yeah. So good decision from him. So just the 2 runs from the first 4 balls of Rabada's final over. Tension in Bloemfontein. He's in again.
No, that's a shit table.
Bouncer, proper bouncer, which Curran gets down underneath. And again, there is no run. Final ball coming of the 42nd over.
Right, so New Zealand have got 150 points, having won 14 matches. That implies 11 points per win.
No, I've no idea.
Oh, but there must be points from run.
Bonus points. Are there bonus points? Rabada then to complete his spell, and he's got a catch behind the wicket. Would you believe it? Curran, having ducked under those last 2 balls, has flashed at one outside the off stump. The man with the bingo wings can't believe it. He's almost swallowed his fag, and England are 266 for 8.
Trouble. What are we going to play? No, fuck it.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, a very good contribution with his final ball of the game from Rabada, his 2nd wicket. And Curran goes for 17, caught by de Kock.
Why didn't he just see him off?
You do wonder.
Against some of the lesser players.
Wasn't a no ball wasn't to come to the rescue on this occasion for England, as it did in the previous over.
Anyway, Jay Grover says, Lord, one tweet, then fuck's sake, next tweet, and then next one, that was the previous non-dismissal off the no ball. And then I get both powers says, Shandies, how dare you? I'll have you know I had real beer, at least with the finest new romantic singers whose names I can't remember at least twice.
Yes, indeed.
Hawley. That was a Hawley dude, I presume. This man's coming in. Let's see what we can do with a bat. He didn't do much with the ball.
He will break your helmet, break your heart.
Hamill goes. He goes for a quick single.
Cooler than Bogart in your face.
That's what I'm going for.
Your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. They made a mess of this, England, haven't they? Credit to South Africa, actually. They've come back into it well.
Is Jofra going to save us now with his batting rather than his bowling?
Well, look at that ODI career. He's got a best of 8 not out. So he's got to get a career best today. And this will be England's 7th loss in 9 games since Josh Buttler took over as ODI captain. Tucked away by Rashid out to deep back square leg.
That should be 2,
they should have gone back for a second there because it was fumbled by Van der Dussen, but they weren't alive to it. Rashid moves to 11 and exposes Jofra Archer. No foot movement there from Sammy Curran. He just threw the bat at it, didn't he? And it moved a little bit off the seam.
I'm a bit more encouraged about this. We played a proper ODI game this time. I mean, those games last summer, we almost played T20 and ODIs. We got ourselves in good positions and then just keep getting slap happy. And with Livingston, especially in that middle order at 6, he kept giving it away. He didn't need to. And
well, don't forget that 3 of those games were against the Netherlands.
Well, those three we won with ease, didn't we? But I mean, they
they had to play South Africa as well, didn't they? And played India as well, didn't we? Played some one-dayers against India?
Yeah, no.
It's hard to remember. Defended by Jofra Archer, his first delivery. Norkia is also into his last over, so if England are smart here, they just hang on in there, see Norkia off.
Then you've got Magala and Parnell and Shamsi and Markram to finish off.
Magala's got 2, Parnell's got 2, so presumably they'll be the next, and then
yeah, they might have to risk it and play the quicker bowlers first up, and then hope it doesn't go down as far as Markram and Shamsi. Norkia, can he do the job? Onto the back foot goes Jofra, just hopping about a little bit. He defends it back down the onside of the pitch, fielded by the bowler himself. And there is no run. 267 for 8. It was hard to see this outcome about an hour ago. But
I have an answer from Messages, as always, about the point scoring system for the...
it says at the bottom here, you get 10 for a win, 5 for a tie or no result, abandoned match, and 0 for a loss. So New Zealand have had 2 no results. That's why they got 150. It's not 11 points per game.
You also get penalty points for slow over rates as well, where you get deducted.
I think England have lost a few points along those lines. Wow, that's a real snorter from Norkia. Climbs on Jofra Archer. Jofra Archer's, I didn't even see that. Where the hell did that come from? Well, you bowl balls like that occasionally, Jofra. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. No, we haven't actually. India have got 1 penalty over. West Indies have 2. Sri Lanka have 3. Ireland have 2. And South Africa have 1.
Oh, sure. England had an over 8 penalty in this.
It may well have been in a bilateral series where it doesn't matter.
Maybe. In again. Norkia. Oh, it's come off the outside edge. He was trying to turn it to the onside. Been taken at backward point. Norkia has struck as well. England are falling to ignominious defeat here. They are 267 for 9. They're not even going to get within 30 runs of South Africa. This is crazy.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
First of the year.
Well, the man with the bingo wings, his bingo wings are no longer flapping because he's not flapping at all himself.
Now he's ranting.
He's ranting with his arms crossed.
Looking angry.
But yep, well played, Norkia. I think it was Klassen who took the catch, running around to his right, and he's still got another ball left, I think. So
he may not finish off. We don't even need to get to the.
Don't even need to get to the
well,
spinners.
Messi said 45 overs. Yep. You just assumed that England would win in that time.
Geoff Roger goes for naught. From 4 deliveries.
No, he's had a pretty shit first game, hasn't he?
Yeah, so and as we say, he probably won't play in the next one. But I mean, actually, is that a bad thing? I mean, if he'd come back and done brilliantly, we'd be, the pressure to force him into games that perhaps you don't really want to play him in.
We've just seen a picture of a very pensive Jason Roy fuming on the balcony.
Well, Jason Roy must wonder when he got out. Around the time he got out, it looked pretty easy,
like a stroll in the park
for England. Yeah,
I think actually the problem was the Norton 3 from Duckett and Brooke. Really.
Yeah. Didn't help. That's for sure.
Those two get 10, 20 each, and that's the game done.
The game done, isn't it? Exactly.
And to be fair, Sammy Curran, although he's a really decent batsman and can be very destructive, he hasn't really got runs, even though he's been batting up the order in the South Africa T20. He's not been getting runs.
Well, the problem is, I think he bats in T20 mode and he gets cameo 15s and 20s. I think that's good enough for 50 over cricket.
Yeah, Ollie Stone comes to the crease. He's the last man in for England. 29 years old now, and he has a best of 9 not out, but an average of 13. There's still hope. Norkia in, bowls to him, and he comes down on that. Good length delivery, turns it into the onside. There possibly would have been a single there, but the man at the other end says no. That is Adil Rashid. He's 11 not out. He thinks he can handle it from here on in. England 267 for 9, 7 overs remaining. Still need 32, but they only have 1 wicket left.
Jay Grover says, no, it's Richard Hawley I've generally met enough to nod to. Phil Oakey, who I've met twice, and to be told who he was twice. He went to my school. Keep up, Bear.
Yeah, I know that. I know Phil Oakey. I was wondering who
and he also says, I think I know what kind of disarray this is.
Yeah, fucking disarray. No, the Hawley dude. I know Phil Oakey, but you probably wouldn't recognise him if he didn't have a sort of, flicky haircut that covered one eye.
And he's about 30 years older than when he last saw him. Yeah. Chris Wokes, he'll probably be in the team on Sunday.
He's very pensive as well. An old romantic.
Magala's back in, bowls to Rashid, who...
wow.
shot.
Cuts this away down to third man. Should get back for a second. He's going to have to hurry. It's Shamsi out there, so he's not the quickest man in the field. He's got 2. Rashid goes on to 13. England 269 for 9. Now is the time for Adil Rashid to stand up.
Well, we need 30 runs for the 11th wicket.
30 runs for the 11th wicket.
10th wicket. Even, yeah.
Have another Brewdog.
Yeah.
30 required. Adil Rashid thinks he has to do it on his own. He may not have to because Stone can bat a little bit. Magala in again. He's into his 9th over. He bowls wide of the off stump and he aims a big cut at that one, but plays underneath the ball and it goes through to de Kock. And he's a little bit annoyed. And it's getting to that point now, 30 runs off 40 balls, so you are thinking, well, it still is under a run a ball, but...
Yeah, but also you're better off trying to get it done quick.
And he doesn't really like the idea of exposing Stone, I don't think. Hang in there till they have to use the spinners. You've got a chance. Magala in again and played slightly on the up, driving, but not really timing the ball. Rashid straight to extra cover. There is no run.
Message says it's pretty clear who's to blame for England's impending demise. Quoting Josie Oakley said, afternoon, for a change I don't think we're doomed, but generally it's a right shit show in South Africa.
And he hasn't been back since then, has he? He hasn't been back to say we're doomed. He's left it in our hands, and that's a kind of fatal thing to do. Magala in again to bowl to Rashid. Short ball, he pulls it in controlled fashion. Oh, I thought for a moment he'd found the gap between long leg and deep backward square, but in the end one of those players gets round the deep square leg to his right to field. Adil Rashid takes one and he's now going to have a little chat with Ollie Stone. He's saying, just stick in there, man. Don't try anything
stupid.
Well, stupid or crazy or too adventurous. Just see if you can pick up the odd single here and there. Should be room for singles. So that's the way England have got to play. It's a good little bit of good little piece of pressure for England to be under in a way.
It's good work for Temba Bavuma as well. He's marshalled his team quite well.
Magala in, bowls to Stone, hit him on the pad, big appeal. I think he either got an inside edge to that or it was spearing down the leg side. DRS timer is ticking away. I don't think they're going to...
umpires call at best and not given.
I don't know. I think maybe there was an inside edge, quite a big inside edge, I think.
Yeah, it looked that way.
Didn't it? 270 for 9, 1 ball remaining of Magala's 9th over. Let's have a look. Did he get an inside edge on this?
Yeah,
yes, massive inside edge.
It's going down anyway.
Going down, even he hadn't got the inside edge. And so he's got big arms, hasn't he? Got thick arms, Magala.
He's a unit.
He is a unit. Into the hip of Stone, and Stone's more comfortable with the ball there. He turns it quite neatly to deep backwards square. He'll take the single. I don't think he's going to have to face Norkia. Norkia's finished, hasn't he?
Yep.
271 for 9.
Rabada's finished as well.
Rabada is finished, so it's going to be Parnell. It's going to be Parnell.
It's going to be Parnell.
Yeah,
He's got
we've
2
got
left.
Parnell and the spinners.
Magala's got 1 left. Parnell's got 2.
So he's got to stick in against Parnell.
Yep.
Jingles tweets even.
Jay Grove says, if you grew up in Sheffield, knowing Richard Hawley is not an achievement, it's an inevitability.
Who is this guy? I don't even know who he is.
He's also a pretty good singer-songwriter, he follows up with.
But who is he?
And also he writes very angsty sort of underground pop songs.
He wasn't in a big band in the 80s.
No, he wasn't.
He's
He's always been a single musician as far as I know.
I've never fucking heard
And
of him.
then Grand Theft Arto says he's in the pub and not able to watch or listen, but still gripped while checking the score online. So there's a picture of a pub table with several empty bottles of beer on them.
Good on you. Good on you. Well, now this is a bit of a risk. Shamsi is going to come back into the attack, so Wayne Parnell is going to be saved for the time being. He's coming left arm over the wicket to bowl to Ollie Stone, and Stone comes forward to a ball that spins into him from slightly outside off stump into the covers. No run.
That's because he's on strike, isn't it? It's Stone on strike.
Stone on strike is number 11. It's not, as you said, it's not the same as bowling to Joss Butler or someone else.
They've still got to pick up singles and stuff here, haven't they? This is what they've got to do. He's in again, bowls to Stone. Oh, he's chipped it back, and he's been caught at the second attempt by Shamsi. Got a horrible leading edge, and South Africa have pulled off a remarkable victory here. And Shamsi, who'd gone for 55 from his first 5 overs, has ended up with a wicket. He's ended up with claiming the victory for South Africa, and that is a a massive win for them.
Shit
But
show
a
for
really
England.
pretty much a shit show from England from where they were. South Africa win by 27 runs, despite Jason Roy coming back to form with a magnificent 100.
And a half century for Milan.
And a half century for Milan. But what happened to the rest of them?
Yeah.
You do wonder. South Africa win by 27 runs. Some England fans are finding it within their hearts to applaud South Africa's comeback.
He's applauding, but you can see the gritted teeth as well.
Gritted teeth. But there you go. I mean, stick in the game and you've got a chance, haven't you? And they did come back and bowl well. And England, I don't know, I'm not quite sure where it went wrong for England.
It went wrong at Duckett and Brooke.
Did it?
I thought so, because I mean, once you got normally, if you look at England, Mo would probably be at number 7, and you'd have a different top 5, right? But then Karen would be 8, and then
Yes.
someone like Willie would be 9. It does run. She would be 10 or 11 normally.
So Moeen's one position too high.
So and then when you lose those 2 wickets in that very short space of time, when you look at that, you think, well, if we can get through the next 2 wickets, whilst both Willie and Curran can bat, will they be able to take them home from 80 to 100 out?
Do you think that England missed the nous of someone like Joe Root?
Yes, very much so. Why isn't Joe Root in the fucking squad?
Well, he's playing in
well, I know
UAE.
he's playing over there, but why is he not being called back?
Well, because England think they're strong enough without him in these sort of games, and that's shown to be a rather complacent approach, I suppose.
I mean, Joe Root would be one of the first names on my ODI sheet.
Absolutely. And Ben Stokes, of course, is missing, and he would probably have batted in similar sort of sensible vein from the position that England were in.
Well, he'd have been at 5 instead of Butler, and they'd have been. Everyone would have been placed further down.
Yep, or Root. I mean, this is the thing. You could have had
And
Root at
Milan
4.
would have been 3 if it was Milan. Well, no, Root back's at
Well,
3
and of
at
course
ODI.
you're missing Johnny Bairstow, of course.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow.
You can make excuses, but England have actually, I don't know, maybe they've just been a bit complacent. They thought they were winning, or they were, so ahead of the game and cruising that they took their eye off the ball a little bit.
Well, there's certainly a
As far as
few
that sense.
very. I mean, okay, you can argue about the Brooke and Duckett dismissals, but the also easy wickets for Ali, Willie, and Curran. Didn't help.
Yeah, Mo and Ali. I mean, there's something about Mo and Ali when he gets in. He'll play a great shot and then he'll get out to one very similar, and you don't want to blame Mo and Ali, but at the same time, it's
It's
annoying,
almost
isn't it?
like they thought it was going to be so easy someone else can take responsibility.
Yeah,
It's one of
exactly. I think
those,
that's right. Absolutely. I mean, if you look at that scorecard now, you've got Roy at the top of the order, 113. Dawid Malan, number 2, 59. You shouldn't really be losing when you put 172 on the board from your first 2 batsmen.
Yeah.
So there you go. England, plenty of time left. They'd have done it for time, but
well, Messi just for 45 overs. We're in the 45th over.
yeah, 44.2. Absolutely right. Do we? What about the GPL?
Oh well, no one won it because it was all 600.
Oh, was it?
If
Okay.
England had won, there was a good chance that someone D Wells would have won. But England
Right.
losing has
Okay.
kind
How
of
many
fucked it
entries
up
do
for
we
them.
have today?
We only have 5.
Only 5. Well, make sure more of you enter on Sunday, which is when we will be back. We got any final
Oh
tweets?
no, 583. Shit, what did they get?
Oh, hang on.
279.
297. I
So
think.
that's an 8.
No,
at the
299
end.
it was. 298 it was.
268.
No, 298.
568 is what we're talking about.
568.
Yeah, so it's out of range, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's look at those figures again. Naughtier 4 for 62 in the end. Magala 3 for 46. He bowled well early on. Rabada then came back and picked up 2 wickets as well. 2 for 46. Between them, they've taken 9 of the wickets.
And Shamsi had the other
Shamsi,
decisive one.
He did indeed. I mean, he had not done very much in this game, but he had the final say. Some final tweets before we go then.
Yep. Jay Grover says, thank you all very much. Jason Roy is obviously an albatross. Messenger says, one word, it is hubris.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Jose tells us to F off.
Okay.
And Jay Grover says, oh, bugger off, we were just shite.
Yeah, it wasn't too good. Wasn't one of England's best performances.
Well, I think they were a bit ring rusty for some of the players, and also a bit complacent, as you said.
I think it was complacency more than anything. I think it was not so much complacency, but that notion that someone else will take the responsibility. I can play how I want to. I can play with freedom. And yeah, I think that was. You can't blame Harry Brook on his ODI debut. Got a good delivery, really. But yeah, Butler scratched around, wasn't really at his best, and Mo and Ali kind of got out when he didn't really need to.
Yeah.
I must say the margin, 27 runs, seems a lot more than it should have been, even allowing for those sort of failures from England. But fantastic for South Africa. They proved that under a bit of pressure they can pull it out of the bag. So you've got to say well done to them.
No, he did indeed.
And I'm pleased for them in a way.
I'm pleased for Bavuma because I think he's got on a hiding to nothing as captain with the resources he's got.
Yeah.
And he's actually marshalled his sort of forces quite well, and they've come back into the game.
Well, they've actually got some talented players. Let's not forget that. They're certainly amongst in the attack. They really have, and we've all been impressed by Magala today. On top of proven bowlers such as Rabada and Nortje.
And proven batsmen like Van der Dussen.
Indeed, Van der Dussen, whose 100 now looks even better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We were saying, I think Andy was out there saying that 30 runs short at one point, but as it turns out, they were 30 runs to the good. So England lose by 27 runs. We've got the second game also in Bloemfontein, 8 o'clock start, so we'll be on air at 7:50 on Sunday morning. So, 7:50 a.m. on Sunday morning. I don't know how I'm going to do it. And then, of course, the final game is on Wednesday in Kimberley. So hopefully you can join us for both those games. 7:50 on Sunday morning. Until then, it's goodbye from the Bear.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Jason.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Andy and Gary and anyone else who's been on. Has there been anyone else? Oh, loads of people have been on
Tim,
remotely.
Dave Shearer and Riley.
And David. Isn't there a David?
Dave Shearer.
David,
Shearer,
no, it wasn't, James. It's James.
Oh, James Shearhouse as well, yes.
So until Sunday, when it'll be, well, we're hoping to get on air as we say goodbye to Andy. And Forthy, of course, yes.
And Messi.
And Messi. So easy to forget these people. But they do sterling work. But we take all the glory. Anyway, until Sunday, it's goodbye from all of us at Guerrilla Cricket. Goodbye. Bye.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.